everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Danmachi, the Multiverse Portal, Chapter 54 to 89. Chapter 54, Goddesses Love. 1941 words after Otter's huge figure vanished into the shadows, Tsubaki Kalbrand exhaled deeply and brushed the dust from her clothes. They don't call him the king for nothing. Tsubaki had never stood face to face with a level 7 before. As a level 5 and a top executive, she was strong, but the pressure coming from Otter was overwhelming. The 2-level difference felt like a death sentence. If the Beastman wanted her dead, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Thanks for the assist, kid. Tsubaki looked August up and down, ignoring the drooling goddess draped over his back. You know, Otter looked wary of you. She hadn't missed the calculating gleam in the Beastman's eye. The undisputed strongest adventurer in Rio had actually weighed his odds, listened to a rookie's warning, and opted to back down. Because if he had drawn that sword, I would have instantly leveled the Tower of Babel and buried his precious goddess under the rubble. August said it as if it were a simple fact. Otter's instincts were sharp. The Beastman sensed the real danger and knew August meant every word. Holy shit. You're a lunatic. Tsubaki looked at him in disbelief. Destroying the whole Tower of Babel just to win a fight. That was crazy. Half the gods in Rio would get caught in the chaos. Not a lunatic. Just pragmatic, August replied smoothly. You were out here acting on intel I provided. That means I'm actively interfering with Freya's grand master plan. By definition, that makes her my enemy. He wasn't going to avoid responsibility. He gave the intel, so he would deal with the consequences. I guess that makes sense, Tsubaki muttered. But leveling Babel is still a massive overreaction. It's the most efficient way to end a fight. August shrugged. Mutually assured destruction. Hardcore. Tsubaki saw just how ruthless August was. No wonder he could wipe out monsters so easily. If someone challenged him, he wouldn't just win, he'd wipe out his enemies, their home, and even their patron god all at once. Well, I should get back and report to Lady Hephaestus. Tsubaki decided it was time to leave. She had to give the Freya Familia's blank check to her goddess, and let the gods handle the ransom talks. August nodded, but before she could dart off, a thought crossed his mind. Actually, Miss Tsubaki. Do you have any magic swords in stock? Tsubaki was the best magic blacksmith in Rio. August's weapons were all modern guns, artillery, and explosives. He wanted to add some fantasy weapons to his collection. Magic swords worked like powerful magical bombs, which matched his style well. Tsubaki paused mid-step. Magic swords. She sighed, rubbing the back of her neck. I have them, sure. But I can't sell you any right now. The Loki Familia is getting ready for a deep strata expedition. My Familia has to supply all their weapons. Making their current batch of magic swords is already exhausting. I don't have time to make a special set for you. She looked at him. And with your pocket dimension, you'd probably want 10,000 swords. I'd rather not ruin my hands. Honestly. Instead of buying magic swords, why don't you just stockpile magic spells directly into your inventory? Tsubaki offered a practical alternative. Buy spells off mages during their downtime. Store the active magic in your space, and just launch them out later like artillery shells. It would be infinitely cheaper than buying my swords. That is genius. August snapped his fingers. He hadn't thought of that idea before. Leave it to a master smith to think outside the box. August could already picture it deploying thousands of precast, high-tier spells from the void to create an apocalyptic, magical bullet hell. Whoa, hey, I was half joking. Are you seriously going to do that? Tsubaki noticed the dangerous look in his eyes, and immediately regretted her suggestion. Was his storage really limitless? If he stored enough magic for a whole city, the attack would be devastating. With his blow-up babble attitude, he might even wipe Rio off the map by accident. Pretty much, August smirked. But I'll need a solid business plan first. Mages aren't exactly going to hand over their ultimate spells to a stranger. He needed a solid plan to buy magic. If the guild or the gods found out he was building a magical arsenal, they would definitely try to stop him. He had to keep it secret. Whatever. Not my problem. Tsubaki threw her hands up, realizing there was no stopping him now. Catch you later. She pivoted and sprinted back into the darkness, heading straight for her familia's compound. August watched her go. The night's excitement was finally over. With the pub fight, miracle healing, and tense showdown, it had been quite an evening. He shifted Hestia on his back and started walking toward the ruined church. Inside the main hall, August opened a portal and carried his goddess back to his modern apartment on Earth. After stepping inside, August took Hestia straight to his bedroom and set her down on the bed. You reek of booze. He waved his hand in front of his face, trying to get rid of the strong scent of tavern ale. I do not. The supposedly blackout drunk goddess suddenly jumped up like a wild cat. She tackled August, grabbed onto him, and playfully bit his shoulder. You're awake. August blinked, totally surprised. Wasn't she passed out just a minute ago? We aren't in Rio anymore. Hestia laughed triumphantly. The moment I crossed into this world, my divine power was fully unsealed. You really think some cheap mortal ale can keep a fully powered goddess down? Not a chance. With her divine power back, regular alcohol left her system right away. Unless it was Soma's deadly divine wine, normal tavern drinks couldn't even affect her. By the way, Hestia shifted gears, sitting cross-legged on the bed. I can't believe Freya locked onto that Cranel boy so fast. And to completely block Hephaestus from making a move. Freya is a perfectionist. Seeing her pristine little toy handed over to someone she deems physically flawed would make her violently toxic. Freya might act friendly with Hephaestus in public, but in private, the goddess of beauty was known for being shallow and mean. She would never let it happen. Hestia winced. It hurt, but it made sense. In heaven, Hephaestus's looks were often the target of cruel jokes. Freya wants him surrounded by beauty, August continued. Plus, she's a sadist. Blocking another goddess and mentally breaking her competition is exactly the kind of twisted game Freya loves to play. Hestia shuddered. The goddess of beauty was terrifyingly toxic. It's exactly like they say in the movies, Hestia nodded sagely. The prettier the face, the sharper the knife. August almost choked. Where do you even learn these quotes? This goddess spent way too much time browsing the internet on his tablet. Besides, you're gorgeous too. Does that mean you're a compulsive liar? Auguste replied. She had no self-awareness. Did she ever look in the mirror? She was a literal goddess of stunning beauty. Hestia hummed, immensely satisfied by the compliment. Of course I lie. White lies count as lying too, you know. Hestia covered her mouth and let out a sly giggle. She was a goddess, after all. Playing tricks was part of who she was. August looked at the unapologetic goddess. Since coming to modern Earth, she had really let loose. Was this the same desperate, lonely Hestia from the anime? Just as August was trying to make sense of her changing personality, her lips suddenly crashed into his. August froze. His body went stiff, like someone had pressed pause on reality. He blinked, stunned as the soft touch of her lips broke his train of thought. The feeling was unmistakable. The brief, warm softness brought him back to reality. There was no doubt about what had just happened. Hestia had just kissed him. Hestia pulled back and saw his stunned, "Is this a dream?" Her face turned red, but she boldly stood her ground. "Is there a law against me kissing you?" Hestia tilted her chin up, feigning irritation to mask her racing heart. Was a beautiful goddess stealing a kiss really that unbelievable? August cleared his throat, desperately trying to rein in his heart rate. It was hammering against his ribs like a war drum. With her divine senses, Hestia could hear his heartbeat clearly. She knew he was flustered. He definitely felt it, and her charm was proven. August began, but the words wouldn't come out. For the first time, he felt completely outmatched. "Consider that staking my claim," Hestia declared proudly. The truth was, seeing August defeat his enemies and earn respect made Hestia feel possessive. She knew how these stories went. If she waited too long, someone else would take him. Whether it was Lily or another adventurer, they would all be after him. Instead of waiting and losing her chance, she acted first. She wanted to make sure she was always his number one. "I'm not going to wait until I lose you to realize I should have acted," Hestia said, flashing a bold, triumphant smile. "Growing the familia is inevitable, sure. But what about the position of your wife? That is permanently mine." She was determined to be first. As his patron goddess, she also wanted to be his partner. August hadn't expected her to bring up marriage so suddenly. Don't the gods in mythology usually go for naive, young teenagers? August gestured to himself. "I don't exactly fit the profile. I'm a grown man. If she wanted an innocent romance, shouldn't she be after a bright-eyed kid? If I wanted a little boy, there are plenty roaming around Rio." Hestia shot down the stereotype immediately. "Sure, a pure-hearted kid is cute. But that doesn't mean a reliable, mature man isn't infinitely more attractive. Besides, you aren't exactly old, August. You're basically a baby." Hestia played the ultimate trump card, divine age. She had lived for billions of years. To her, August was just a baby. "Even the most naive boys eventually grow into men," Hestia stated softly. "Am I supposed to reject the men you are now just because you aren't some clueless kid? Don't make me laugh." A sly smile appeared on her face. "When you were carrying me earlier, you were definitely enjoying the feeling of my chest against your back, weren't you? And don't think I haven't noticed you constantly sneaking glances at me during dinner." Hestia knew exactly how attractive she was. August was stunned. Even when she seemed drunk, she noticed every glance he gave her. "All right, stop talking." August frantically reached out to cover her mouth. She was literally reading out his browser history right to his face. It was mortifying. Normally, a guy staring that much would get slapped for harassment. "I don't hate it," Hestia admitted, her eyes softening. To a stranger, it might seem creepy. But for them, it was part of their romance. Did she mind August looking at her? Hell no. In fact, if a man as competent as August didn't find her attractive, she would genuinely question her divine beauty. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help the story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, A Bizarre Night 2024 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. Hestia's sudden, almost confessional statement left August feeling lost. He had no idea what to do with his hands. He had never been approached by a goddess this beautiful before. It left him completely off balance. If it had been a regular girl, August would have turned her down right away and kept his distance. But a goddess, especially one this bold. Seeing how flustered he was, Hestia decided to let him off the hook. At least for now. She flopped back onto the mattress and patted the empty spot next to her. The bed August bought wasn't a cramped cot, it was a large, comfortable double bed. Now, it was officially theirs to share. Hurry up. Time for bed. We've had a long day, Hestia said, dropping her teasing and telling him to get some rest. August just rolled his eyes. Are you serious? We just got out of the dungeon and ran all over the city. I'm covered in sweat and dirt. I'm taking a shower before you mess up my bed. Only a fool would get into bed smelling like dungeon ash. He grabbed his clothes and went to the bathroom. Right, of course. Hestia nodded quickly, going along with his very practical excuse. August figured she was probably imagining something wild. He decided to retreat to the shower and wait for the right moment to strike back. Outside, the distant sound of city traffic didn't break the heavy, romantic tension in the apartment. The goddess had made her move. But this strange, cross-world night was far from over. While the apartment was tense, the city of Oraria was still dealing with the aftermath of August's choices. At the very top of the Tower of Babel, Freya stood by the massive glass windows, gazing out over the glittering expanse of Oraria. She didn't have to turn around to know Otter had entered the room. "You're back early, Otter." Wasn't his mission just to issue a small warning to the Hephaestus Familia? He returned much faster than anticipated. The mission was a failure, Otter reported. He didn't offer excuses. He owned the loss. August of the Hestia Familia intervened. Otter dropped the name of the man who had derailed the operation. "That rookie." Freya blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected Otter to cross paths with August out in the ruins. "And what made you back down?" Freya asked, intrigued. There was no way a level 1 had intimidated her warlord into retreating. "Warrior's intuition," Otter said. "I felt that if I drew my blade, he would have dragged Lady Freya and all of Oraria into a sea of fire." Freya's amused smile vanished. She stared at her captain. Otter never exaggerated. If his instincts said August would burn down the city to win, then the boy could really do it. Freya went quiet, thinking about the threat. If the rookie could really destroy Babel just to end a fight, she had to let it go. August was Hestia's. As long as he didn't cross her, trying to test him was too dangerous. "Forget the boy," Freya commanded, pivoting back to her primary obsession, Bel Cranel. Captain Tsubaki surrendered the objective, Otter continued. But she revealed that Hephaestus had paid a massive fortune for the intelligence regarding the boy's location. "Because of August's intervention, I opted to buy them out. The financial negotiations will require your direct involvement, Lady Freya." Otter bowed his head. Securing a ransom deal, instead of the physical target, was a tactical failure on his part. Hephaestus paid a massive fortune for the intel. Freya tapped her chin, piecing the puzzle together. Did she buy that intel directly from Hestia's child? Everything made sense now. The whole situation circled back to August. "My primary target was always Hestia. I never expected her new child to intercept my prize first. Does that boy possess an ability I am blind to?" Freya smelled a conspiracy. Intelligence like that didn't just fall out of the sky. Hephaestus wasn't exactly known for her sprawling spy networks. If a pristine, heroic soul like Bel Cranel was wandering the streets, some god would have snatched him up. Yet, August, an absolute outsider, was the one dealing the cards. "There's no way he knows about my eyes." Suddenly, she remembered their first meeting at the forge. August had been very cautious around her until he saw that her soul sight wasn't interested in him. As soon as she lost interest, he relaxed and went along with things. "It seems I need to pay much closer attention to Hestia's little pet," Freya murmured to herself. August clearly knew about her power to see souls. Once he realized she wasn't interested in him, he knew he could work in secret. She wanted to bring him to Babel and question him, but with his strength, it was too risky to push him. Furthermore, reports indicate Hestia has officially blessed the boy with divine power, Otter added. Freya's eyes widened. Hestia was even crazier than she was. Giving a mortal divine power just to get past a language barrier. That took real nerve. Freya only used her power to secretly look at souls. Hestia had basically given her child a cheat skill right in his mind. Blessed him. Otter was equally stunned. He hadn't heard the tavern rumors yet. A goddess breaking the seal for a rookie was unheard of. And now every god in the city knows, Freya said with a smirk, already thinking of a new plan. The Donatus is coming up soon. That blessing is going to put Hestia right in the hot seat. I'll make sure to attend and get a good look at the boy then. Freya wanted to know exactly how Hestia had bypassed the divine contract to pull off that blessing. Understood. Otter nodded, stepping back into the shadows. Freya leaned against the glass, her curiosity regarding the outside world burning brighter than ever. Meanwhile, back at the Hephaestus forge, Tsubaki Kalbrand walked into the workshop and instantly spotted two unfamiliar faces. No one joined the Hephaestus Familia to fight. People came to work at the forge or guard weapon shipments. It was rare to see older, experienced adventurers show up. Eris and us, Hephaestus introduced them. Us lost his legs in the dungeon. He sought out August, had his limbs fully regenerated, and I decided to bring them into the fold. Boys, greet your captain. Eris quickly helped us to his feet. Both men bowed deeply. Staring at a legendary level 5 adventurer in the flesh left them buzzing with adrenaline. Welcome to the crew. Tsubaki gave them a casual wave. Since her goddess approved of them, she wasn't going to give them a hard time. Hephaestus waved two freshly updated status sheets in the air. Just as I suspected. For adventurers, August's healing magic doesn't just heal wounds. It actually boosts their hidden abilities, Hephaestus said, amazed as she looked at the parchment. What a miracle of a spell. Tsubaki clicked her tongue, thoroughly impressed. Healing wounds and raising stats. That broke the rules of the fauna. Not even Ermid Tizenair, the best healer in Orario, could do something like that. Eris and us have officially reached level 2, Hephaestus announced. We'll need to secure aliases for them at the upcoming Donatus. Because the two men had built up enough hidden excelia from surviving tough times, the magic healing pushed them over the edge. Ranking up meant they'd get new names from the gods. By the way, Tsubaki, didn't I send you to secure the Cranal boy? Hephaestus asked, noting her captain's early return. Where is he? It was a bust. Tsubaki scratched the back of her head. Otter showed up. I tracked the kid down, but Otter chased me out of the zone. I wasn't carrying my heavy gear, so I had to run. Hephaestus sighed. The plan to kidnap the boy was over. That ability is such a cheat code, Hephaestus muttered. She knew exactly how they were found. Freya's eyes could spot a glowing soul from far away. Tsubaki's soul was probably marked. As soon as she got near the boy, Freya noticed. We ran into August and Lady Hestia in the ruins, Tsubaki continued. We had a standoff. Otter was incredibly wary of August. Because of that tension, I managed to negotiate a buyout. Lady Freya is willing to pay for the intel, but she wants to handle the transaction with you personally. Tsubaki laid out the terms, frustrated that she couldn't complete the physical extraction. It's fine. I expected this. Hephaestus accepted the loss. There was no way Freya was going to let her walk away with Bel Cranal. That damn goddess of beauty. Why couldn't she just share? It wasn't like Hephaestus was going to ruin the boy. If they want to buy us out, let them pay, Hephaestus agreed. The hero was out of reach. And honestly, if she did manage to get him, Freya would probably start a war game by morning just to take him back. Dealing with Freya's obsession wasn't worth the trouble. Oh right, Tsubaki remembered her conversation in the ruins. August wanted to order a massive stockpile of magic swords from me. I told him we were booked solid and advised him to buy raw magic spells instead. He bought the idea. I really dodged a bullet. If he used that magic backpack to order swords, we'd be working non-stop, Tsubaki said, shuddering at the idea of filling a pocket dimension. You made the right call, Hephaestus agreed instantly. That kid's pocket dimension is endless. Even if we worked all day and night, we couldn't fill an order for him. Telling him to use raw magic instead saved us, she said. Hephaestus understood August's plan. Using a pocket dimension to cast magic meant no casting time, no mana drain, and no exhaustion. He could cause chaos with just a thought. It was a smart battle plan, but making weapons for it would turn her blacksmiths into slaves. From now on, any orders from August come straight to me, Hephaestus said, making sure her captain wouldn't get overwhelmed by his crazy requests. Understood, boss. Tsubaki nodded in relief. At the exact same time, deep within the Azure Pharmacy, Mayak was carefully brewing a fresh batch of healing potions over a low fire. Lord Mayak, I have the latest intelligence report. Naza Erasuis walked into the back room, handing over a tightly rolled parchment. Good work, Naza, Mayak smiled warmly, taking the document. He unrolled the parchment and read the details. He felt a huge sense of relief. Just as I suspected. That boy. His capabilities are outstanding. Mayak sighed. He had sent Naza to gather information on the Hestia Familia over the last few days. He was suspicious of their sudden rise, and wanted real answers. He wasn't being nosy out of spite. He just wanted to be ready for the trouble he knew was coming. Tonight, the rumors had exploded. Hestia had used divine power to bless her child. Mayak didn't care about the broken rule, but he knew the other gods would. The next Donatus would be rough. The bored, proud gods of Rio would question Hestia, and demand to know how she broke the divine contract. They wouldn't let it go. Hestia was going to be dragged before the council. But as Mayak read Naza's report, he smiled. His secret theory was right. Now he had what he needed to defend his old friend at the Donatus. Mayak murmured, shaking his head in disbelief as he read the casualty reports from August's dungeon dives. That kid's firepower is just ridiculous. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 56, The Girl's Resolve. 2252 words. Time slipped away unnoticed. The next morning, somewhere else in the city, Lilaruka Arde left her shabby slum hideout. She wasn't the same broken girl as before. Now her eyes showed only one thing, determination. She took one last look at the cramped, filthy room that had been her prison. Lily turned away and headed for her familia's compound. She was nervous, breathing quickly, but she didn't slow down. She kept going until she reached the Soma Familia's tavern. As soon as she opened the heavy wooden doors, the drunken mood in the room disappeared. The thugs sobered up the moment they saw her in the doorway. Someone shouted the word from the back of the room. To the Soma Familia, Lilaruka Arde was a traitor. The accusation ignited the room. The adventurers started shouting, hurling curses and threats at her. But Lily didn't even flinch. I am here to officially withdraw from the Familia. I need to see Lord Soma. She faced the angry crowd. Ignoring their insults, she spoke calmly and clearly. She was here to cut ties and talk to their patron god. The Soma members suddenly stopped. They had bullied and taken advantage of her for years, but now she was looking them in the eye and boldly asking for her freedom. Were they furious? Absolutely. But did a single one of them dare draw a weapon? By now, everyone in the city knew who was supporting her. She was with the monster rookie, the one who had easily defeated thousands of enemies, including a group of level 2 middle-floor monsters. He was known for being ruthless, and nobody in the tavern wanted to risk their life. Even with their own level 2 captain, fighting someone who could defeat monsters so easily was too dangerous. No one wanted to be his target. From a dark corner of the tavern, an older beastman set his mug down and studied Lily's posture. Follow me. The beastman respected the determination in her eyes. It took real courage for her to come back into such a dangerous place. Chandra, what the hell are you doing? Another member barked, furious that someone was helping her. The beastman named Chandra clicked his tongue in disgust. You're all too scared to attack or stop her. Are we just going to stand here and do nothing? She's backed by that monster rookie. I'd rather not get blown to pieces the next time I cross paths with him in the dungeon. Chandra understood the situation. The Soma Familia was deeply corrupt, but for survival, he wasn't going to challenge someone that dangerous. Even the big factions avoided August, so people like them would just get hurt if they tried anything. Taking her to Soma was the safest choice. As long as she met the requirements to leave, he had no reason to interfere. Leaving the Familia was between her and Lord Soma. The rest of the tavern fell awkwardly silent. Chandra was right. They only acted tough in their own place. If they really tried to hurt August's supporter, they would be in serious danger. Staying alive mattered more than pride. Let's go, Chandra gestured for Lily to follow. Lily nodded, falling into step behind him. They made their way through the compound and reached the main headquarters. Lily looked at the rundown building where she had grown up. Over time, it had become a place she wanted to escape. Now, she had returned to finally put an end to it. What the hell are you doing here? Xanis Lustra, the captain of the Soma Familia, glared at them. He was furious to see Chandra bringing her in. How could she dare show up here? And why would Chandra bring her straight to the main room? If he couldn't control his own people, what was the point of being captain? Chandra just looked at Xanis, who was full of himself. Xanis might be the captain, but Chandra cared more about his own safety than about Xanis's pride. Captain, Arde is here to officially withdraw from the Familia. She needs to see Lord Soma. Chandra ignored Xanis's anger. The captain always looked down on others, and there was no real loyalty between them. Chandra turned his attention back to Lily. Lily nodded. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a heavy metal key. This is a safety deposit key for the gnome's bank. I have secured the necessary funds for my withdrawal. The rule was simple, pay the high exit fee, and you could leave the Familia. Everyone knew this, which is why many tried to steal Lily's hidden money. But now, she had enough and was ready to leave. Arde you. Xanis sneered, caught off guard. The exit fee was meant to be impossible, just a trick to keep her working. He never thought she would actually pay it, and use it to leave. Lily tossed the key directly at his feet. It landed with a sharp clink. Don't think you're better than us just because you're with that monster, Arde, Xanis said angrily. August's sudden arrival had destroyed his control. Even his own followers were refusing to listen to him now. That's none of your business. Lily spat on the floor, glaring at him with disgust. To her, Xanis Lustra was the lowest of the low. Let's go. Lily walked past the captain and headed for the stairs, with Chandra following close behind. Xanis gritted his teeth and followed. If he sat this out, his authority within the Familia would crumble entirely. The trio ascended to the top floor, arriving at the heavy wooden doors of Lord Soma's private brewery. Standing before the entrance, Lily reached out and pushed the doors open herself. Inside, the air was thick with the intoxicating scent of fermentation. Standing over a massive brewing vat was their patron god, Soma. Lord Soma. Lily gave him a stiff but respectful bow. I am here to officially withdraw from the Familia. Soma, who had been methodically stirring a vat of wine, suddenly froze. He hadn't expected the child he had essentially raised to walk in here and sever their bond. Have you lost your damn mind? Xanis immediately stepped in, playing the loyal attack dog. He needed to maintain his authoritative facade. He had to crush this rebellion right here, right now, or he would become a total laughingstock. I know exactly what I'm doing. Lily shouted back. With that fierce declaration, she locked her eyes onto Lord Soma. And this is my resolve. Lily knew exactly where the finished product was kept. She walked straight over to a sealed bottle of the legendary divine wine, popped the cork, and lifted it to her lips. This time, nobody forced it down her throat. She drank it willingly. The danger of the divine wine wasn't just addiction. It was the taste. The feeling and flavor were so intense that it was beyond what anyone could imagine. As soon as the wine touched her tongue, the glass fell from her hand and broke on the floor. Her knees buckled and she collapsed, her body limp. The overwhelming pleasure from the wine made her senses shut down, and her mind go blank. Soma watched her fall into a trance, his eyes showing no emotion. He wasn't surprised, only indifferent. This was what he expected from his creation, so he didn't even look at her again. Chandra sighed as he watched her fall. He disliked Xanis, but seeing Lily lose to the wine made him feel disappointed. Deep down, he had hoped she would succeed and get back up. But Xanis Lustra, the captain, was full of smug satisfaction. He grinned with a cruel smile. No one ever escaped the divine wine. You stupid brat. You are going to be my pawn for the rest of your miserable life, Xanis mocked her broken form. You exist solely to fuel my ambitions. Inside Lily's mind her consciousness was floating in a sea of boundless euphoria. There was no pain, no anxiety, no fear. Only bliss. The wine's illusion wrapped around her soul, drowning her in a suffocating comfort. But in the middle of that overwhelming feeling, a silhouette waved at her from the distance. It wasn't some grand heroic tale, or a sweeping romance. It was just the image of a pragmatic young man walking forward, throwing a casual glance over his shoulder. And in that brief, vivid memory, Lily remembered their conversation in the dungeon. She had asked him a very specific question. August, if you were ever exposed to the divine wine, would you sink into its illusion too? The sudden question had made him pause. But instead of giving her a direct answer, he hit her with a much heavier counter-question. If this world ever reached a point where every race was equal, no oppression, no slaves, absolute equality, would you be ready to sacrifice yourself to achieve it? Back then, she couldn't answer. But now, drowning in the wine's euphoria, she finally understood what August meant. Everyone has their own answer, and each one is different, but in the end, they all point to the same truth. August was making her think about herself. If she wanted to know if he could resist temptation, she had to know if she could stand up for her own beliefs. The answer had always been locked in her heart. She might have lacked the confidence before, but the truth never changed. Just as August had told her, life is a chessboard. Once you make your move, you don't look back. She had her answer. Back in reality, I'm going. Lily mumbled, her voice trembling. The divine wine was stunningly powerful. It urged her to remain asleep, to keep dreaming forever. But a dream is just a dream. She had spent her whole life dreaming, and every time she awoke, the harsh reality of her despair crushed her anew. Soma, about to return to his brewing, froze. He slowly turned his head, his eyes widening in disbelief as the Paolam girl spoke. Lord Soma. I know exactly what you are searching for. But I have finally found my own purpose. And that is why I have to keep walking forward. Lily clenched her trembling fists. Tears streamed down her face, cutting through the grime. I refuse to stay stuck in this place. I am sick and tired of living a life where I wake up every single day just to make the exact same mistakes, year after year. My whole life has been one giant mistake, but this time it's different. I want to see the beauty this world has to offer. I refuse to believe this world is nothing but pain and cruelty. There is good out there and I want it. Fighting off the paralysis, Lily forced herself onto her feet, screaming her lungs out at the god of wine. She wanted to see what was beyond. If she stayed in place, she would just repeat the same unhappy cycle, watching others move on while she stayed stuck. But not this time. She wouldn't let the darkness take her. Even if things got worse, she would fight to escape. Soma stared at her, paralyzed. For years, all he had seen were the pathetic, degenerate forms of his children after they consumed his wine. They always broke. They always surrendered to the blissful rot. Even the children he had personally raised succumbed to the addiction. But this time was different. For the first time in decades, the god of wine watched one of his mortal children shatter the illusion and stand back up on her own 2 feet. She fought with all her will, refusing to give in. She accepted her past mistakes instead of running from them. Looking her patron god in the eye, she said the world wasn't only full of pain, there was beauty too, and she was going to find it. Impossible. Arde, what the hell do you think you're doing? Xanas panicked. Rejecting the divine wine meant rejecting his authority. A pawn standing up against the ultimate leash was a direct threat to his power. He couldn't let this happen. Do not listen to her, Lord Soma. Xanas shouted, desperately trying to keep his god from wavering. He needed Soma to remain detached. Shut your mouth, Xanas. Soma dismissed the captain. His wide, stunned eyes remained locked on the shivering Paolum girl. His divine core was shaken. Why was this broken, discarded child able to stand? Then, it hit him. He had almost forgotten the entire reason he started brewing the wine in the first place. Wasn't this exactly what he was searching for? To witness the ultimate spark of a mortal soul. To see a human push past the limits of divine temptation and shine with the radiant, miraculous brilliance of free will. The limitless potential that gods longed for was right in front of him. Yet, witnessing the very miracle he had chased for decades, it felt almost too surreal to grasp. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. But then if you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 57, bonus 2306 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. Xanas Lustra's face twisted into an expression of complete devastation. She was his main source of income. Now, not only was she trying to escape, but she had somehow broken free from the divine wine's mind control. Everything he had built through blackmail was falling apart. If that's how it is, then I'll just have to kill you. Xanas drew his sword and lunged straight at Lilaruka Arde. You lunatic. You dare draw steel in front of Lord Soma. Chandra had been watching in drunken, silent awe at Lily's courage, but now he sprang into action. Watching the captain try to kill a familia member right in front of their patron god was too much. Chandra charged forward, swinging his heavy wine gourd like a club and slamming it into Xanas at point-blank range. Until Arde officially leaves, she is still a member of this familia. Drawing a sword in front of Lord Soma UVE crossed the damn line. Chandra roared. If people found out a captain killed a subordinate in front of their god, the Soma familia would be seen as the worst in Ororio. Even they couldn't risk that kind of shame. Disrespecting a god, or even risking a god's death, was a sin no one could bear. Get out of my way. Xanas hadn't been in the dungeon for years. He spent his days running the familia's shady deals and bullying new members. His fighting skills were at the lowest level for a level 2. Blocked by Chandra, his lethal thrust was thrown off balance, giving Lily the split second she needed to dive out of the way. Hearing Chandra's furious roar, the other Soma familia members rushed up the stairs. They burst into the brewing room only to see Chandra physically wrestling with their captain. What are you idiots staring at? He's lost his damn mind. Chandra yelled at the crowd. He tried to murder Arde right in front of Lord Soma. It's pure blasphemy. The moment the accusation dropped, the surrounding adventurers immediately drew their weapons. Captain Xanas, have you lost your damn mind? Even Xanas's most loyal followers knew better. Unless Lord Soma gave a direct order, you never killed your own teammates, especially not in front of a god. That kind of disrespect was almost like betraying a god. Drop the weapon. A dozen level 1 adventurers leveled their blades and magic staffs at Xanas. A level 2 was strong, but Xanas was out of practice and outnumbered. The group had plenty of mages. If a fight broke out, they could easily defeat him. Stand down. Soma finally spoke. His voice was freezing cold as he glared at the captain. That one sword attack was enough to make Soma furious. Xanas had ignored him completely. More importantly, Lily had just shown the rare spark of free will Soma had been hoping to see. She was remarkable. Xanas gripped his sword, looking frantic, preparing to resist. Restrain him. Seal his fauna. Lock him in the compound, Soma ordered. Soma realized that the deep corruption in his familia was partly his fault. The divine wine wasn't a sin by itself, but the terrible things it caused were his responsibility. Hearing the command from their usually silent patron god, the familia members were momentarily stunned. But a divine order was a divine order. Take him down. The mob swarmed the captain. Let me go. Xanas roared. But even a level 2 couldn't win in a tight space against a group of thugs. The Soma Familia members were ruthless and often bullied each other, so they had no problem beating up their own captain. Xanas was quickly pinned to the floor. They dragged him by the hair and threw him at Soma's feet. Soma, showing no pity, pricked his finger and let a drop of divine blood fall onto Xanas's back. In an instant the fauna was locked. Xanas lost all his stats, skills, and magic. With all his power gone, the former captain was dragged out of the room like a sack of garbage. The chaotic room suddenly fell dead silent. Only one mortal and one god remained. Lilaruka Arde watched the entire sequence of events without saying a word. Thank you, Lord Soma, for everything you have done for me, Lily finally spoke, knowing it was time to say goodbye. Despite everything, she felt grateful. Soma had taken care of her when she had nowhere else to go. In a strange way, he was the closest thing she had to a parent. She appreciated the kindness he had shown her. Come here. Soma didn't know how to say goodbye or what to say. All he could do was set her free. Lily walked up to him and turned around, showing her back and her status. The crest of the Soma Familia, a crescent moon shaped like a wine glass, was marked on her skin. Soma stared at the crest, his eyes wavering. He placed his hand on her back and used a drop of his blood to dissolve the contract, leaving only a faint outline behind. Lily was now free. She could officially accept a new god's blessing. Thank you. Pulling her clothes back on, Lily bowed deeply one last time. She turned, pushed open the heavy doors, and walked out. A bright, real smile appeared on her dirt-smudged face as she made her way through the compound. The other Soma members ignored her, moving aside to let her leave without saying a word. Soma watched her go. He knew she was leaving him to find the hope she had always wanted. He listened as her footsteps faded down the stairs, leaving the god of wine alone. Soma took a long, deep breath in the empty room. He finally understood how wrong he had been. Meanwhile, back on modern Earth, this is bad. This is really bad. We have a massive emergency. August was sound asleep in bed when Hestia's loud screaming woke him up. He sat up, still half asleep, adjusting his boxers and rubbing his eyes. He was taking a few days off from the dungeon, so he had time to rest. He already had plenty of magic stones and monster loot to cover their needs. There was no reason to wear himself out by going into the labyrinth every day. What's wrong? August yawned. Look at this. Hestia shoved his smartphone directly into his face. August squinted at the glowing screen. He looked confused, like someone's grandparent trying to figure out a strange text message. Shocking, gods confirmed to exist in the United States. Chinese president addresses, the United States is secretly trading with gods, the United States secures new miracle energy source, remains of mythical monsters. Urgent, Greek Prime Minister requests immediate state visit to the United States. August stared at the headlines, unable to process what he was seeing. What the hell? It had only been a few days. How was Hestia's existence already front-page international news? What exactly happened? August scratched the back of his head. This was slightly out of his depth. That human guy, James, has been waiting outside for a while. Hestia pointed toward the window. Commander James. August got out of bed and walked to the window. Looking through the blinds, he saw a line of military SUVs parked outside his apartment. Since they hadn't switched to regular cars, they must have been in a big hurry. Let them in, August sighed. A few moments later, Commander James, and a few high-ranking officials including a middle-aged man wearing the stars of a major general hurried into the apartment. The very first thing they did upon entering. We are deeply sorry. The military brass, including the major general, apologized frantically. What's with all the apologies? August waved his hand, telling them to relax. He wasn't too surprised the secret was out. He just wondered how it happened so quickly. At least they were being honest. Logically, exposure was bound to happen. I mean, I ordered a ridiculous amount of military hardware, August noted. But how did Hestia's identity get leaked directly? He had been buying fighter jets, naval drones, and guided missiles with private funds. You can't move that much firepower without catching the attention of international spies. But Hestia's direct exposure was still shocking. The truth is, the commanders exchanged awkward glances before looking at the Major General. The general let out a heavy sigh. August, the leak originated from our end. The dungeon monster materials you provided had incredible elemental and metallurgical properties. Our internal OPSEC regarding the research was information leaked to foreign intelligence. Combine the rumors of mythical monster parts with your sudden, massive black-budget arms purchases, and foreign analysts connected the dots right to your doorstep. August nodded in understanding. The world's superpowers were smart. If they noticed magical materials and saw the United States sending huge amounts of weapons to one civilian, they would use every spy satellite and intelligence tool they had. They didn't need hard-proof. Rumors alone could cause global panic. If that's the case, it makes sense. August didn't blame the military. When dealing with global intelligence networks, a secret of this magnitude was impossible to bury forever. August, you aren't angry. The Major General blinked in surprise. He fully expected the interdimensional pioneer to be furious about the privacy breach and the impending media circus. Why waste energy on that? August shrugged. He had dealt with enough chaos online and in Ora Rio to let this ruin his day. If he got upset over every problem, he would have burned out long ago. The military men exchanged relieved looks. A collective weight lifted off their shoulders. Oh, right. Since you guys are here, take this. August opened his spatial backpack and took out the monster loot and combat data logs from his second dungeon trip. There weren't many valuable items, but the data was important. Also, I need to requisition more combat shotguns and heavy armor-piercing ordnance. The monsters this time were totally different. They had heavy armor, and I finally met middle-floor monsters that could use magic. Some of my rifle shots were actually blocked by magical shockwaves and barriers. August laid out his tactical concerns. The 11th floor was a massive wake-up call. Also, it seems the labyrinth itself has flagged me as a hostile anomaly. I barely stepped onto the 11th floor, and it spawned a coordinated legion of thousands of monsters just to ambush me. August complained about how unfair the dungeon was. He was only on his second trip, but the labyrinth was already treating him like a final boss. Something like that happened. The Major General and the commanders were utterly horrified. Targeted by the environment itself. Ambushed by thousands of coordinated monsters. This was a massive tactical escalation. Once we get back to base, we are drafting a new operational plan overnight. The Major General declared, his military instincts flaring. Do not worry about the weaponry, August. We will supply you with specialized, heavy-duty ordnance tailored specifically for magical suppression and armor penetration. Damn right, the general thought. Their operative was fighting an entire alien ecosystem, and the labyrinth was trying to kill him. Heavy artillery was hard to use in caves, but they had plenty of special bunker-busting and anti-material weapons. If the dungeon wanted a long fight, the military was ready to give it one. Appreciate it. August was satisfied. Having an entire superpowers R&D department acting as his personal quartermaster was a massive advantage. By the way, didn't you mention scheduling patients for healing sessions today? August asked, noticing that the officers hadn't brought any wounded soldiers with them. He remembered Commander James booking an appointment. August's regenerative magic was very taxing on a mortal's nervous system. Without intense military discipline or sheer willpower, the pain of rapid cellular regeneration could induce lethal shock. Commander James slapped his forehead. In the panic over the international intelligence leak, he had completely botched the schedule. The patients are on standby at the base. Because of the emergency, we rushed over here first, Commander James apologized profusely. Thank you, August, the Major General suddenly spoke up. August's willingness to use his miraculous abilities to restore maimed and crippled veterans, allowing them to return to society whole again, earned him the unshakable respect of the entire military brass. It's fine. No need to make a big deal out of it. August waved them off. The constant praise was a bit much, even if it felt good. He healed them because it was right, and it helped his alliance with the state. I'm taking it easy for the next few days, so schedule the medical treatments for the mornings, August outlined his availability. In the afternoons, Hestia and I have business to handle back in Rio. I have a few healing appointments booked on that side as well. Upon hearing that August was maintaining a strict schedule and working even on his days off, the officers nodded in deep respect. Understood. Commander James saluted. I will manage the schedule personally. There will be no further mistakes. With the primary issues settled, the tension in the room finally evaporated. Regarding the big issue, the international media searching for Hestia, everyone agreed to ignore it. The military wasn't going to ask a goddess to hold a press conference. Hestia didn't care about foreign diplomats anyway. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help the story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 58, Special Fruit Seeds. 1872 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. August stepped through the dimensional portal and returned to Rio. As he left the abandoned church they used as a safe house, he saw Liliruka Arde sitting on the front steps. What are you doing out here? August asked, raising an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to find her waiting by the door. Lily looked up, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. You and Lady Hestia don't actually live here, do you? She let out an exasperated sigh. That explains so much. I came by first thing this morning and called for you. But I didn't get a single response, Lily explained. So I just waited. After leaving the Soma Familia, she hurried over and ended up sitting on the steps all morning without seeing anyone. She called into the church several times but got no answer. That's when she realized the truth. Thinking about the strange technology August and Hestia always had with them, she figured out they didn't actually live in Rio. They had a secret base somewhere far from the city. She had just uncovered the Hestia Familia's biggest secret. Caught us. August laughed, reaching out to pat her shoulder. Sharp as always, Lily. He didn't mind that she had figured it out. Growing the Familia meant trusting its members. If she was clever enough to connect the dots, she deserved to know. Still, what are you doing here so early? August asked. Didn't I tell you we were taking a few days off? He clearly remembered telling her to take it easy. He planned to spend his break playing video games at home. There was no reason for her to wait at the church. August, I have officially withdrawn from the Soma Familia. Lily puffed out her chest, full of pride. Breaking free was the biggest win of her life, and she wanted August to be the first to hear about it. August clapped his hands in genuine approval. Impressive. You actually pulled it off. He knew how bad the Soma Familia was. Getting out of that group was tough. Making it through showed she had the strength to stand with him. Good work. From today onward, you are officially a member of the Hestia Familia. August formally acknowledged her status. Yes, sir. Lily beamed. This was everything she wanted. She had worked hard to earn her spot, and it felt amazing to be recognized. Wait, where is Lady Hestia? Lily glanced around, noticing the goddess's absence. She had a huge breakfast and decided to take a nap. She wouldn't budge, August said with a sigh. Hestia was enjoying a lazy lifestyle. Now that her powers were back on Earth, she didn't have to do anything. She was in his room, trash-talking teenagers online and beating them at video games. Lily relaxed, glad she didn't have to deal with the overprotective goddess right now. Let's get you something to eat, August offered. It was just past noon. August had already eaten, but he knew Lily had waited outside all morning and must be starving. He wasn't about to let his newest member go hungry. Lily's face lit up. Her thoughts started racing. Just the two of them, without the goddess watching. Was this their first date? The idea made her heart skip a beat. They walked toward the central district near the Tower of Babel. After weaving through the busy streets, they reached a familiar place. You're here early, Mia Grand called out. The tavern owner was getting ready for the afternoon crowd. She hadn't even gone to check on her patient yet. My partner hasn't eaten yet. Whip up something good for her, will you? August requested, walking into the tavern. And grab her a juice. You got it. Gimme a sec. Mia noticed August looked well rested and full, but the small Paolum next to him had a loudly growling stomach. One lunch special. She bellowed toward the kitchen. Coming right up. A voice echoed from the back. Out on a date today, kid? Mia teased. She saw that August wasn't in his usual tactical gear. Instead of his tough adventurer armor, he wore high-quality casual clothes. The fabric was spotless and had a unique, clean style. It looked like top-notch modern streetwear. Dressed to impress, huh? Mia smirked. I just finished running a free clinic, and went home to change into something comfortable. August looked down at his hoodie and jeans. He usually wore tougher clothes in Rio to fit in, but today was his day off. You do charity work? Mia raised an eyebrow, surprised. She already knew he was an incredibly skilled healer, but giving out free medical care. In Rio, most healers charged huge fees. Running a free clinic was something only a saint or someone very kind would do. August, aren't you exhausting yourself? Lily asked, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Bouncing between treating patients and dealing with dungeon politics sounded draining. I know my limits, August replied flatly. I don't burn myself out for strangers. He only worked during set hours. He didn't deal with complicated illnesses, he just used his magic to heal missing limbs for veterans. It was quick, efficient, and always on schedule. That's good. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried he was the type to work himself to death for others. Mia nodded in quiet approval. A practical healer lasted much longer than a selfless one. Well, since you're out here doing good deeds, let me whip up a special dish just for you, Mia grinned, flexing a massive bicep. Something guaranteed to restore your stamina. Stamina-restoring food. August crossed his arms. That was something new. He thought tavern food was just the usual meat and potatoes. It's a specialty crop from the Demeter familia, Lily chimed in to explain. The Demeter familia buys rare dungeon fruits from adventurers. Lord Demeter and her children then cultivate those seeds on the surface. Those specific crops don't just hold massive nutritional value, they carry actual magical properties. Some can even be processed into consumable dungeon items. Because of that, their harvests are usually pre-ordered and sold out before they even hit the market. The Demeter familia basically controlled all of Aurario's farming. Impressive. August's mind immediately went to the logistics. I need to secure a massive shipment of those seeds. Bringing armored monsters back to Earth was risky, but powerful, stamina-boosting crops were a huge opportunity. Even if the seeds needed a god's help at first, he trusted modern science. With enough time and money, top botanists could mass-produce those crops. Where can I buy them? August asked. He was dead serious. You can't. Before Lily could answer, a waitress in a maid uniform leaned over her broom, cutting into the conversation. Those specialty crops are famous across every major faction in the city. Name's Luna Faust, by the way, the young woman introduced herself before dropping the harsh reality. Even if the Demeter familia produces a massive yield, the demand is insane. Every high-tier familia fights tooth and nail for a larger cut. The supply is heavily restricted. When he heard her name, August realized who she was. Luna Faust worked at the tavern but was actually part of the Demeter familia. Miss Luna. Any chance I can buy the uncultivated seeds? August cut straight to the chase. He didn't just want the fruit, he wanted the source code. Do I look like an idiot to you? Luna scoffed. The audacity of this guy to just casually ask for their faction's trade secret. Seeds were closely guarded. Even though she worked at the tavern, she was loyal to Demeter. Giving away their monopoly to a rookie was impossible. August recognized he had overstepped. Forget it. I'll table that for now. He knew he couldn't take over Aurario's economy in just a week. He had the space to move goods, but not the influence yet. Luna looked him over, sizing up the neat rookier. Actually, there is a way, Luna admitted reluctantly. Every 3 months, the major factions fight over the distribution quotas. They send representatives to compete in a tournament to secure their share of the harvest. The only rule. Competitors must be below level 4. If you want a cut of the supply, go compete. The next distribution tournament is in 8 days. August raised an eyebrow. Is that right? A tournament to win a share of the crops. That sounded perfect. All he had to do was enter the ring and win. August, you can't participate in that, Lily quickly intervened. She knew his combat style better than anyone. The tournament strictly prohibits lethal force. If you fight the way you normally do, you'll be disqualified in the first round. August's style of fighting was more about overwhelming force, while the Demeter familia's matches were safe, non-lethal martial arts. August clicked his tongue. A tactical mismatch. He saw the problem right away. Without his heavy weapons, he'd have to fight hand to hand. The truth was, he had no martial arts training. Modern self-defense classes were nothing compared to the tough fighting skills of Aurario's adventurers. He wasn't foolish enough to take on experienced fighters in a fistfight. Scrap that plan. He abandoned the tournament idea on the spot. Mia walked out of the kitchen holding a steaming plate of food. Kid, if you really need some of those crops, I don't mind sharing my personal stash with you, she offered with a warm grin. I appreciate the offer, Miss Mia, but a handful of fruit won't solve my logistical problem, August declined politely. Taking a small basket back home is useless to me. He wasn't interested in feeding just a handful of wealthy people. The population I need to supply is roughly 300 million people. 300 million. Mia choked on her breath. She thought he wanted a sample for research or to sell to nobles. But 300 million. Orario's whole population was tiny compared to that. Supplying that many people meant he wanted to feed everyone, not just the elite. Are you a god? Luna stared at him, stunned. No ordinary person thought on that kind of scale. Wanting to grow enough magical crops to feed 300 million people was practically a godlike ambition. August brushed it off and shifted the conversation. Lily, however, looked at him with quiet admiration. Wanting to feed millions spoke for itself. Beneath his rough exterior, he had a far bigger heart than most. While everyone else in the tavern was stunned by the number, a silver-haired girl hiding in the shadows of the dining area peeked out. 300 million. Sierflova murmured the staggering figure to herself. Her gray eyes locked onto August's back, a deeply piercing, calculating gleam flashing within them. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Artemis, the Blue 1895 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. After they sat down and shared some useful information, August and Lilaruka Arde made their way to the Blue Pharmacy. As they walked, August used his smartphone to record what they had learned. When they reached the pharmacy, a loud, frustrated voice rang out from inside before they could even go in. Mayak, didn't we have a deal? You promised to have my recovery potions ready. Why is your stock completely empty? The voice belonged to a woman who sounded sharp and in charge. She was clearly frustrated that Mayak hadn't delivered. August and Lily stepped inside and saw a stunning goddess with bright blue hair. Her commanding presence and the way she spoke to Mayak made it obvious she was divine. She wore light armor made in Orario and carried a special weapon, giving off the vibe of an experienced warrior. Mayak sat behind the counter, rubbing his temples and letting out a heavy sigh. He obviously hadn't expected her to arrive so soon. Artemis, if you want a bulk order of potions, you're looking at a 3-week wait. My entire stock is backordered for the next 14 days. Mayak pleaded his case. I literally don't have the inventory. Even if my familia worked around the clock, we couldn't meet your quota. Artemis was a regular at the Blue Pharmacy. Mayak relied on steady contracts with mid to lower tier familias, offering them steep discounts in exchange for loyalty and consistent business. 3 weeks. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Artemis snapped. We just accepted a guild subjugation quest. It's a long-range expedition to a remote border region, where a massive monster riot just broke out. I need those potions now. We need priority supply. Hearing she would have to wait 3 weeks was too much for her. Was she supposed to cancel the mission? They were heading into a war zone. I literally do not have them. Mayak threw his hands up in defeat. You could kill me right here, and I still wouldn't magically produce a crate of potions. On top of that, the Loki Familia was preparing for a deep strata expedition, and had nearly emptied the city's medical supplies. Potions were hard to come by at the moment. Oh, August. You're here. Mayak looked up, relieved by the distraction. Lord Mayak. August gave a polite nod. And who is this? Mayak noticed the beaming Paolum girl standing beside him. It was a rare sight. August patted Lily's shoulder, giving her the floor. She caught the cue instantly. Lilaruka Arde. As of today, I am officially a member of the Hestia Familia, Lily announced, offering a deep, respectful bow. It is a pleasure to see you, Lord Mayak. She recognized the god right away. The Blue Pharmacy was well known among lower-tier adventurers for its good prices, and she had been a regular customer herself. A new member. Mayak smiled warmly. Looks like your familia is growing. He turned toward the back room. August is here. Bring out the order. Hearing the call, Naza Erasuis practically sprinted out of the stockroom. The Chianthrope carried several heavy crates of custom-brewed recovery potions, setting the massive, prepaid shipment down on the floor. Much appreciated, August said, acknowledging her hard work. But a certain goddess was not happy. Hold on a second. You do have potions ready. Artemis glared at Mayak. Why can't you split some of that batch for me? She was furious. Another god had a huge stockpile, and wouldn't share it with her. Because August pre-ordered 200 million Valis worth of specialized potions, Mayak countered calmly. And he already dropped a 20 million Valis down payment. August's order was huge, 200 million Valis. He had already paid a 20 million deposit, so Mayaka's familia had been working non-stop to fill it. After his last 2 dungeon dives, August was spending tens of millions at their shop. Mayak would be foolish not to put this order first. Artemis blinked, her emerald eyes shifting to the human man. The Hestia familia. Artemis murmured. Are you the rookie who triggered that massive pillar of light during your initial Fauna contract? Artemis kept up with the news. She usually worked outside Ora Rio, but her information network was strong, so she knew all the big rumors. August nodded. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Artemis. August waved his hand, and the heavy crates of potions disappeared into his spatial backpack. Artemis stared at the empty floor, instantly recognizing the tactical value of the ability. A spatial dimension. Artemis noted. Not even the gods possess a utility like that. She had to take another look at the man in front of her. With a skill like that, he would be valuable to any group, whether as a vanguard or a supporter. You're a strange human, though, Artemis remarked bluntly. She noticed him looking at her. He had sized her up as soon as he entered, but his eyes didn't have the usual hunger she saw from mortal men. He just seemed a little surprised to see her, nothing more. Mayak coughed, redirecting the conversation before Artemis derailed it further. He noticed someone was missing. August, where is Hestia today? Normally, Hestia would be parading around, bragging loudly about her new recruits. She ate a massive lunch and passed out on my bed. She refused to move, August replied deadpan. Unlike Artemis, Mayak understood what home meant here. He guessed Hestia was relaxing in the alternate dimension. He could also tell August was well-educated and practical, shaped by a world very different from Ora Rio. By the way, Mayaka's tone suddenly shifted, turning dead serious. Unless absolutely necessary, stay out of the dungeon for the next few days. August raised an eyebrow. Because the rumors have reached a boiling point, Mayak sighed heavily. Almost every god in Ora Rio knows Hestia blessed you with divine power. Tomorrow is the Donatus. The Divine Council. Mayak leaned forward on the counter. And the other gods are furious. Hestia breaking the seal to give an active blessing, even if it was only for language translation, was a clear violation of the lower world's rules. The other gods were getting ready to bring her in for questioning. A divine blessing. Has Hestia lost her damn mind? Artemis was stunned. She had only heard the rumors of the blinding light during the initial contract. She had no idea Hestia actually unsealed her power for a mortal. Was her friend suicidal? Did she forget the absolute laws of the mortal realm? Artemis studied August. She wasn't mean or arrogant like Freya, but this time she was truly confused. Why would Hestia risk being sent away for him? What exactly makes you so special? Artemis asked, her curiosity bleeding through her stoic facade. August seemed smart and steady, not wild like most adventurers. His fighting skills were impressive, but was that enough to risk divine punishment? You flatter me, Lady Artemis, but I'm just an ordinary guy, August smiled, brushing off her scrutiny. I don't have any hidden, magnetic charm. He understood what she was looking for, but he wasn't going to brag. He was practical, and knew he wasn't a perfect anime hero. He was just a guy with strong weapons and a calm mind. In a few years, he'd probably start getting a dad bod like anyone else. I'll make sure to pass the warning along to Hestia, August told Mayak, appreciating the heads up. He wasn't worried and had no plans to hide. Even if the gods tried to control him, he had natural resistance to time, space, and charm powers. He wasn't about to let anyone turn him into a puppet. I figured as much, Mayak chuckled. Besides, Hestia didn't actually break any rules. She didn't violate our pact. Mayak gave August a knowing smile. August was slightly surprised. Mayak had connected the dots incredibly fast. As expected of Lord Mayak. August didn't deny it. He had been blessed by Hestia, but it happened on Earth. No Aurelia rules were broken. What are you two talking about? Artemis frowned, annoyed by the cryptic exchange. Even Mayak seemed to think Hestia was innocent. She decided to drop the interrogation and focus on her immediate problem. Listen, August. Would you be willing to sell me a fraction of those potions? Artemis asked, shifting to a more diplomatic tone. I'll pay you in Valis right now. She needed emergency supplies. Buying out a chunk of his inventory was her best bet. August looked at her. His smile faded. Lady Artemis. If I were you, I would cancel that subjugation quest immediately. Because if you march into that territory, you and your entire familia are going to be slaughtered. August knew which mission she meant. With the timing, the remote location, and her urgent need for supplies, she was walking right into the arrow of the Orion story. It was a death trap. Artemis's emerald eyes widened in shock. Even Mayak flinched, completely blindsided by the grim declaration. That is the only warning I am going to give you, August stated coldly. If you want to exercise your divine arrogance and pretend you didn't hear me, feel free to lead your children to their deaths. August didn't owe her anything. He told her the truth, and what happened next was up to her. Let's go, Lily. Once he had his supplies, August turned and left. The two gods stared at him in shock, making it clear the conversation was finished. Yes, sir. Lily nodded, hurrying after him. The pharmacy fell into silence. Was that the prophecy? Artemis stared at the empty doorway, a cold knot forming in her stomach. Did he just foresee her actual death? Mayak rubbed his temples and let out a long, tired sigh. He hadn't expected August to give such a grim warning to his best client. It sounded like it. Mayak looked at her grimly. And I think that's exactly why he refused to sell you the potions. The boy has a strong sense of right and wrong. If he knows you're heading toward your own death, selling you the supplies would be like giving you the tools to dig your own grave. He couldn't do that. Mayak made his decision right then and there. And since August explicitly stated you are going to die out there, I refuse to sell you anything either. Mayak was a businessman, but he wasn't heartless. He wouldn't make money from a suicide mission. If someone like August refused to help her out of basic decency, Mayak definitely wasn't going to make things worse. He'd rather risk his reputation than do that. Artemis gripped her weapon, feeling underestimated. Still, Artemis felt a heavy doubt in her chest. August had looked her in the eye and told her she would die, and he sounded completely sure. It wasn't a threat, it was a fact. That left her feeling deeply uneasy. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 60, Freya's Deduction 2015 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. 2 chapters today. August and Lilaruka Arde left the Blue Pharmacy behind, and made their way through the streets toward the main forge of the Hephaestus Familia. August, why did you say all those things? Lily asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Is a legendary goddess like Artemis really going to die? It seemed impossible. Could a goddess and her top familia really be wiped out on a quest? She will, August replied smoothly. He didn't sound sad or dramatic. He spoke about the prophecy as calmly as if he were talking about the weather. The monster they're going to fight is ancient. Even in the Age of Heroes, the great spirits and legendary champions couldn't defeat it. If they failed, the Artemis familia has no chance. August got right to the point. A monster that survived since ancient times wasn't just strong, it was like a disaster waiting to happen. For a mid-tier group, defeat was certain. Lily swallowed, feeling a chill go down her back. August kept his eyes on the road ahead. Lily, remember this. If an ancient monster managed to survive through the eras, leaving a trail of dead heroes and spirits in its wake, you do not engage it. Unless you are a walking cheat code, going toe-to-toe with a boss from the Dark Ages is a guaranteed death sentence. August delivered the harsh lesson. It was basic survival logic. You don't pick a fight with a raid boss unless you have the firepower to back it up. Understood, Lily nodded obediently. It made sense. If legendary heroes couldn't beat an ancient monster, she knew she wouldn't stand a chance. Lily made sure to remember the warning. But one word in particular left her puzzled. August, what exactly is a cheat code? A cheat code. August paused, trying to explain the gaming term in a way adventurers would understand. It's someone with a talent or ability that blatantly breaks the rules of reality. Take a normal civilian and an adventurer. The adventurer has found that they can use magic and skills. To a civilian, an adventurer is a cheat code. But to an adventurer, a true cheat code is someone whose magic or skills are so absurdly overpowered that they defy common sense. August explained how power levels worked. Those are just small cheats. A real cheat code would be hitting a target from thousands of miles away, reading someone's soul, or punching so hard you split the sky. That is the kind of power that doesn't even pretend to play fair. Lily thought a cheat code just meant being a strong mage. But after hearing August's examples, it sounded like something only the gods could do. She couldn't imagine that kind of power, but it amazed her. Wait, doesn't that make you a cheat code, August? Lily pointed out. He had created a pocket dimension and used a powerful healing spell on his first day. Not quite, August chuckled, shaking his head. My spatial backpack is just a creative exploit. I'm just maximizing a storage skill. It's not really a cheat. Now my healing magic. Yeah, I'll admit that one is a bit broken. August knew his own abilities well. His real cheat was the interdimensional portal. The spatial backpack was just a side effect. But the healing fire spell, which could heal almost anything, was definitely overpowered. I knew it. Lily grinned. Guilty as charged. August smiled, not bothering to deny it. Soon, they reached East Street and walked through the large double doors of the Hephaestus Forge. What brings you around so early? Tsubaki Kalbrand called out from her anvil, wiping sweat from her brow. Just browsing. August grinned, holding up a hand in greeting. Got any magic swords in stock? Only the bargain bin trash. Tsubaki hadn't thought he would really come looking for swords. Her goddess had already warned her about August's endless need for weapons. Over there. She pointed her hammer toward a dusty crate in the corner of the workshop. Take whatever you want. But no guarantees on the quality. They're all defective rejects. Lily walked over to check the pile. She could tell right away they were junk. The swords were poorly made, and their magic was weaker than a basic level 1 spell. These are incredibly rough, August. Buying these is a total scam, Lily warned him. It's fine. I'll take the whole crate. August didn't care if the swords were useful in battle. He wasn't planning to use them in the dungeon. Instead, he would take them to modern Earth and give them to a team of scientists. If they could figure out how the magic runes worked, he could start adding magic to his modern weapons. The idea of mixing explosives with magic runes excited him. "By the way, where is Miss Hephaestus?" August asked, noticing the forge was unusually empty. "Out on business," Tsubaki replied, returning her attention to the anvil. August didn't ask any more questions. He started sorting through the crate of rejected swords, and put them into his storage. Meanwhile, across East Street. In a guarded, private room, two goddesses sat across from each other, drinking high-quality tea. "You seem to be taking good care of my captain, Freya." Hephaestus glared at the goddess of beauty. She still hadn't forgotten about Otter chasing Tsubaki through the ruins, but Freya just sipped her tea like nothing had happened. "I should be the one interrogating you." Freya set her teacup down, her silver eyes locking onto Hephaestus. "Why are you actively pursuing the boy? He is unsuited for you." She didn't avoid the question. Bel Cranel was her top priority, and she couldn't let Hephaestus take him. "You're a goddess radiating a suffocating aura of lust. What do you want with an innocent kid?" Hephaestus shot back. "If you haven't claimed him yet, just back off and let someone else give him a home." Hephaestus wanted to recruit the boy. A heroic soul was rare, and with her help, he could achieve great things. "I said, he is not suited for you," Freya repeated, her voice dropping to a dangerously calm whisper. "Because your freaky eyes can literally read these kids' souls." Hephaestus scoffed. Freya was on a whole different level. She had a passive divine power that let her see the strength of a mortal soul without breaking the divine contract. It was an obvious cheat. "So you figured it out?" Freya paused for a moment. She hadn't expected the blacksmith to figure out her biggest secret. It annoyed her. Her soul sight was her greatest advantage, allowing her to find and gather the most talented people in Ororio. "Are you going to expose me?" Freya leaned back, waiting to see if Hephaestus was going to use this for blackmail, or drag her in front of the guild. Hephaestus took a slow sip of her fruit tea. "Expose her? That would be foolish." Freya found the boy using her own powers. If Hephaestus started revealing divine abilities, her own skill at making divine weapons would also be questioned. She didn't want that. "If that's all you have to say, this meeting is over," Hephaestus stated, setting her cup down. "Name your price. How much Valis is it going to take for you to drop your pursuit of the boy?" Hephaestus cut straight to the extortion. They were immortal gods who had lived for ages. There was no reason to avoid the topic. Freya wanted the hero for herself, and Hephaestus wanted payment to step aside. 500 million Valis. Freya didn't even blink. 500 million was an enormous amount, enough to bankrupt several mid-level familias. But for the goddess of beauty, it was nothing. "You really are loaded." Hephaestus hadn't expected Freya to offer 500 million Valis so easily. The Freya familia was powerful and expensive to maintain, but Freya could still spend this much without worry. "I accept your terms." She had bought the first information from August for 10 million Valis. Selling it for 500 million was the best profit she'd ever made. Her family's budget had just grown significantly. "A pleasure doing business." Freya noted how quickly the blacksmith agreed. "You never planned to fight me for him, did you?" Freya realized. Hephaestus probably knew that starting a bidding war, or an actual fight, over the boy wasn't worth it. Hephaestus just smiled and took another sip of her tea, neither confirming nor denying it. Freya's gaze shifted toward her cup. "You bought the intelligence on the boy directly from Hestia's child, didn't you?" The sudden question caused Hephaestus's hand to flinch, her teacup rattling slightly against the saucer. "I have never told a single soul about my eyes. Aside from a few ancient fossils in heaven, nobody knows how my authority works. Yet, somehow, you knew. Which brings me back to the forge. That day, Hestia's rookie looked at me once and immediately generated a passive charm resistance." Freya started to put the clues together out loud. Her mind operated with terrifying precision. She was sure Hephaestus didn't have the resources to discover her soul sight. That meant the information had to come from August. That boy, he isn't from this world, is he? Freya dropped the final puzzle piece. Even Otter, standing silently by the door, stiffened. His goddess had just casually accused a rookie of being an interdimensional traveler. You guessed it. Hephaestus set her tea down. Freya was just too clever. How did she figure it out so easily? When the blacksmith stayed quiet, Freya smiled, knowing she was right. A 200 million Valis order for potions at the Blue Pharmacy requires a massive supply chain. My familia tracks those bulk herb movements. I was incredibly curious where all those potions were disappearing to. Combine that logistical nightmare with the rumors that exploded across the taverns last night, the rumor that Hestia blatantly blessed her child with divine power. Freya's silver eyes focused on Hephaestus, showing her sharp intelligence. I thought long and hard about how Hestia could possibly bypass the divine contract to grant a blessing without getting deported. The answer is clear. She didn't do it here. Hestia followed that boy back to his world. A world completely disconnected from ours. And in that world, where the divine contract doesn't exist, her powers are unsealed. Am I wrong, Hephaestus? Freya smiled. The mystery was solved. Hephaestus stayed silent. She hadn't thought Freya could figure out the whole interdimensional plan just from potion shipments and a tavern rumor. Still, August and Hestia hadn't really tried to hide it. So what if you know? Hephaestus finally spoke, admitting defeat. Yes, August was from another dimension. Yes, they had a private, unsealed playground. Are you plotting to steal him too? Hephaestus taunted, flashing a mocking grin. Don't make me laugh. If I'm not mistaken, that boy already knows exactly who you are. Hephaestus leaned forward, delivering the final blow. He knows the mythology of his world. He knows the stories. He knows exactly what kind of goddess the beautiful Freya truly is. And because he knows you, he will never let you near. Hephaestus had the final advantage. August knew all the stories about the Norse goddess of beauty, including her secrets. He had no interest in getting involved with her. Freya's smile vanished instantly. We're leaving, Otter. She stood up and walked to the door. She didn't want to hear anything else. Hephaestus was right. August knew who she really was, and that meant she had no chance with him. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 61, bonus 2159 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. Back inside the ruined church safehouse, August summoned his interdimensional portal. Lilaruka Arde stared at the freestanding door. To her, a spatial construct like this completely defied reality. It had to be a manifestation of pure divine power. August called out for Hestia. Hestia shuffled back into the main hall, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Blinking away the drowsiness, she noticed the Paolum girl standing by the portal. Oh, Lily. You're here. Hestia offered a casual wave. Yes, Lady Hestia. I have completed the objective. Lily snapped a crisp salute. She had executed the trial Hestia had laid out for her. Hestia snapped awake, her eyes wide with surprise. She hadn't thought the little Paolum had what it took to actually succeed. Not bad at all. Well then, starting today, you are officially a member of the Hestia Familia. I can't believe my Familia is actually expanding. Hestia cheered, buzzing with excitement. She took Lily's hand and led her over to the mattress. Turn around. Hestia glared at August. This girl is a maiden. No peeking. Yeah. August rolled his eyes, turned around, and grabbed a stool from the corner. Lily pulled her shirt down, exposing her bare back. The faded, broken crest of the Soma Familia lingered faintly on her skin. Hestia pricked her finger, and let a drop of divine blood fall. As soon as it touched Lily's skin, a bright blue light flashed, sealing the new contract. The Hestia Familia emblem appeared on her back, covering the old mark. Her new parameters materialized. Wow, look at that. You've got solid magic proficiency, Hestia noted, reading the text. Lilaruka Arde Strength, I-77 Endurance, I-13 Dexterity, I-23 Agility, I-5-33 Magic, F-389. Magic, Cinderella Skill, Ortel Assist. Hestia looked at the status board and let out a big, relieved sigh. Finally, a normal, easy-to-read status board. She had almost forgotten what standard stats looked like. August, look at this. This is what a proper fauna is supposed to look like. Hestia waved the copied parchment in his direction. When she compared this neat layout to August's broken, statless board, it made her grit her teeth. Since August didn't have normal numbers, she couldn't track his progress and had to guess his limits. Since we're doing this, you might as well check mine, August said. He stripped off his shirt, exposing his back. Thanks to Hestia's divine seal, no other god in Orario could read or tamper with his fauna. It was time for her to update him. Hestia dropped a fresh bead of blood onto his back, temporarily unlocking the seal. The familiar text floated to the surface. Magic, Healing Fire. Skills, Charm/Flame Resistance, Temporal Resistance, Spatial Resistance. But this time, a new line of text hovered at the top of the board. Level up available. You can rank up, Hestia announced, staring at the prompt. August, do you want to initiate the level up? Some adventurers preferred hoarding hidden excelia, refusing to level up until all their base stats hit the elusive S rank. August didn't hesitate. He wasn't the type to wait around. His board didn't even have numbers to max out, so why hold back on a big power boost? Hestia pressed her finger against the glowing prompt. Level up complete the exact second the update finalized -tch. August gasped, his muscles locking up. An intense heat surged from his chest. The epicenter of the inferno was his magic, Healing Fire. It was mutating. From Hestia's perspective, the divine text burning on August's back suddenly erupted. Huge streams of golden red flames burst from his body, swirling in the air and coming together. The flames formed the clear, majestic shape of a giant divine bird. A phoenix. The entity let out a screech and blasted straight through the ceiling, rocketing into the sky. The flaming construct breached the clouds above Orario. The sun was setting, covering the city in dusk. But as soon as the phoenix flew up, its golden light wiped away the darkness. Night turned back into day in an instant. What the hell is that? Is it morning already? Did a god just descend? No, look up. It's a bird made of fire. Adventurers and townsfolk rushed into the streets, pointing at the sky. A huge, burning bird flew over the labyrinth city, circling above like a ruler watching over its land. For the gods of Orario, this was more than just a light show. Their divine senses traced the mana's source right to the ruined district in the west. At the Hephaestus Forge. Hephaestus stared out her window at the blazing sky. That idiot. What the hell did he just do? She recognized the mana signature instantly. It was a potent fusion of Hestia's divine aura, and the exact same fiery resonance August used for his healing magic. Is that? Tsubaki Kalbrand squinted at the sky. It's the kids. Hephaestus crossed her arms. Looks like he ranked up. She knew August had gained enough combat experience to reach level 2. She just hadn't expected the fauna update to create a whole new, powerful magic. It was just like what happened when he first got his contract. Isn't this basically a rerun of his first day? Tsubaki deadpanned. If she remembered right, his first fauna awakening caused a huge pillar of light that scared half the city. Now he had a giant firebird. He really liked making a scene. You know what pisses me off the most? Hephaestus muttered, her mood darkening. I'm not there to see it. Hephaestus slammed her fist on the windowsill, thoroughly frustrated. She had missed the first contract, and now she missed the level 2 awakening too. Next time. I swear I am going to be in that room. Hearing her patron goddess throw a tantrum, Tsubaki didn't even bother hiding her sarcasm. I thought adventurer status updates were supposed to be highly classified secrets. Why is my goddess acting like a desperate spy? The Firebird completed its victory lap around the city, diving back toward the ruined district and vanishing instantly. Across town, Lord Mike watched from his pharmacy window. That trajectory. Straight to August's base. So he ranked up. Mike was curious about the boy's new capabilities, but out of respect for Hestia, he suppressed his urge to investigate. Inside the Loki Familia compound. That came from the Shrimp's neighborhood. Don't tell me it's that kid again. No. Loki clutched her chest, collapsing dramatically over the balcony railing. She felt like she was going to have a stroke. Realizing Hestia had played her for a fool was one thing, but watching her rival's kid casually trigger citywide, cinematic anomalies every time he breathed was driving her insane. Gareth Landrock glanced at Finn Dame. Is she going to be okay? She'll live. Let her sulk for a bit, Finn replied calmly. Given the kid's track record, this is probably going to happen every time he levels up. She'd better get used to the chest pain. Loki wailed louder. At the pinnacle of the Tower of Babel, Freya stood by the glass, her silver eyes fixed on the majestic Firebird soaring above the city. What is that? Unlike the mortals below, Freya's soul sight let her see through the bright flames. She saw the core. It wasn't just fire. The magic gave off a deep, healing energy, like a shield around a very complex soul. It was the most fascinating soul frequency she had witnessed in billions of years. Even the purest heroic spirits paled in comparison to the anomaly of this existence. She leaned forward, activating her eyes to their absolute limit. She wanted to pierce the veil and see the true color of August's soul. But the moment her divine perception attempted to drill deeper no peeking. Hestia's voice detonated inside Freya's skull. A moment later, a phantom fist made of divine energy hit Freya right in the face. The force sent the goddess of beauty flying backward. She crashed onto her soft mattress on the other side of the room. Lady Freya Aya. Otter lunged forward, horrified that his goddess had just been assaulted inside her own stronghold. I'm fine. Freya raised her hand to stop Otter. She sat up and rubbed her temples. Hestia layered a high-tier divine ward over the boy. If anyone tries to pry too deeply, it retaliates. So I'm only allowed to see the surface layer. Freya realized she had only grazed the outermost edge of August's soul before Hestia's booby trap knocked her out of the sky. I was so close. For the first time in her immortal life, Freya felt the disappointment of missing her chance. Now it made sense. The plain soul color she'd seen on August when they first met was a total fake. He had hidden his true self perfectly, making sure she would lose interest and look away. Suddenly, Freya felt a wave of sympathy for Loki. Being outsmarted by Hestia was truly embarrassing. What is he hiding? I want to see it. I have to see it. Freya lay back on her bed, her obsession morphing into a burning, ravenous hunger. Otter stood silently by the door, staring out at the sky where the Firebird had vanished. What a scary man, this was the first time Otter really sized up August. The rookie's presence was as strong as his own. Otter realized his instincts in the ruins had been right. Fighting that man would have been a huge mistake. I wonder when will we finally cross blades? For the first time in a decade, the king of Rio anticipated a battle with a worthy opponent. Back inside the ruined church, Hestia watched in awe as the huge firebird passed through the ceiling, and went straight back into August's spine. His updated fauna stabilized. Magic, healing fire, immortal phoenix nirvana skills, charm/flame resistance, temporal resistance, spatial resistance, divine possession. A brand new magic and a brand new skill. Hestia immediately checked the parameters. Magic, immortal phoenix nirvana effect 1, passive hyperregeneration of physical trauma via internal flames. Effect 2, upon sustaining a fatal blow or instant kill attack, consumes all active mana to trigger a complete, perfect resurrection. Note, mana can be replenished post-resurrection. Holy shit. Hestia was stunned. What kind of overpowered magic was this? Was a mortal even supposed to have something like this? An auto-resurrection spell. It broke all the rules of life and death. This actually makes sense. Hestia muttered, putting the pieces together. August had been thrown into a deadly, violent fantasy world. Even with his weapons, he faced monsters and tricky gods. He never felt safe. His mind needed a way to survive, so the fauna gave him the best safety net possible. Magic and skills changed based on what the host wanted most, and what was happening around them. He needed to be unkillable, so the system made him that way. Skill, divine possession effect, unknown note, modifies and scales based on host's willpower and execution. Wait, what is this? How can a skill effect be unknown? Hestia complained, waving her hands. What kind of useless note was that? Still, the more mysterious the ability was, the more excited she got. Look at this. Your new loadout is insane. She shoved the copied parchment into his hands. The magic is pretty straightforward, August muttered, reading the text. But what is the deal with this skill? He scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. A skill manifested from his immediate experiences. Divine possession. Channeling a god into his body. He analyzed the system note, modifies and scales based on host's willpower and execution. The moment he read that line, a very familiar anime trope clicked in his brain. This skill, is it powered by belief? August pondered. It sounded like a power that grew with willpower. The more he believed in himself, the stronger he would get. Powered by belief. Hestia's eyes went wide. A dangerous, very inappropriate idea popped into her head. She practically started drooling. Hey, August. Hestia lunged forward, grabbing his arm. Does this mean I can enter your body? Her imagination ran wild. If the skill was really called divine possession, that meant a god could fuse with him. She had to be the first, and the only one. No one else could have him. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 62, Divine Judgment 2070 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. 2 chapters today. The next morning, Hestia strolled out of the ruined church with a massive spring in her step. She practically radiated smugness. If she could carve the word glory across her forehead, she would have done it in a heartbeat. Last night had been amazing. August's display of power was so breathtaking that she wanted to brag about it to the entire world. But the moment she stepped onto the street and headed toward the Azure Pharmacy, a blockade formed. There she is. It's Hestia. I knew it. A group of goddesses blocked her way, glaring at her with angry, tired eyes. They had seen the huge firebird last night, and were burning with jealousy. What do you lot want? Hestia crossed her arms, staring down her peers. Seriously, girls, what are you doing lurking out here? You look like you've been up all night. Before the mob could swarm her, Hephaestus, Myak, and Takamikazuchi stepped into the fray. "We're taking you in for questioning," Hephaestus announced, eyeing the hostile crowd. She brought Takamikazuchi along for backup. As the god of war, he was the best fighter in the group. Hephaestus thought the jealous goddesses might lose control and attack Hestia right there, so having someone strong with them was the safest choice. "You're summoned to the Donatus. We need to talk about you blessing your child with divine power." "I know." August had already briefed her. She knew this interrogation was coming. Since Myak and Hephaestus already knew August's origins, she wasn't worried in the slightest. "Let's get this over with." Hestia marched forward. Seeing Hephaestus running security, the lingering goddesses realized their ambush was a bust. "I just wanted to know where she's hiding the child. I want him. If he isn't going into the dungeon today, I'm going to poach him." "Hey, Hestia. Where's your boy?" The goddesses scrambled after her, craning their necks. They had camped out all night, dressed to the nines, hoping to accidentally bump into him. Yet the monster rookie was nowhere to be found. The group entered the Tower of Babel, bypassing the lower floors and taking the exclusive VIP elevator straight to the Divine Council chambers. Hestia remained perfectly relaxed the entire ride-up. Nobody said a word. Once they stepped inside the massive amphitheater, Hestia. A god called out her name, making everyone in the room look at her. Hestia didn't look like someone in trouble. Instead, she looked confident, as if she owned the place. "She doesn't feel an ounce of remorse." The gods grumbled internally. Hestia strode right to the center of the room, and took the defendant's seat. Hephaestus and her entourage took their respective places in the stands. Silence blanketed the hall. "I am Ganesha." The booming, theatrical shout echoed across the chamber. Ganesha, the current keeper of the peace and guardian of Rio, took the floor. His iconic entrance signaled the start of the interrogation. "I will be conducting the inquiry today," Ganesha declared from behind his elephant mask. "Let's address the rumors. You bestowed a blessing upon your familia child using active divine power. Is this true?" He demanded her reasoning. "Why break the ultimate taboo?" Sitting dead center, Hestia didn't hesitate. She gave a firm nod. "It's true." The blunt confession sent a shockwave through the amphitheater. Wasn't she even going to deny it? She had some serious nerve. However, Hestia added, her voice ringing clear. "I didn't break our divine contract. As long as I didn't violate the pact, granting a blessing isn't a crime." She said it as if it were a simple fact. She hadn't broken any rules, so no one could punish her. She refused to let them boss her around. Ganesha crossed his arms, nodding slowly. If Hestia had utilized a divine authority strong enough to grant an active blessing inside Rio, the shockwave of unsealed power would have alerted every god in the city. Yet, none of them had felt a thing. Furthermore, Hestia had been living like a freeloader at the Hephaestus Forge ever since she descended. She barely had time to sneeze, let alone conduct a complex divine ritual under their noses. Gods had powerful senses that could reach far. A blessing was a direct piece of divine power, very different from a god secretly casting a small magic spell. If she had done it here, they would have noticed. But the radar was completely blank. "Very well. My fellow divines," Ganesha addressed the room. "Who among you believes Hestia is innocent of violating the pact?" He threw it to a vote. Hephaestus raised her hand instantly. Myak followed suit. Then Takamikazuchi raised his. Takamikazuchi voted for her. "You've got to be kidding me." The other gods whispered in surprise. Even the broke god of war supported her. The truth was, Takamikazuchi didn't know what the loophole was, but he trusted Myak. If Myak seemed sure, Takamikazuchi would support their friend. Hephaestus voting for her was a given. She was one of the few who actually knew August's secret. But as the rest of the council hesitated, 2 more hands shot into the air. Freya and Loki. Lady Freya. The council was stunned. Loki voting yes made sense in a twisted way. She was a trickster who respected a good hustle. But Freya, the goddess of beauty, was notoriously cutthroat. Shouldn't she be throwing stones right now? Seeing the city's 2 heaviest hitters cast their votes, Ganesha connected the final dots. As the city's protector, some secrets needed to be laid bare to prevent further chaos. He looked down at Hestia. That boy, he is not of this world, is he? Ganesha revealed the shocking truth. Wawawayat. The entire amphitheater gasped. Gods and goddesses bolted upright, the realization hitting them like a freight train. Of course. If the blessing was granted in a different universe, a realm entirely outside the jurisdiction of Aurario's divine contract, then Hestia hadn't broken a single rule. That explains it. That's why her blessing was just a language translation. He didn't speak our tongue. We had to use our own authority just to understand him. Some gods had initially scoffed at the rumor. A language translation was a bottom-tier blessing. Why risk deportation for that? But now it made perfect sense. But the logical explanation quickly gave way to intense, burning covetousness. A brand new, unexplored universe. And he can travel back and forth at will. That child's world must be incredible. The gods stared at Hestia, their eyes glowing with rabid envy. Drool practically pooled at the corners of their mouths. They wanted a child like that. The value of an interdimensional pioneer was astronomical. Hestia ignored the jealous crowd. She didn't say if Ganesha was right or wrong. She just sat there, looking smug and giving nothing away. Figure it out yourselves, idiots. Ganesha didn't press the issue. He had his answer. Moving on. Let's discuss last night's spectacle. The giant bird made of fire. Ganesha pivoted to the next crisis. What was that? My child leveled up, Hestia bragged, puffing out her chest. That firebird was just the visual manifestation of his new magic. Immortal Phoenix Nirvana. With that auto-resurrection spell, August was virtually unkillable. It was his ultimate trump card. Of course, she kept the other part of his status a secret, the divine possession skill. She was still annoyed that August refused to test it out right away. But he promised that when a real fight happened, she would be the first goddess he called into his body. The idea of fighting together as one made her daydream about romance. A new magic. Loki slammed her hands on her desk, leaning forward. Shrimp, there's a limit to your bullshit. When an adventurer levels up, they acquire a new developmental skill. Not magic. Loki had already been played by Hestia. She was on hyper-alert. She knew the shrimp was an expert at playing dumb. A skill. Hestia, what skill did your child get? Loki caught the glaring omission. Hestia had only mentioned new magic. That meant he had likely acquired both a new magic spell and a new skill upon reaching level 2. What kind of busted, generational prodigy was this child? He. Hestia just giggled, refusing to elaborate. That smug laugh was like an itch the other gods couldn't scratch. It drove them crazy. An adventurer's skills and magic were top secrets, and even the guild couldn't make a god reveal them. But knowing this child was so special made them desperate to find out more. Come on, Hestia. It has to be something insane. Spill the details. We go way back, Hestia. Give us a hint. The amphitheater was filled with a noisy crowd, everyone begging for answers. If August wasn't so powerful, the gods would have started a war game right away to try to steal him. But since fighting him was impossible, all they could do was ask for information from the sidelines. Shut your mouths. Artemis slammed her palm against her desk, shooting a lethal glare across the room. Artemis's sudden anger made the whole room go quiet. The noisy gods stopped talking and sat back down. No one wanted to risk a fight with Artemis's skilled hunters. Ganesha let out a mental sigh of relief. He owed Artemis one for restoring order before the trial turned into a circus. Your verdict. Ganesha looked toward the massive magical display screen projecting Auranas, the ancient ruler of the guild and the ultimate judge of divine law. Operating from the deepest chambers of Babel, Auranas weighed the facts. August was an outsider. An interdimensional traveler. If a god possessed the capability to locate a pioneer capable of piercing the veil between universes, and chose to grant a blessing within that foreign realm, that was simply a testament to their own strategic brilliance. Auranas couldn't enforce Orario's laws in a different universe. Cross-dimensional jurisdiction didn't exist. Hestia has not violated the divine contract. This inquiry is concluded, Auranas' deep, resonant voice echoed through the hall. He wasn't going to punish her. A mortal this special brought honor to the gods. They came to the lower world to witness amazing things, and August was exactly the kind of person they sought. None of the gods dared to challenge Auranas' ruling. If there was no violation, there was no trial. But that didn't stop them from suffocating on their own jealousy. Then this tribunal finds Hestia not guilty. Ganesha delivered the final verdict. The charges were dropped. What happened in another world stayed in another world. Hephaestus, Mayak, and Takamikazuchi exhaled in unison. The crisis was averted. As it should be, Hestia smirked. She hadn't committed a crime, so she had zero reason to grovel. However, there is one stipulation. Ganesha raised a finger, cutting through her victory lap. Unless a god was specifically contracted for border defense like Artemis, gods were strictly forbidden from leaving Orario's city limits to prevent rogue factions from causing geopolitical disasters. You must sign a binding contract. You are strictly prohibited from escorting any other god out of Orario through your child's gateway. If another god wishes to depart the city, they must formally petition the guild and my familia for clearance. Ganesha couldn't stop Hestia from leaving, but he could absolutely lock down the rest of the pantheon. He couldn't risk a mob of bored, chaotic gods slipping into an alternate universe and causing a multiversal incident. No problem. Hestia nodded quickly. She actually liked that rule. She worried that one of the other gods might try to sneak into August's world and ruin her private paradise. Signing a contract kept the Hestia Familia's control over interdimensional travel, and kept her rivals in check. If they wanted out, they had to deal with Ganesha's bureaucracy. And knowing the guild, that paperwork would take a century to process. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 63, bonus 2008 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. Under the night sky, inside a military training camp. August stood up from the mud pit. He spat out a mouthful of grimy water. You good? A few young soldiers, some younger than August, looked over to check on him. I'm fine. August waved them off. How about you guys? Compared to him, these men were seasoned veterans. We're good. Just a bit winded. The soldiers shook their heads. They were chosen CQC close-quarter combat instructors, told to push August as hard as possible. Some veteran officers watched the fight from the sidelines. The senior officers checked their watches. That's enough. End of exercise. Commander James barked as he walked over. August and the young soldiers stopped immediately. The instructors fell back into formation. You're getting better, Commander James noted. This harsh training was the quickest way for August to improve. When he first arrived at camp before dawn, getting hit made him react like any civilian. He'd get angry and start swinging wildly. August couldn't waste time on a regular boot camp. He had to learn deadly close-quarters combat and sharpen his survival instincts right away. So, the military gave him the fastest crash course they just beat him up. The plan was clear: make him angry with a group beatdown, force him to control it, and teach him to think even when he was hurting. He had to stay calm and focused during a fight. If he let anger take over, he'd leave himself open. Why push him this hard? It was because he had just reached level 2. Commander James set up the perfect place for August to test his new strength. Compared to the old ways of training adventurers or medieval soldiers, modern military methods were much more effective. In just one day, August learned the basics of hand-to-hand combat. Even better, he could now control the anger that hit him when he got hurt. And when it came to trash talk, August didn't care at all. After years of dealing with toxic online games, nothing anyone said could bother him. Appreciate it. August picked up a bucket of water and rinsed off. There were real showers at the base, but he just wanted to get the mud off first. Fighting in wetlands was nothing like fighting on concrete. The military had made him train in every kind of environment, from waist-deep water to thick mud. Commander James watched August's bare back. Normally it was covered, but when it was visible, Hestia's divine seal made it look different. To James, the tattoo looked like moving flames. As August washed off the dirt, the effect seemed to flicker. James caught a glimpse of the crest of the goddess of the hearth, framed by alien text. "Is that the divine contract?" James asked, studying it closely. It was his first time seeing it. "That is strange." What made it so strange? The thing was actually glowing. James wondered how a tattoo could shine like fire. Was it made with something like phosphorus? "Honestly, if I didn't know better, I'd say you swallowed a light bulb," another officer said, staring at the glowing crest. "The hell are you talking about?" A few colleagues groaned at the terrible joke. "By the way, are you guys in the market for magic swords?" August asked, remembering the defective blades he had hauled out of Tsubaki Kalbrand's workshop. He had grabbed them specifically for this reason. "Absolutely. We'll take them," James answered instantly. He knew what magic swords were. He had studied all the documents August gave him. They were basically temporary heavy weapons that looked like swords, a huge advantage in battle. "I can't get my hands on the premium models right now," August warned him. "These are defective rejects forged by a master smith. They're highly unstable." He wanted to be honest. These swords weren't as reliable as real military gear. "Defective is fine." "Wait, did you just say a batch?" James's eyes widened. "How many was a batch?" "Yeah, around 50 or 60. August mentally checked his spatial backpack. He had grabbed every dusty blade sitting in the corner of the forge. "We'll take every single one," James said, practically vibrating. He knew magic swords were hard to get. The top familiars bought them all for deep dungeon runs. Getting 50 at once, even if they were rejects, was a big deal. The R&D team would be thrilled to get their hands on them. August opened a portal to his void and dumped the entire crate of defective magic swords onto the concrete. The military brass stared at the pile of glowing, rune-covered swords like hungry wolves. They finally had magical weapons in their hands. "James, how do we handle these?" "Standard protocol. Box them up and lock them down." These swords were important assets. Since they were unstable, no one would test them in the field. The scientists would take them apart piece by piece to figure out how the magic worked. August left them to handle it. He took a shower at the barracks, cleaned up, changed clothes, and got into his transport. Commander James would handle the payment later. The SUV pulled up to his apartment complex. Before August got out, he saw several foreigners in fine suits sitting near his building. As soon as they noticed him, they jumped up and hurried over to the car. "Greetings, High Priest August." One of them bowed deeply. He looked at August with almost fanatical respect. August stared at the diplomats. He knew exactly why they were here. He gave a stiff nod. After the leak about Hestia, intelligence agencies around the world went wild. Government wouldn't say anything, but other countries still found Hestia's aliases and her whereabouts. These people weren't just looking for info, they were desperate to meet her. The thing was, Hestia wasn't just some political figure. She was the goddess of the hearth. No one in their right mind would try to kidnap a goddess. Making a goddess angry was a great way to get your country destroyed. But the Greeks? They were a different breed entirely. They still held the old Greek gods in reverence. Modern Greece might be far removed from the myths of antiquity, but the pride and excitement were very real. The thought of one of the 12 Olympians living in an ordinary apartment was enough to throw the entire government into a frenzy. Of course, the last time they came knocking, an annoyed Hestia had literally kicked them into the next province over. According to Commander James, these fanatics thought the eviction was a divine trial, and they had genuinely tried to walk all the way back to his apartment as penance. Since they were foreign diplomats, the U.S. military couldn't just leave them wandering around. They put them in cars, drove them back, and told them to stay away. Clearly, that warning didn't work. Now they were calling him High Priest. August wanted to bang his head against the window. He was just wearing a hoodie and combat boots. Did he really look like a priest? August wasn't about to deal with this mess. He looked at his driver, one of James's trusted operatives. Get rid of them. Understood. The driver flashed a tactical hand signal to the plainclothes security perimeter. The guards moved in instantly, forming a wall between August and the diplomats. With the way clear, August got out of the SUV and went straight into his building. The military could handle the diplomatic mess outside. Lunatics, August muttered as he locked the door behind him. He didn't know what grand scheme the Greeks were plotting, but Hestia did. As an unsealed Olympian, standing in front of her with hidden agendas was impossible. Her divine authority acted as a flawless lie detector. Their plan was pretty sad. They wanted to take her back to Athens and use her as a symbol to bring back the glory of ancient Greece. Hestia wasn't stupid. She came from Ora Rio, not Earth's real myths. August was her only familia. She didn't care about foreign politicians who didn't even truly worship her. She wasn't about to become a guardian for a country she didn't know. All Hestia wanted was a peaceful life with August. He felt the same way. He wasn't trying to take over Earth, he just traded magic for weapons with the military. He wasn't building an army or getting involved in politics. He kept out of the government's business, but he still helped people. After getting healing fire, he set up a secret trauma ward in a top military hospital, just for amputees. If they could handle the painful healing process, he would help them recover. He limited it to 15 patients a day. With his mana and only spending mornings on Earth, that was all he could handle. But after reaching level 2, his mana grew a lot. Now he could treat 30 patients at a time. The waiting list was huge. The military got half the spots, and civilians got the rest. If his mana increased again, he'd help even more people. Standing in his living room, he summoned the interdimensional portal, and stepped back into the ruined church in Ora Rio. It was nighttime on this side. Lily was in the main hall, meticulously organizing her gear. Lord August. You're back. She dropped her pack and hurried over, looking him up and down. I'm back. August grinned. The crash course in CQC really paid off. Commander James was right, real fights were the best test. You could train all you wanted, but nothing made a move stick like using it in battle. Field experience was what mattered. With his new skills locked in, he was itching to dive back into the dungeon. Wow, you look completely different, Lord August, Lily noted, circling him with an analytical gaze. She wasn't kidding. He still seemed calm and distant, but now there was a fierce, aggressive side too. He had the drive of a real adventurer. You look sharp right now. Most people wouldn't notice the change in how he stood, but anyone with a fauna could see he was now a real fighter. Lily's eyes lit up. You can read that just by looking at me. Auguste was mildly surprised. Don't underestimate me. Lily lifted her chin with pride. She had spent years reading adventurers to survive. She could spot a killer right away. Then we're going to tear up the dungeon. Auguste grinned. He felt more confident than ever in close combat. He wasn't just a long-range fighter now. But as he looked around the church, he realized someone was missing. Where's Hestia? Normally, the goddess would be launching herself at him the second he walked through the portal. Lady Hestia went out this morning, but Lady Hephaestus ambushed her and dragged her off to the Donatus, Lily explained. She hasn't come back yet. It seemed the Divine Council had kept her busy all day. Auguste realized Lily had spent the whole day alone in the empty church. Come on, Lily. Let's go grab dinner. Hestia was probably still bogged down in divine politics or catching up with the other gods. We'll hit the town. We might bump into her while we're out. He felt a little guilty for leaving her alone. But Lily started to say she'd already eaten field rations and didn't want him to spend money on her. I'm starving. Auguste cut her off, heading for the door. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, A Familia's Gratitude 1892 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. 2 chapters today. You've got a hell of an appetite today, kid. Mia Grand stood by the table with her hands on her hips, watching Auguste and Lilaruka Arde dig into their food. She appreciated customers who paid attention to their food. Most adventurers in the tavern just drank and boasted about their dungeon trips, but Auguste and Lily concentrated on finishing their meals. That showed real respect for a good meal. Whoa, is that the Artemis Familia? Never thought I'd see them in here. An all-female familia. The Astrea Familia was the last one we had. A group of adventurers walked into the tavern. They looked tough and were also pretty good-looking. As soon as they came in, the drunk adventurers at nearby tables started cheering and whistling. Nearby, an elven waitress carrying a tray paused. When she heard the adventurers shouting, Ryu Lion noticed the Artemis Familia. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly hid her reaction, and went back to serving Auguste's table. As Ryu set the plates down, the Artemis Familia claimed a large booth across the room. The captain, a woman with deep auburn hair, noticed the elven waitress and gave Ryu a warm, knowing smile from across the room. It was a quiet moment of respect between two people who understood each other. But the captain's gaze didn't stop at Ryu. She scanned the dining area and locked eyes with Auguste. Standing up, she walked straight over to his booth. Greetings. I am Rithusa, captain of the Artemis Familia. Rithusa offered a formal introduction. Auguste stopped eating, a little surprised. He hadn't thought anyone from Artemis's group would come over. He looked up, taking her in. She was beautiful and had the disciplined presence you'd expect from the top warrior of the goddess of chastity. Auguste, he replied, giving a brief nod. I came to thank you. For what you did for our familia, Rithusa said, bowing deeply at the waist. To her, Auguste was a savior. If the famous monster rookie took the time to warn them, their mission must have been doomed. His warning had saved every woman in her squad. Don't mention it, Auguste waved it off. As long as your patron goddess keeps a level head, you'll be fine. If you ever do decide to hunt that thing down, make sure you bring an alliance of at least 5 level 5 adventurers. Anything less is a death sentence. August did the math out loud. Antares wasn't just any monster, it was made to kill gods. Even if Artemis led the attack, a group of level 3 rookies would be completely wiped out. Rethusa turned pale. That much strength was out of reach for her group. They didn't have the connections or money to hire so many top adventurers. If the threat level is that extreme, we have no business taking the subjugation quest. That kind of raid was only for the very best in Rio. For a group like hers, it just wasn't possible. Thank you for the warning, Rethusa reiterated. The guild was going to have to handle this disaster themselves. August nodded. With her gratitude delivered, Rethusa returned to her booth. She sat down with her squad, relaying exactly what August had just told her. Lily kept eating, watching the conversation unfold. She is a phenomenal captain, Lily noted, impressed. Lily noticed how protective the captain was. By putting her pride aside to thank a rookie in public, Rethusa showed she cared more about her team's safety than her own ego. She carries herself with far more maturity than Lady Artemis, Lily added. Speaking of which, Lord August, why exactly did you warn Lady Artemis? Lily tilted her head, a teasing smirk spreading onto her face. Was it because she's pretty? She was testing him. Usually, August ignored gods who weren't close to him. Even when he saw a god, he acted like they didn't matter. Warning Artemis was a big change from his normal behavior. Was he smitten? Because Artemis and Hestia are friends, August answered flatly, shutting down the romance theory. If Artemis marched out there and died, Hestia would cry her eyes out. I don't let the heroine of my story shed tears over pointless tragedies. Stories built purely on suffering are garbage. I'm not letting that happen on my watch. August made his rule clear. He didn't want tragic heroines crying just for drama. He wasn't going to let something preventable ruin his peace. Lily blinked, processing the significance of his words. He took her out for dinner because Hestia wasn't at the church. He was looking after her. Does that mean I'm a heroine too? Lily murmured, her face flushing red as her imagination spiraled into overdrive. But before she could bask in the fantasy dash, who told you that? I am the heroine. You are the side character. Hestia's voice boomed right next to her ear. Lady Hestia. Lily jumped out of her skin. After getting over the shock, Lily stood her ground. She wasn't going to lose this argument. Lily argued fiercely. In Lord August's story, I am the heroine. You are just the supporting cast. The mascot. You little brat. When did a supporter get the right to talk back to me? Hestia lunged forward, grabbed Lily by the cheeks, and shook her back and forth. A supporter trying to take her place. Hestia was ready to show her just how strong a true heroine could be. Lily fought back, squirming and arguing through squished cheeks. She couldn't outmuscle a goddess, but she wasn't going to surrender the title. August watched the argument, but then his attention shifted to the tavern entrance. Miss Hephaestus, Lord Mayak, Lord Takamikazuchi, and Lady Artemis. August saw four gods standing right behind the two who were fighting. It was quite a gathering of gods. The gods waved, watching Hestia wrestle her new recruit. We just got back from Babel, Mayak explained, pulling up a chair. You guys were up there all day? August asked, slightly surprised. He figured Hestia would have finished the Donatus and hit the streets to brag hours ago. Rio enforces a strict lockdown on resident gods, Takamikazuchi stepped in to clarify. It keeps rogue gods from causing trouble in the outside world, and it ensures the safety of the mortal children living here. To prevent unauthorized excursions, Hestia had to sign a binding agreement with the guild and the Ganesha Familia, Mayak added. Any god wanting to leave the city specifically through your portal has to file a mountain of formal requests. August understood the situation right away. It was a way to keep things under control. The guild didn't want a lot of unpredictable gods leaving for Earth and causing problems. The treaty was a strong safeguard. Yeah, well, the second the ink dried on that treaty, those vultures started throwing applications at my face. Hestia complained, finally releasing Lily from her death grip. They all want a vacation outside or a Rio. That's why we were stuck up there all afternoon. The gods realized Hestia had the key to a new world. If there was a way around the rules, they would try to use it. Hestia was angry. She hadn't spent ages keeping her purity, just to be taken advantage of by a group of bored freeloaders. Forget it. I'm starving. Hestia waved off the frustration. Bring us some food. When Mia Grand heard the order, she snapped her fingers. Ryu and Anya brought over more chairs to make room for the extra divine guests. Thanks, Hestia beamed as the waitresses set the table. She shot Ryu a knowing smile. When Hestia turned back to August, she didn't just sit down. She jumped across the table, sat on his lap, and grabbed his face with both hands. As expected of my favorite child. You've changed again. Hestia leaned in close, using her divine senses to study his aura. She wasn't wrong. August had spent the entire day getting physically broken down and rebuilt by modern military combat instructors. The shift was glaring. Before, August had the calm confidence of someone given great power. Now, he showed the strong energy of a real warrior. There was a new fierceness in his eyes. The change drew people in. Hephaestus, Artemis, Mayak, and Takamikazuchi watched the display. They all silently agreed with Hestia. August was improving very quickly. His potential was obvious to everyone. August cleared his throat and sat up straighter. Having a beautiful goddess sit on his lap in a crowded pub made him really embarrassed. His military training hadn't prepared him for this kind of attention. I am never going to get used to this. He's blushing. He's actually blushing. The kid gets embarrassed. Mayak, Takamikazuchi, Hephaestus, and even the normally stoic Artemis noticed the hot flush creeping up August's neck. They could see past his tough exterior. Beneath the cold, monster-fighting image, he was just a regular guy who got embarrassed when a girl sat on his lap. It made him seem more human. Hestia felt his muscles lock up. Realizing she was pushing his threshold, she gave his cheeks one last squish and slid off his lap, returning to her own seat. August, I worked out a deal with Mayak. Starting tomorrow, you are undergoing special training, Hestia announced, dropping the playful act. August had received military close-quarters combat training on Earth, which improved his fighting instincts. But he still had a major weakness. He had zero experience fighting other adventurers inside the labyrinth. Every time August entered the dungeon, he caused huge monster raids. With so much attention on him, it was only a matter of time before other adventurers or dark groups tried to take advantage and attack him. He needed experience fighting other people, and he needed it soon. My Naza specializes in ranged combat and evasion, Mayak explained. She possesses exceptional visual acuity and extreme speed. And she is currently level 2. She is going to teach you how to predict, counter, and neutralize human targets inside the dungeon. Mayak had the perfect person for him to train with. Takamikazuchi's group depended too much on team tactics. Hephaestus's group were blacksmiths who hit too hard. Artemis's hunters only focused on fighting monsters. Naza, an archer who used hit-and-run tactics, was the best choice to teach August how to fight other adventurers. I appreciate the help, Lord Mayak, August nodded, genuinely grateful. This was exactly the kind of training he needed. The military beatdowns taught him how to swallow pain and suppress rage. That was a crash course in survival. But sparring with an experienced Rio veteran who knew every dirty trick adventurers used against each other was an entirely different kind of challenge. This training would sharpen his combat ability by several levels. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 65, bonus 1956 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. The Ruined Church District. August's makeshift base of operations. This area was nothing like the clean, well-kept estates of the big familius. Instead, it was a maze of broken buildings and poverty. The Hestia Familia and a handful of forgotten orphanages were the only ones here. But today, the ruins had a new purpose. Hestia, Lilaruka Arde, Mayak, and the others sat up high, watching everything unfold below. Down in the makeshift training arena. "I'm in your care," August said, sizing up the Chianthrope, Naza Erissois. Naza gave a curt nod. The second she nodded, Naza vanished. Even with the bright midday sun, August only saw a quick blur before she disappeared into the rubble. Before August could track her, an iron-tipped arrow whistled through the air, aimed squarely at his back. His newly honed combat instincts kicked in. He dove out of the way just as the arrow buried itself into the dirt where he had been standing a fraction of a second prior. "When the hell did she get behind me?" Sweat ran down his forehead. He thought his firepower and strength would be enough to beat adventurers, but he was wrong. A veteran level 2 had just vanished, flanked him, and fired a deadly shot before he even realized she was gone. "Give her a sniper rifle, and she'd blow my brains out from 2 clicks away." He had really underestimated them. He used to think adventurers were just regular people with better stats, but he couldn't even follow her speed with his eyes. If this is a level 2, what about the high-tier monsters deeper in the labyrinth? Reality hit him hard. August dove behind a broken brick wall, making sure to cover his blind spots. "First time dealing with a slippery target like this," he muttered. A split second later, a second arrow whipped out from the rubble on his left. August scrambled, barely twisting his torso in time. The shaft grazed his thigh, tearing through the fabric and drawing blood. "She can see me, but I can't see her." Incredible. Was Naza Erissois super strong? Not really. But her archery skill was boosted by the fauna, and her Chianthrope senses made her technique perfect. August had to admit how deadly she was. High above the battlefield, a surveillance drone broadcasted the skirmish directly to a tablet held by the spectators. They watched the arrow graze August's leg. "Naza's gotten sharper," Mayak noted with a proud smile. His child hadn't neglected her archery training, she had actually improved. Making the kid eat dirt right out the gate. Hephaestus smirked. As a master blacksmith who made bows, she could tell Naza was using her weapon to its very limit. A level 2 archer could do trick shots and ricochets that normal people couldn't even imagine. Seeing the monster rookie get pinned down was very satisfying. It was a tough lesson: never underestimate the veterans who made it in this city. Hestia bit down on her handkerchief. Seeing August bleed frustrated her to no end. But she forced herself to sit still. This was exactly the kind of PvP combat experience he lacked. She had to endure it. "Well, you can tell the boy is fighting like hell to adapt," Takamikazuchi praised. He watched August's frantic attempts to lock onto Naza's position. The rookie's martial instincts were waking up. Takamikazuchi was right. As soon as August felt his own blood, adrenaline rushed through him. He felt that old urge to use heavy weapons and wipe out everything around him just to get rid of the danger. But the second that thought surfaced, he recognized the fatal flaw. Letting anger and brute force take over was a rookie mistake. It made him easy to predict. His tough military training took over, helping him control his temper. He pushed down the urge to destroy and focused on staying calm and logical. He needed to stay calm. He used the adrenaline to sharpen his senses and relied on the close-quarters combat moves he had practiced again and again. Another arrow sliced through the air. Just like sensing a shift in the air before a punch, August tracked the arrow. He lunged, grabbed it out of the air, and vaulted to the side at the same time. He already sensed the follow-up shot. Nausea didn't give him any breathing room. The second she saw her first arrow intercepted, she fired another. As expected of an adventurer. Relentless, August grunted, evading the barrage. He couldn't pin her down. Without a detection skill, trying to follow a sniper who kept moving through the rubble was almost impossible. Every shot she took was aimed at something vital. But I think I've got your rhythm down. The next arrow flew. This time, August did more than just dodge. He felt light on his feet, bouncing off broken pillars and stones as he moved straight toward where the arrow came from. After a few quick moves, he finally saw Nausea running through the shadows. August closed the gap, preparing to sweep her legs out. But as he lunged, a sly smirk flashed across Nausea's face. You fell for it. She spun on her heel, pivoting sharply behind a collapsed wall. August charged after her. Son of a bitch. August barked. Who the hell plants a bear trap in a spar? A heavy-duty steel trap had clamped viciously onto his boot. Of course. He was up against a rogue archer, so it made sense she set traps at the choke points. August pried the rusted steel jaws open and inspected his ruined combat boot. He sighed. The trap's teeth had punched clean through the reinforced leather. If it weren't military-grade footwear, that trap would have sheared his toes off. I'll give you that one. He swapped the ruined boot for a fresh pair from his inventory. Veterans fought dirty. It wasn't just about having better stats. It was about using traps, tricks, and misdirection. This was his first real taste of Orario's underground fighting style. As August prepared to resume the hunt, Nausea launched her next offensive. This time, she attacked from more than 300 meters away. She stood on top of a ruined clock tower, a perfect sniper spot she had found the night before. This is going to hurt, Nausea whispered, drawing her bowstring taut. This time, she knocked 3 heavy, armor-piercing arrows. The first arrow screamed toward him. Confident in his timing, August sidestepped the projectile. But the distinct whistle of a second arrow instantly followed. A second one. August yelped, violently twisting his torso. He hadn't expected a rapid-fire double tap. But as he contorted to dodge the second shaft, the third arrow slammed directly into his bicep, piercing clean through the muscle. A 3-shot volley. August looked at the bloody arrow sticking out of his arm, shocked. Was this for real? 3 arrows at once, all aimed to predict his dodge. His cocky, I can read your moves, attitude evaporated. Nausea had just given him a masterclass. August scrambled behind a thick concrete barrier for hard cover. Gritting his teeth, he ripped the arrow out of his arm and immediately cast healing fire to seal the wound. He had just eaten a massive loss. Is this an adventurer? Her aim was unreal. If Nausea was this deadly, then Artemis, the real goddess of the hunt, could probably take him out with a regular bow, even without divine power. Impressive. August couldn't help but clap his good hand against the wall. The Fauna's skill correction was no joke. But he wasn't going to sit here and bleed out. Playtime's over. Time to bring out the big guns. But just as August got ready to pull out a weapon and go after Nausea, he heard a voice from the shadows behind him. If you intend to use those weapons, then surrender immediately. August whipped around. Stepping out of the darkness was a green-haired elf holding a wooden training sword. She wore her standard combat uniform. Wait, there's another one. August recognized the elf instantly. It was the other leading heroine of this universe. Why are you here? Did he just walk into a boss rush by mistake? Why was a top first-tier adventurer standing in front of him? This was a huge jump in difficulty. Lady Hestia's orders, Ryu stated evenly. This training is not just about evading ranged fire. You must learn to survive overwhelming close-quarters combat. She had been hired as a specialized instructor. Her job was to show this grown man exactly how ruthless Orario's veterans could be. Noticing his shock, Ryu raised an eyebrow. I am unsure how you know me, but regardless, let us conclude this quickly. Ryu blurred. She closed the distance with frightening speed, swinging the wooden blade down in a hard, sweeping arc. August barely saw the strike before he threw himself backward, scrambling to retreat. This is overkill. August scrambled, leaving his cover and running for his life. Why did Hestia hire the Gale Wind? Even without plot reasons, Ryu was a top-tier fighter. He had no chance against her in a melee fight. Back at the spectator's vantage point. Hey. Hestia, have you lost your damn mind? Hephaestus jumped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Why did Hestia bring her in? Ryu Lion used to be part of the Astrea Familia. Hephaestus knew the elf worked as a vigilante in Orario's underworld. Having her spar with a rookie was crazy. This wasn't training, it was an execution. Yeah, Hestia, why the Gale Wind? Takamikazuchi was equally baffled. The elf despised humans. She hated being touched. She never took on jobs like this. Hestia watched Ryu enter the fray, her hands nervously clutching the railing. I didn't have a choice. This is the only way to force August to adapt. Mayaka's child can teach him how to dodge, but she can't put enough pressure on him to make him improve. He needs to face real, overwhelming power. He has to learn that without his heavy weapons, he can't underestimate anyone here. Hestia knew what she was doing. It was a harsh gamble, but it was necessary. With the way your kid fights, she's going to give him permanent PTSD, Artemis chimed in from the sidelines. This wasn't a spar. If Ryu pushed too hard, August's confidence would shatter completely. I believe in him, Hestia said, her voice firm. If he couldn't clear this hurdle, he wouldn't survive the deep floors. Down in the ruins, August understood exactly why Hestia had sent Ryu Lion on him. He scrambled back, dodging another flurry of strikes from Naza while desperately keeping his eyes on the elf. Tucked behind a collapsed pillar, August rapidly analyzed his win conditions. Do I use it? Let's test it out. Ryu had explicitly warned him to surrender if he pulled out his modern firearms. Because in this specific spar, relying on guns was a crutch. But firearms weren't his only weapons. He had magic. He had skills. Taking a deep breath, August stood up and stepped out of cover, facing the incoming elf. Ryu gripped her wooden sword and charged. Let's do this, August whispered. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 66, The True Purpose Behind the Training. 1817 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. 2 chapters today. Give me your strength. With you, I don't lose. Divine Possession. August activated his new, unique skill. The moment the words left his mouth, the spectators overlooking the arena froze. Hestia's eyes went wide, nearly popping out of her skull. She hadn't expected him to test the skill right here and now. Hearing that incantation, that absolute and unshakable declaration of trust, sent her heart soaring. He must have practiced that line. He probably did it in secret, too. Hestia was filled with happiness. At that moment, she felt happy. Seeing her child use a skill powered by their bond was the best feeling she had ever known. But the other gods were reeling. Wait, hold on. A skill like that actually exists. Takamikazuchi stared in disbelief. There is no mistaking that aura. That is a direct divine protection. He was completely stunned. Bringing in someone like Ryu Lion was already pushing the limits, but August's countering with an active divine channel broke all the rules. This is bad. If the rest of the Pantheon hears about this skill, they will riot, Hephaestus said, seeing the political danger. If the jealous, drama-hungry gods of Rio saw a mortal using a goddess's affection as a combat buff, they would tear the city apart out of jealousy. While the others panicked, Artemis stood perfectly still, her emerald eyes focused on August. A strange, phantom ache tugged at her chest. For some reason, her instincts told her she was meant to be the goddess summoned by that skill. Seeing him call on Hestia instead left her feeling out of place. The shockwave wasn't limited to the ruins. High above the city, inside room 213 of the Tower of Babel, Freya stared through the glass, her soul sight reaching across the distance. She saw Hestia's divine aura wrapped around August. But it was not the magic that drew her in. It was the feeling behind it. She saw absolute trust between them. The kind of devotion that ran both ways. Freya had never seen a bond like that before. Every form of love she had known throughout her immortal life had always been tangled up with lust, greed, or fascination with her beauty. This was different. It was an unconditional faith each placed in the other, untouched by selfish desire. It was a feeling she could never reach. She knew she could never return a bond that pure, and that meant she could never have it. Freya ground her teeth together. What a sickening couple. For the first time in her life, the goddess of beauty felt total, crushing defeat. Hestia had outsmarted her, and August had outmaneuvered her. That perfect, untouchable romance disgusted her. She felt a strong urge to break that bond, to tear them apart and ruin it completely. Back in the arena, Ryu Lion paused, watching the divine projection wrap around August. A unique skill. She had never faced an adventurer capable of channeling a goddess's direct avatar. But Naza didn't hesitate. She drew her bowstring back and fired another triple volley. This time, the arrows didn't matter. As soon as the projection settled, a huge flood of energy rushed through August's body. Skill, charm/flame resistance. Effect amplified. Flame emission unlocked. August felt a searing, blinding heat ignite within his veins. He looked down. Roaring, crimson flames wrapped tightly around his right fist. Now this is power, August grinned. He threw his arms back. The flames erupting from his hands acted like twin jet engines. Boom! August launched himself forward like a cruise missile, leaving a trail of scorched earth in his wake. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He adapted right away. That jet-powered speed was much faster than her usual agility. She quickly saw he was dodging Naza's arrows and heading straight for her. Naza, hold your fire. Let him come, Ryu commanded. She gripped her wooden training sword and charged. The gale wind met the blazing comet. Green wind and red fire crashed together in midair. The shockwave turned the nearby rubble to dust. The two fighters exchanged hard blows, leaping from the broken ground into the sky above the ruins. Ryu wasn't holding back. She unleashed her full physical prowess. Yet, driven by his twin-jet thrusters, August matched her blinding speed stride for stride. That speed breaks the level 2 threshold, Naza muttered, lowering her bow. She watched the fight from the sidelines. Ryu was right, Naza's arrows couldn't keep up with someone moving that fast. Unless she took a wild shot that might hit the elf, she was out of the fight. A streak of fire. A blade of wind. The two fighters separated, landing hard on opposite sides of the courtyard. The whole battle had changed. Ryu looked at her weapon. The wooden blade was burned black and broken in half. August's flaming fists had destroyed it. Analytical. He maintained his composure at high speeds. Ryu praised him internally. Instead of going for her body, he focused on breaking her weapon. It was a smart tactical move. Usually, the quickest way to end a fight was to knock out the opponent. Choosing to disarm a better swordsman showed he really understood her fighting style. But August wasn't feeling particularly brilliant. If I hadn't broken her sword, she would have gutted me. He touched his ribs, wincing. 7 or 8 shallow lacerations crisscrossed his torso and arms, slicing right through his clothes. He didn't attack her body because Ryu's counterattacks never stopped. Even without chanting her high-speed offensive magic, her raw physical assault was suffocating. So this was a level 4. The speed of Orario's top adventurers was unreal. Even using jet propulsion and struggling to keep up because of his inexperience, he was just barely matching her. His raw speed matched hers, but in pure technique and edge alignment. She outclassed him entirely. Damn it, that stings. Breaking the sword was definitely the right call. August cast healing fire over his wounds, gasping for air. Aside from the heavy blows early in the fight, the recent cuts were shallow, caused by the splintered half of Ryu's wooden blade. He paid attention to how she struck. All the deadly force was in the top half of her blade. The lower half only caused minor injuries. Even with just half a weapon, the elf was still dangerous. I can't keep this up. The fuel consumption is insane. August finally realized the massive drawback of divine possession. The skill used up his stamina as fuel. Just standing with the thrusters on took a lot of endurance. Channeling Hestia's avatar gave him amazing mobility, and let him cast healing flames instantly, but it used up energy fast. Every second the skill was active drained his strength. Just as he prepared to formulate a counterattack for the broken sword phase of the fight training concluded, Ryu announced, lowering her splintered weapon. August blinked, fighting a sudden wave of dizziness. They were stopping. Lady Hestia's directive was simple, Ryu explained calmly. Force you to fight without your portal. If I pushed you hard enough to manifest your latent skills, the objective was met. She was hired to push him to the brink, not to beat him to death. Naza stepped out from the shadows of the ruins, her bow slung over her shoulder. Lady Hestia ordered me to shoot to kill. To completely break your defenses, Naza sighed. Unfortunately, I failed my objective. She couldn't outdamage his hyper-regeneration. August laughed, out of breath. Everyone had their own plan. Hestia. The adrenaline left him all at once. The flames faded, his vision blurred, and darkness crept in as exhaustion took over. He swayed, then fell backward as gravity pulled him down. But instead of hitting the rubble, his head landed on something soft. A familiar, pleasant scent surrounded him, the scent of the goddess of the hearth. Hestia looked down at him, gently brushing the sweaty hair from his forehead. She saw how tired he was. The constant tension he always carried was finally fading. This was the first time she had seen him truly defenseless. Sleep, Hestia whispered. The exhaustion swallowed him whole. His tense muscles went completely slack. Nestled in Hestia's lap, August slipped into a deep, dreamless slumber. The spectators approached the courtyard's center. Artemis looked at August as he lay unconscious. He carries so much tension. If Hestia wasn't here, he probably wouldn't have relaxed enough to fall asleep. Mike squatted beside them, pressing 2 fingers to August's pulse. He's completely out. The hyperarousal state is finally ending. Mike gave a warm, relieved smile. If he had stayed in that state much longer, his nervous system could have collapsed. The crash saved his life. Hestia sighed, relief spreading over her face. It's been exactly 7 days since you formed the contract, Hephaestus noted softly, looking down at the sleeping rookie. That boy has been running on fumes the entire time. Hestia knew the truth better than anyone. This training session was just a cover. The real goal was to make August sleep. Since he arrived in Orario, he hadn't stopped moving. He dove into the dungeon, fought monster hordes, got modern military support, negotiated treaties, and ran a trauma ward for wounded veterans. He moved between 2 worlds without a single break. Hestia's divine senses felt the agonizing toll it took on him. He never truly slept. He just rested his eyes, remaining hypervigilant, perpetually preparing for the next battle. The military doctors back on Earth had confirmed it. Commander James forwarded his latest medical scans to Hestia during her last visit. August's cells were locked in a state of hyperactivity. In modern psychological terms, severe clinical anxiety and hyperarousal. The Earth doctors pleaded with Hestia to intervene before he suffered a total psychological break. With that diagnosis, Hestia skipped the Donatus and quickly brought in Mayak and Ryu. She set up a tough, exhausting fight meant to drain all his stamina and force his body to reset. There was no better cure for anxiety than a completely exhausting, dreamless sleep. In just 7 days, he lived through half a lifetime of adventurer experience, Hephaestus said, shaking her head. He's pushed himself way past his limits. Ranking up to level 2 usually took years. August did it in a week. Hestia looked down at August sleeping in her lap, her heart full of affection. Thank you. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 67, bonus, awakening, and a mind 1921 words. Thank you all so much for the support we've had this week. Floating in a tranquil spiritual ocean. August felt weightless. A soft lullaby rang in his mind, bringing him peace, and helping him drift into a deep, restful sleep. 2 days later. His eyes fluttered open. The familiar, damaged ceiling of the ruined church met his gaze. You're awake. Lilaruka Arde immediately noticed his eyes opening. Lord August. Hearing her voice, August felt refreshed. The exhaustion he'd carried was gone, replaced by relief in both his body and mind. How long was I out? August sat up, pushed the blanket away, and stretched his stiff muscles. It felt like he'd slept forever. 2 days and 2 nights, Lily replied, organizing a few items on a nearby desk. That long, huh? August was surprised. He didn't expect his body to need a full 48 hours to recover. Did anyone come looking for me while I was out? August asked, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. He guessed his recent actions had probably attracted some attention. While you were asleep, a bunch of gods came looking for you. Lady Hestia stood on the porch every day and chased them off with a broom. Lily laughed, scratching her cheek. The last 2 days were chaotic. Groups of jealous gods stopped by, hoping for favors or information, but Hestia drove them all away. Is that so? August grinned. He didn't expect to attract a crowd of gods while he was out, but he trusted Hestia to keep him safe. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Lily said, suddenly remembering something. She hurried over to the kitchen cabinet and pulled out a row of glass vials. Lord Mayak brewed these specifically for you. He said they would do wonders for your body once you woke up. That many? August's eyes widened in surprise. Lord Mayak didn't say how much to take, but since he left a whole row, I guess you're supposed to drink them all, Lily said. Fair enough. August popped the cork on the first vial and downed it in one gulp. So bitter. His face twisted in pain. It tasted awful, almost like battery acid. Weren't potions supposed to be a bit sweet and herbal? This one tasted more like pure bile. Even though it tasted terrible, the effects started right away. Warmth spread from his stomach through his body. His hunger faded, and his mind felt clear. Strength increased, endurance increased, temporary buff notifications flashed before his eyes. The potion boosted his strength and endurance. It was a top-tier supplement. It works, but the taste. August gagged, wishing he could get rid of the bitterness in his throat. It was rough. I'm back. Hestia's energetic voice rang out from outside. The heavy wooden doors swung open, and she marched inside, immediately spotting August chugging the foul-tasting potions. August, you're awake. She sprinted over, her eyes lighting up as she inspected him. The tension he'd carried all week was gone. He looked relaxed and steady. His body seemed stronger, and his skin had a healthy glow. She looked into his eyes. He didn't seem tired or anxious anymore. Now he just looked focused. Looking at him now, August was undeniably handsome. Maybe this was the result of good rest and care. Not bad. That's my familia, Hestia said proudly. She was amazed at how much he'd changed. It's been 2 days. Let's go home, August said, glancing at his hands. After sleeping in the church ruins for so long, he felt dirty and just wanted to get back to Earth. August summoned the dimensional portal. It really is a miracle, Lily said, staring at the portal. She'd seen it before when August left for training, but it still felt unreal. Let's go. August took Lily's hand and led her through the gateway. Hestia followed close behind. Stepping back into his modern apartment. Home sweet home. Hestia flopped onto the plush sofa. She reached into the cushions, found her smartphone, and plugged it into the charger. The battery had died completely while she was stuck in Rio. So this is Lord August's home. Lily looked around in awe. The apartment was as big as the villas owned by top familias. The appliances and decorations were fancy and modern, but the place still felt warm and welcoming. As she explored the living room, Lily noticed a small memorial display on a shelf, with 2 framed black and white photos placed neatly at its center. Lily couldn't read English, but with her sharp intuition and August's age, she quickly figured out what it was. Lily immediately dropped to her knees, bowing her head deeply. I am Lilaruka Arde. Please take care of me. She felt like a nervous bride meeting her future in-laws for the first time. She wanted to thank August's parents for raising someone so amazing. Hey. Are you trying to cut me out of the picture? Hestia immediately felt jealous. Lily's words sounded suspicious, almost like she was trying to act as the daughter-in-law. Hestia, as the real lady of the house, couldn't let her take the spotlight. I'm doing it too. Hestia scrambled off the couch, getting ready to drop to her knees and bow to August's parents. As the leading heroine, she had to pay her respects. But as soon as Hestia started to kneel, August rushed over and tackled her to the floor. What the hell do you think you're doing? August yelled. His survival instincts weren't just reacting to Hestia's jealousy. He was also protecting his parents. Holy shit. If Hestia, an actual Olympian goddess, bowed to mortal memorial photos, the cosmic backlash could crack the frames and destroy the display. Gods didn't bow to mortals. At most, they gave a small nod. If she bowed too low, his parents' spirits might not be able to handle it. Lily felt the same sense of dread. If Hestia's forehead touched the floor, the apartment might collapse. She quickly grabbed Hestia's arm to stop her. I completely forgot. Hestia scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. She had almost forgotten she was a goddess. Since coming to Earth, she'd tried to act normal and greet people casually, not as someone to be worshipped. She really forgot that bowing to mortals was a huge taboo. August let out a huge sigh of relief and let go of her. He was terrified that the goddess's sudden burst of enthusiasm might accidentally destroy his family's resting place. I'm taking a shower, August announced, grabbing his clothes. He looked at Hestia and Lily. Hestia, do me a favor and teach Lily how the appliances work. Hestia could quickly teach Lily how things worked thanks to her divine perception. That saved August from having to explain electricity and plumbing to someone from another world. Shouldn't I come with you? Hestia blinked, her eyes wide with desperate anticipation. We've been spending all our time together recently. They were making progress. Sharing a shower was the obvious next step in any romance. Absolutely not. Lady Hestia, please do not harass Lord August while he bathes. The roles switched right away. When Lily saw Hestia's eyes fill with hearts, she grabbed her by the collar and pulled her toward the kitchen. Lily might not know the technology, but she definitely knew how to stop a lovesick goddess. Let me go. Hestia wailed as she was hauled away. August ignored Hestia's pleas. With a jealous goddess and a capable supporter around, he knew not to push his luck. He wasn't a god, he still had human embarrassment. He retreated into the bathroom and locked the door. He hadn't showered in 2 days. Scrubbing the grime off was his only priority. While August showered, Hestia and Lily rummaged through the apartment, uncovering the homeowner's secrets. So this is what Lord August looked like as a child. Lily marveled. How rare. With Hestia's help, Lily quickly got used to the room. She found a photo album with pictures of August as a child, and some casual photos of his parents. But suddenly, Hestia scowled. These guys are so damn annoying. Hestia frowned. She could sense an annoying buzzing in her divine senses. Hestia kicked her leg out, launching a plastic flip-flop in a specific direction across the room. A surge of divine energy rippled through the air. What's wrong, Lady Hestia? The sudden burst of hostility startled Lily. It was the first time she had felt Hestia actively flex her divine aura on Earth. This world has the same mythologies as ours, Hestia said, annoyed. Some people here worship the same gods. Now that they know I'm here, they keep praying for me to come to their country and take back my throne. The Greek fanatics were back at it, trying to flood her frequency with prayers. Didn't they know gods hated being annoyed? She wasn't even the real goddess from their history. Why would she go over there? She knew they wanted to bring back their old myths, but Hestia wasn't interested. Watching over a mortal nation wasn't for her. Empires came and went quickly for a god. Why babysit a country when she could travel the multiverse with her favorite child? It's way too old-fashioned. I'm not interested, Hestia said, crossing her arms. Things like that exist here too. Lily was surprised. She had assumed August's world was entirely devoid of gods. Apparently, there were still overlapping cultural roots. But you seem pretty relaxed about it, Lady Hestia, Lily said. Since Earth's cultures weren't completely foreign, she felt much more comfortable adapting. Well, the dynamic is entirely different, Hestia explained. This country runs on science and logic. Other places might still follow old myths, but here, we're basically seen as people with a lot of power. That gives us a lot of freedom. If we went to those other countries, they would try to bind us with religious politics and restrictions. Thanks to her fauna, Lily understood Hestia's explanation. Staying in this country meant total freedom, which sounded perfect to her. She wanted a place where she could exist without being used. Oh, right. Hestia suddenly remembered something important. She grinned, her sense of humor shining through. Even as a goddess, she had picked up a lot from modern otaku culture. Speaking of this world, there is something you absolutely need to see. Lily tilted her head, confused. What else was there to know? Hestia didn't explain. She grabbed the remote, turned on the massive flat-screen TV, navigated to a mysterious app, and hit play on a specific anime series. A clear, very familiar animation sequence began to play on the screen. Then, Hestia's voice, exactly the same as hers, came from the TV speakers. Long, long ago. We gods, seeking excitement, descended into the mortal realm where you children live. And then, we made a decision to live alongside you in the lower world for all eternity. Hearing the iconic lore of her universe recited as an entertainment prologue, Lily's jaw dropped. Her worldview shattered. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 power stones this week. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Heroes and the Familia. 1677 words. We're almost at 800 horsepower for the bonus chapter. Ah, you idiot, why aren't you running? If you run, you actually have a chance. Damn it, those bastards were eyeing my secret stash from the very beginning. What a thirsty goddess. Lilaruka Arde sat cross-legged on the floor, pointing excitedly at the flat-screen TV. The anime on the screen was clearly Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? Seeing her own world turned into an anime was a huge shock. Watching her tragic story used for entertainment felt like a cruel joke. August, just out of the shower, watched Lily loudly make fun of the plot and her anime self. He was stunned. Is your tolerance level really this high? Watching herself on TV and casually commenting on the story. This Lily seemed nothing like the broken girl from the anime. Lily, are you absolutely sure you're okay with watching that? August asked, opening the fridge, grabbing a snack, and tossing it into his mouth. He thought Hestia could handle it. She was a god, and gods loved drama and entertainment. I'm perfectly fine with it. Lily replied cheerfully without taking her eyes off the screen. Because I already made the resolve to save myself. Whether it's the anime plotline or reality, I am the one saving myself. Just like that scene where I begged Lord Soma. August and Belle Cranel were just catalysts, giving her the push she needed to move forward. In reality, Lily had wanted to escape that terrible place for years. She started planning her escape as soon as she began hiding her secret stash. She never knew if she would succeed or what life would be like if she did, but she always knew what she had to do. In some ways, she was very lucky. She no longer had to hide or live in fear. She had only known August for a few days, but she had already made her final decision. She found her resolve even faster than her anime self. Are you sure it wasn't because you saw August's potential that you made up your mind so fast? Hestia poked Lily's cheek, narrowing her eyes. Wasn't it because you saw a hypercompetent man and decided to latch onto him? You say that as if Lady Hestia hasn't been dealing with other goddesses constantly peeping at her own Familia child. Lily shot back smoothly. I'm starting to understand why Lady Hestia loses her mind the second I say I like Lord August. So that's how it is, hee. Lily understood why Hestia acted like a guard dog, snapping at any woman who got close. Freya's obsession had left her shaken. The anime also made it clear that Belle Cranel liked Ace Wallenstein, not Hestia. Hestia's romance never had a chance. Realizing this, Lily teased the unlucky goddess about her love life. Cuckoo. Hestia seethed. She hadn't expected a mere supporter to clap back with such venomous accuracy. The next second the two were at each other's throats. Hestia yanked Lily's hair, and Lily ruthlessly pinched and stretched Hestia's cheeks. It was an all-out brawl. August ignored their fight. They were just letting off steam. If it were serious, it wouldn't look so silly. Speaking of which, why haven't I heard anything about Belle Cranel lately? August asked. He had been busy in Rio, but the main character was nowhere to be seen. Why did he have more screen time than the real protagonist? No idea, Hestia shook her head, looking blank. Lily, have you heard any rumors? Hestia asked her supporter, the resident intel gatherer. Not a peep, Lily paused, scratching her head. But I think the timeline just hasn't reached that point yet, Lily deduced. Belle Cranel had likely just arrived in Rio. Hestia's grace period at the forge hadn't expired yet, so the inciting incidents were still far off. I am curious, Lily pondered. Lord August completely derailed the original pace. I wonder how Lady Freya is going to intervene and help that little rookie find a Familia now. Hestia shivered when she heard Freya's name and remembered how Freya had used Belle as a pawn. In the original story, Freya had outplayed her. But Bel was also the reincarnation of the hero Argonaut, and many gods cared about him. Freya was not the only one. To be honest, Hestia had no interest in Bel Cranel anymore. She despised Freya, and wanted nothing to do with her twisted mind games. Talking about this is pointless, Hestia waved the topic away. More importantly, she needed to focus on the immediate future. What's for dinner? I want to eat everything. Lily threw her hands up. She really wanted to try every new food this modern world had to offer to understand how this advanced society worked. Are you a pig? Hestia gaped. There's no way you can eat that much. Watch me. Lily stated proudly. It's been 2 days, August suddenly interrupted, realizing something important. I feel like we forgot something. Hestia gasped. They had promised to check on the Hirasawa sisters. But with all the traveling between Earth and Rio, they had forgotten about the other Hestia Familia members who lived in another universe. Meanwhile, in the K-On! Yui is getting so much stronger, Yui Hirasawa murmured, sitting in her living room, and watching her younger sister bustle about. It had only been a few days since they formed the contract. While Yui hadn't noticed any drastic changes in herself, Yui's physical strength and endurance had skyrocketed since acquiring her adventurer status. Seeing their younger daughter's endless energy, the Hirasawa parents felt relieved. With Yui being so capable, they didn't have to worry as much about their clumsy older daughter. They rushed home from their overseas trip after getting a flood of strange texts from their daughters. Hearing that their girls had met Hestia, a real goddess from Greek mythology, and joined her familia was a huge shock. Gods from other worlds coming to bless their daughters. It sounded like a fantasy. But seeing Yui's strength go beyond human limits, they had to believe it. If the glowing tattoos on the girls' backs hadn't shone with divine light, their parents might have thought they joined a biker gang. But it was a real divine crest and a status board. Most people couldn't read the symbols, but the glowing aura was obvious. Serving a god was stressful, but after looking up Hestia's mythology as the goddess of the hearth and family, they felt better. Her reputation was spotless. They spent the next few days watching their daughters in awe. If they weren't worried about offending the goddess, they would have signed Yui up for the Olympics to break some world records. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes appeared in the center of their living room. The parents flinched, almost screaming in shock. Lady Hestia. Yui and Yui greeted them cheerfully. Hearing the titles, the parents immediately focused on the breathtakingly beautiful woman leading the group. Her unearthly beauty bypassed human logic, engraving itself directly onto their souls. Hestia wasn't suppressing her divine aura. Even without a formal introduction, every cell in the parents' bodies instinctively recognized her as a higher life form. We pay our respects to the goddess. On hearing that, the couple sank quickly down to the floor, bowing deeply with their faces. They were very liberal-minded, up-to-date parents, but they still had some degree of reverence in them. Facing a real goddess, bowing was a natural gesture for them. Lady Hestia, and who is this? Yui asked, seeing the little girl in unusual clothes standing next to them. Besides being shorter, she also looked a lot younger. Your familia companion, Hestia introduced her. Lily offered a practiced bow. Lilaruka Arde. Strategist and logistics supporter of the Hestia familia. Race, Paolum. Please don't mind my height. Because the Hirasawa sisters lived in a modern world like Earth, Lily knew they had never seen a Paolum before. A Paolum? The entire Hirasawa family stared at her in awe. It was their first time encountering a non-human demi-human. That's so cool. She's so cute. Yui and Yui quickly crowded around Lily, looking at her from all sides. Except for her small size, her skin and features looked almost human. If she weren't so short, she would fit right in. Lily observed the 2 girls in return. She quickly made a tactical assessment. These 2 are completely unsuited for Orario's dungeon. It was no surprise that August and Hestia never took them to the Labyrinth City. The dangerous world of Orario would be too much for them. Unless they had modern weapons like August, they wouldn't last a day. It was clear they weren't fighters. But then Lily remembered what August had said. The Hestia Familia didn't have to be a big, military group focused on conquering the dungeon like the Freya, or Loki Familias. Their Familia was more relaxed. It was meant for traveling between worlds and seeing new places. August wanted his friends to experience miracles and explore new worlds together. With that in mind, recruiting kind-hearted civilians like these two wasn't a bad thing at all. Feeling the kindness and curiosity from Yui and Ui, Lily relaxed. This was what she wanted. This wasn't the toxic, backstabbing Soma Familia. This was a Familia filled with warmth and hope. You're both very cute too, Lily smiled warmly, returning their kindness. I've heard a lot about you from Lady Hestia. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ui. Nice to meet you. The sisters beamed, thoroughly delighted. Bulk upload of 5 chapters if we hit 1,000 Power Stones this week. If you have some spare Power Stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 69, bonus 1954 words. Thank you all so much for the incredible support this week. The World Cup starts today. Good luck to whatever team y'all are rooting for. After a good night's rest and taking care of their Familia's business, August and Lilaruka Arde, now working together again, headed out to the Orario Labyrinth the next morning. As soon as August and Lily walked into Babel Square, everyone started watching them. Adventurers nearby stared at August, sizing him up. He was known as the Monster Rookie. Only a few Familia captains knew where he really came from, while most gods kept his interdimensional background secret. The public only heard that Hestia's blessing was a legal loophole, which made everyone even more curious about him. Lord August, it feels like everyone is staring at us today. Lily said, feeling the crowd's eyes on them. Hey there, handsome. Wanna grab a drink tonight? A beautiful, tan-skinned woman in very revealing clothes called out to August. As she spoke, she licked her lips, giving off a strong, predatory vibe. Several other women just as dangerous and attractive stood behind her. They looked at August as if he were a prize. It was clear that if he agreed, they would take him to bed right away, no strings attached. Oh great. The combat prostitutes of the Ishtar Familia, a nearby adventurer muttered, noticing the group. Many men in the square were regular customers in Ishtar Familia's brothels. Ishtar, huh? August crossed his arms, evaluating the group of women. Amazonesses. The Amazonesses were a warrior race focused on finding strong men. If a man showed his strength, they would compete to be with him. They believed that having children with the strongest would produce talented offspring. That was their tribe's way. Some people looked down on them or called their lifestyle wild, yet the truth was clear. Amazons made up a large part of Orario's top fighters. Compared to humans, they were much better at producing elite adventurers. Lord August, are you interested in getting to know the Ishtar Familia? Lily asked, catching him staring. She quickly became alert. This was the goddess of beauty, Ishtar, and her Familia was known for being dangerous. I was just thinking about the original mythological lore surrounding Ishtar, August replied casually. According to the old myths, Ishtar, the so-called goddess of Venus, the darling of heaven, decided to invade the underworld. You know what happened? Her own sister stripped her naked, hung her on a meat hook and killed her. August rubbed his chin, recalling Ishtar's story. In an old epic, King Gilgamesh spent chapters ridiculing her for being cruel and treacherous. It was clear what kind of ruthless person she was. Wait, seriously? That's her actual myth? Lily asked, taken aback. Pretty much. In the end, she only escaped the underworld by sacrificing her husband's life to take her place. She dropped her most precious jeweled crown and divine weapons down there just to flee. August shrugged, recalling how the goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal, had completely hard-countered her. So yeah, she's basically a trash-tier goddess, August finished. He was sure the Oro version of Ishtar was just as bad. The nearby adventurers and the combat prostitutes heard every single word. Everyone stopped, shocked by how bold he was. He was openly insulting a major goddess in public. But then they processed the actual gossip. The goddess of beauty was once slaughtered by her sister, the goddess of the underworld. That is some premium, high-quality gossip. Lord August won't talking about goddess Ishtar like that cause serious trouble for us. Lily panicked, terrified that the goddess might order a hit on them for the blatant disrespect. Not a chance. Ishtar only cares about Freya. Both are goddesses of beauty, and only a woman knows how to be vicious to another woman, August said. Besides, if the Ishtar familia tries anything, I have plenty of ways to deal with them. August was sure he wouldn't be targeted. Ishtar might want his power, but she knew she couldn't beat him. With Hestia on his side, any war game would end with Ishtar's defeat. His modern weapons gave him that confidence. As expected of Lord August, Lily had never imagined that August would devise a plan specifically to deal with the Ishtar familia. She knew how scary Ishtar's group was, and usually, only a big faction like Freya's could handle them. Yet August showed no trace of concern, and that made her proud. Hey, handsome. Do you really have the power to take on our familia? The combat prostitutes heard everything. He saw their whole group as no threat. Instead of being offended, the Amazons were excited. That kind of bold confidence, especially toward a powerful group like the Ishtar familia, was irresistible. For an Amazoness, August's certainty was the ultimate attraction. You smell amazing, kid. Seriously. If you don't mind, we'll sleep with you, drink with you, and feed you for free. If we could secure your genes, our kids would be monsters. The combat prostitutes were practically drooling. They were desperate to drag him into an alley. Securing the seed of an apex predator with this much confidence was an Amazoness' wildest dream. Their bold and wild interest surprised August. Were all Amazons like this? We're leaving. August didn't wait any longer. He signaled for Lily to follow, and headed straight for the dungeon entrance. They had spent enough time above ground. Now it was time to hunt and restock supplies. Lily lifted her huge backpack and rushed after him. Her training made carrying the heavy pack easy. It was empty for now, but its special compartments were made to carry lots of magic stones. The surrounding adventurers and the Amazoness warriors watched the duo descend into the labyrinth. The day had just begun, but people had already seen some real drama: a rookie openly insulting a major goddess and ignoring a group of elite Amazons. By night, this story would be all over Oro. Unaware of the rumors circulating above, August and Lily stepped onto the first floor. Unlike his first, tense trip, August now felt a rush of excitement. He was full of anticipation. He pulled out the specialized light armor Hephaestus had forged for him and strapped it on. Unless we run into a huge group of monsters, we'll use only hand-to-hand combat to get through the first 10 floors, August explained. Unlike his first 2 trips, he wouldn't use gunfire on the upper floors. From floor 13, the labyrinth became a huge, unpredictable cave system. He needed to save his ammo and energy for the middle floors. Our target today is floor 13. This is my first middle floor expedition, August stated. Understood. Lily nodded, her heart racing. This was also Lily's first time in the middle floors. Floor 13 was for level 2 adventurers. With just the 2 of them, they could move very quickly. Let's move. August deployed his surveillance drone. The drone led the way, using the map data August had collected on his last trip to floor 12. He gave the tablet controller to Lily. Thanks to Hestia's training and her fauna, Lily could use the modern drone controls easily. This was the real strength of a rearguard supporter. With the drone's thermal imaging, Lily could spot enemy groups ahead of time. They entered the second floor. A group of standard goblins lunged from the shadows. 3 targets ahead, Lily called out the drone's feed. August didn't draw a weapon. He simply raised his fists. He stepped forward and threw a simple punch. His fist hit the lead goblin's chest, and the monster instantly burst into ash. Lily unclipped a special nozzle from her backpack. It was a heavy-duty vacuum made by the Earth military. With a quick switch, it sucked up the dropped magic stone from the floor, saving her from bending down. Since upper-floor magic stones were small, the vacuum worked perfectly. "You've gotten so much stronger, Lord August." Lily watched in awe. Monsters that once gave her nightmares were now easily defeated. Since reaching level 2, August's strength and power had become incredible. He was defeating everything with a single hit, more destructive than any adventurer she'd seen. "Keep moving," August smirked and gestured forward. The upper floors were a breeze. Now he needed to see what the middle floors had to offer. As they descended deeper, the monster density thinned out significantly. On floor 6, they ran into frog shooters, but only a few. The drone's thermal vision took away their ambush, letting Lily spot them easily. August stepped up and took them out with a single punch. By the time they reached floor 8, familiar faces appeared. Killer ants and purple moths. But unlike his first trip, the monsters didn't swarm him. It was almost like the dungeon saw him as a real threat. The fights weren't a challenge, they were more like executions. However, against certain monsters, August couldn't rely on his bare hands. He drew a high-carbon steel dagger. Several monsters here had very corrosive defenses. The purple moths released toxic scales and burst with acidic blood when killed. Even though August stabbed one cleanly, the acid splashed through his sleeve and burned his forearm. So this is what raw elemental damage feels like. August frowned and looked at the burn on his arm. If he hadn't trained to handle pain in the military, the burning feeling would have made him lose focus. No wonder the vast majority of adventurers get permanently stuck in the upper 10 floors. The deeper you go, the more toxic and heavily armored these things get. Lily hurried over, uncorking a blue potion and pouring it directly over August's burned arm. The Aura Rio healing potion worked instantly. As soon as it touched his skin, the pain disappeared, replaced by a warm, soothing feeling that quickly healed his burn. It was his first time using a regular potion instead of his own magic, and he had to admit the local alchemy was very effective. Lord August, dealing with toxic monsters at close range is dangerous. I recommend you learn how to use a longsword or a spear so you can maintain a safe fighting distance, Lily advised while bandaging his arm. Using a short dagger was a big disadvantage. Daggers worked best for small fighters like Palams or young teens in tight upper-floor spaces. For a grown man, a dagger meant always fighting close to danger and risking injury. Honestly, I've thought about it. But I don't know the first thing about swordplay. I'm just copying the dagger grips I picked up while getting my ass kicked by Ryu Lion's wooden sword. Every modern guy dreamed of using a longsword. It looked cool, but actually knowing how to fight with one in real danger was a whole different story. That makes sense. Weapons like that are no longer practical for the battlefield in your world. But that's fine. We can learn together, Lily said, knowing that carrying a broadsword in a modern city would get him in trouble. All patched up. August flexed his hand to make sure the potion had healed him. They didn't have time to stand around. Let's go. August and Lily set off, making their way quickly down to floor 12. Standing in front of the huge tunnel leading into darkness, August gripped his weapon. Floor 13. Here we come. Bulk upload, 5 chapters if we reach 1,000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 70, A Brutal Skirmish on the 13th Floor 2267 words. Thank you all so much for the incredible support this week. Bulk upload tomorrow. As soon as they set foot on the 13th floor, everything felt different. The monsters here were nothing like those on the upper floors. They were fiercer, and there were a lot more of them. Before, August had to use bait to draw out large groups of monsters. It even felt like the dungeon was targeting him by sending extra his way. Here, monsters showed up in huge numbers without any tricks. Right after they walked in, 50 or 60 Almirage charged at them. These tough creatures were a signature of the early middle floors. And they were armed. You've got to be kidding me. This many right out of the gate. Lily stared in shock as the Almirage charged. They were small, like palums, but carried natural weapons so sharp that even human blacksmiths had trouble making anything similar. In a matter of moments, the mob blocked off the cavern entrance. This is fantastic, August grinned. I don't even need bait this time. Combat formation. Now that he was on the 13th floor, August chose not to fight barehanded. Triple formation assault rifles. First volley, fire. August drew his familiar ordnance. Because they were fighting in caves instead of open ground, August had to watch his shots to keep bullets from bouncing or causing a collapse. He handed Lily a heavy tactical ballistic shield. Lily immediately crouched behind it, planting the shield firmly in the dirt to form a barricade. Boom. 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 Loud gunfire broke the cavern's spooky silence. The monsters dropped fast. The ones in front had no chance. But the noise from the assault rifles brought even more Almirage from nearby tunnels. As bodies piled up, the crowd just got bigger. A single middle-floor mob already numbers in the hundreds. Lily looked through her shield's bulletproof visor and saw more and more monsters pouring out of the tunnels, all drawn by the noise. That's it. Keep them coming. Numbers like this. Get my blood pumping. Ha 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 ha. August spread his arms, and strange ripples formed in the air, bringing a cluster of guns around him. But the monsters weren't just charging the front. Some of the Almirage broke off, utilizing adjacent tunnels to flank August and Lily from the rear. Armed with heavy axes, the flanking force rushed in for the kill. August didn't even turn his head. New spatial ripples appeared at his hips. Several heavy combat shotguns projected from the void. Shotguns weren't like assault rifles. They were built for strong, close-range hits. Boom. Boom. A blast of buckshot tore through the rabbit-like monsters, taking them out right away. The weaker ones were vaporized into magic stones on the spot. The slightly tougher variants were blown to pieces, missing limbs, eyes, or entire chunks of their torsos. A single blast from the specialized buckshot punched gaping holes clean through their bodies. Most people would be shocked by the violence, but for experienced adventurers, this was just another day in the dungeon. When fighting for your life, there's no time to show mercy. These heavy-type variants, they're clustering up too much. August noticed the mob was packing too tightly into the narrow corridors. August knew he had to change his approach. Flamethrowers on standby. August pulled his heavy flamethrowers from the void. He was ready to burn every connecting tunnel. Lily understood what the flamethrowers could do. They could turn the whole cave into an oven, burning up anything inside. Understood. Lily pulled out a tactical megaphone. Evacuate the area immediately. Evacuate the area immediately. Evacuate the area immediately. She repeated the warning 3 times over the megaphone. That was as much warning as they were willing to give. If anyone didn't get out in time, it was their own fault. August swept his arm forward. A whole row of flamethrowers appeared from the ripples and fired all at once. Even regular napalm was extremely hot and had a long reach. But a focused barrage. Every tunnel was quickly filled with intense heat as flames rushed through the entrances. The sight scared off any adventurers who had been thinking about coming closer. They had heard Lily's warning over the megaphone. But the very next second, they saw walls of fire surging through the tunnels. Holy shit! What kind of lunatic is spamming high-tier fire magic in the tunnels? Damn it, move your legs faster. The seasoned adventurers broke into a panicked sprint. Are you crazy? You don't set off a firestorm inside an enclosed cavern. Heat surged quickly. Breathing became difficult as a wave of warmth swept the tunnels. It's so hot. Lily wiped sweat from her forehead as she watched the monsters burn. Even in light clothes, the cavern felt as hot as an oven. The heat would take a while to fade, but the fire had cleared out the area. Only August and Lily were left alive in that part of the dungeon. August surveyed the 13th floor. The entire ground was carpeted in magic stones. He disengaged the flamethrowers. The residual heat is still dangerous. Don't pick up the magic stones yet. Let's clear out any surviving stragglers first, August told Lily. Yes, sir. Lily took control of the surveillance drone and piloted it down the scorched tunnels. If she spotted any twitching bodies or surviving monsters, she relayed the coordinates to August, who systematically executed them. The dungeon could heal itself quickly. After feeling the huge burst of heat, the labyrinth seemed to know it couldn't do anything to August for now. No one else would have used so much firepower in these tunnels. The walls were blackened from the flames. But because the dungeon was a living entity, the surrounding rock walls actively began absorbing and dispersing the trapped heat. If it allowed the cavern to remain a literal oven, it couldn't spawn new 13th floor monsters. Any newly spawned creature would instantly roast to death or flee to another floor just to survive. The temperature is dropping. As expected of a living labyrinth. It's auto-regulating the environment incredibly fast. August watched with interest. He'd read that the dungeon was alive, but seeing the walls repair themselves and release heat in real time was strange. It almost felt like the dungeon was sulking and watching him. Lily, bag the loot. August signaled for her to collect the 13th floor magic stones. Lily turned on the industrial vacuum and quickly collected the magic stones and the occasional monster drop. With all the chaos, no new monsters were showing up on the 13th floor for now. The dungeon hadn't expected August to be so ruthless. It sent hundreds of monsters after him, but he wiped them out easily. If people could eat monsters, August's kills would have fed the whole city for a week. The dungeon just couldn't make new monsters fast enough to keep up with him. While vacuuming up the loot, Lily noticed several abnormal magic stones scattered among the ash. Hellhound stones. Lily inspected the larger, jagged stones. She instantly recognized they didn't belong to the rabbit variants. They belonged to hellhounds. She hadn't expected hellhounds to be roaming these tunnels. As they cleared the loot, a few level 2 adventurer parties began trickling back into the sector. Seeing Lily casually vacuuming up a mountain of magic stones, they immediately knew who was responsible. If an area was cleared out this brutally, everyone knew it had to be the rookie with the crazy strength. I can't believe it. This rookie slaughtered his way through the 13th floor. He didn't even spare the adjacent tunnels. Between the monsters and the rookie is definitely the bigger nightmare. Look at all those magic stones, picking them up by hand would take hours. The other adventurers left Lily alone while she collected loot. In the dungeon, everyone knew that if you killed the monsters, you got the rewards. August had used massive firepower to take over the area. Some were jealous, but they couldn't complain. If you were strong enough, you could do the same. If not, you just kept hunting as usual. Still, a few lucky adventurers managed to snag the occasional magic stone August hadn't bothered to sweep up from the far edges of the blast zone. Stepping deeper into the cavern network, the adventurers broke off into different tunnels. The 13th floor was a huge maze of caves, not just one big room. August had only cleared about a quarter of it, so there were still plenty of monsters left. August watched the adventurers scatter. Some pushed toward the 14th floor stairs, while others hunted the remaining almirage in the outer sectors. Lord August. After spending considerable time clearing the zone, Lily finished harvesting the intact magic stones, leaving the shattered fragments behind. She jogged back to his side. Looting complete. However, I spotted hellhound magic stones deeper in the adjacent tunnels. Lily reported her findings. The hellhounds had been converging on their position, but August's relentless flamethrower barrage had incinerated them in the crossfire. The flamethrower's effective range managed to clip them all the way down at the intersections. Hellhounds. As their name implied, they were the true gatekeepers of the middle floors. They were real threats to level 2 adventurers. Anyone who made it this far had to fight them eventually. They could use fire magic and were naturally tough against fire attacks. But being resistant to fire didn't mean they were immune. Even hellhounds couldn't survive a steady blast of modern napalm. Hellhounds. August said. He hadn't expected to see them this early, though it wasn't impossible. They were the labyrinth's enforcers, meant to take out unprepared rookies. Seeing them spawn early meant the dungeon was actively trying to intercept him. Shall we proceed to the 14th floor? Lily asked. She knew August's arsenal was deep. Descending further was well within his capabilities, and standing around waiting for respawns was a waste of time. August considered the terrain. These floors are all tunnels. Except for the big safe areas on the 16th and 17th floors, everything from 10 to 15 is just a bunch of tight caves. These narrow tunnels really limit what weapons I can use. August picked up one of the jagged natural weapons dropped by the almirage. Most monster weapons shattered upon death, but a few lingered as rare drops. He glanced at Lily's tactical shield. The heavy ballistic glass and reinforced plating were scored with dozens of deep scratches and dents. Those weren't monster scratches. Those were ricochets. The caves were bigger than the upper floors but still closed in and rocky. When he fired assault rifles, bullets bounced off the stone walls. Since August was in the center, he avoided the shrapnel, but Lily's shield took several stray ricochets. It's time to swap out the arsenal. August realized it was too risky to keep using small guns in a place where bullets could bounce everywhere. To keep his team safe, he needed to use something bigger. August raised his hand. A new set of gear appeared in his grasp. He handed a heavy tactical vest to Lily. Yes, sir. Lily strapped on the heavy vest and pulled a specialized combat helmet over her head. The helmet was equipped with a built-in comms headset. August swapped his own gear, donning an identical set. Short-barrel light tank. A massive, armored combat vehicle dropped from the spatial void, landing heavily onto the cavern floor. This wasn't a regular tank. It had been heavily modified. Instead of a long-range gun, it had a short, powerful cannon made for close-range blasts, perfect for the dungeon's tight tunnels. The driver's seat was completely automated, operated by an advanced AI system. Once the terrain data was fed into the computer, the AI would auto-navigate the cavern routes perfectly. The vehicle was custom-tailored specifically for August's expedition into the Rio middle floors. You're on the main gun, August ordered. He knew Lily was a natural shooter. Even though she was a Paolum and not very strong, her aim was excellent. She could fire a hand crossbow quickly and accurately, even in the dark, and her fauna made her even better. Her skill set made her the perfect gunner. Understood. I will complete the objective. Lily accepted the role, though she was slightly nervous. She wasn't confident she could match Naz's insane archery skills, but using an advanced targeting computer to aim a tank cannon. She was sure she could handle that. In the end, using big explosives made aiming less important anyway. With their comms synced and gear ready, they climbed onto the hull. Yes, sir. August and Lily dropped through the top hatch. August took the commander's seat and acted as the loader. He had trained for this exact setup back on Earth. The heavy steel hatch sealed shut above them. August booted up the command console, syncing his tablet to the tank's localized network to activate the AI driver. He tapped the ignition command. The tank's massive engine burst into life. The deafening rumble shook the cavern. Lily felt the tank's power through the hull, and her eyes shone with excitement. This machine was amazing. Bulk upload, 5 chapters if we reach 1,000 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 71, Incoming Speed Bumps 2073 words. Thank you all so much for the incredible support this week. Bulk upload today. Meanwhile, the adventurers below the 14th floor heard a strange noise. Parties heading back toward the upper floors stopped in their tracks. What is that? An adventurer with enhanced hearing signaled his party to halt. The others stopped in their tracks. What was that noise? Soon, the roar of a heavy engine resounded through the tunnels, impossible to miss. Something big is coming. As they peered down the cavernous intersection ahead, the mechanical roar was joined by the agonizing shrieks of dying monsters. At the crossroads of 2 massive tunnels, the source of the carnage finally revealed itself. A pack of hellhounds was relentlessly attacking a massive beast made entirely of hardened steel. They blasted it with magical flames and gnawed viciously at its body. But with armor that's strong, the hellhounds only broke their fangs on the metal. Any beast that got in the steel monster's way was crushed flat under its treads. Flesh and bone stood no chance against 60 tons of steel. Holy shit! Even from far away, the adventurers watched in terror as the armored giant crushed the hellhounds. These monsters were known for killing rookies and guarding the middle floors, but against the steel beast, they were completely helpless. The adventurers' jaws hit the floor. Their eyes bulged. Even the solid bedrock of the labyrinth was being chewed up and pulverized by the grinding treads. It was unbelievable. But then a cannon blast showed them what real firepower looked like. Inside the armored cabin. We've drawn a massive pack of hellhounds, August noted, casually loading a fresh shell into the breech. Traverse rear. Prepare to fire. Lily peered through the targeting optics, smoothly rotating the turret to track the hellhounds chasing them down the tunnel. Lily barked. The short-barreled smoothbore cannon fired a loud shot. Boom! The high-explosive round detonated inside the confined tunnel. The pursuing hellhounds let out a series of agonizing shrieks, as the shockwave and shrapnel ripped them to shreds in a split second. It was a devastating strike. Oh, that feels so good. Lily shivered. It was her first time feeling the powerful recoil of a tank cannon under her command. The force sent a flood of excitement through her. For the adventurers watching from a distance, seeing the steel giant destroy a pack of hellhounds with one blast was shocking. They could hardly believe humans had built something so powerful. The heavy top hatch popped open. Lily poked her head out, surveying the smoldering remains. She whipped out her industrial vacuum, and efficiently sucked up the carpet of magic stones scattered across the ash. Once the area was swept clean, she dropped back inside and sealed the hatch. The tank's engine revved, and the metal beast rolled forward. That firepower, which familia does that belong to? Wait, was that a Powlum popping out of the hatch? Does anyone recognize them? Any adventurer who saw that weapon felt envious. For many, a powerful armored machine was the ultimate dream. A veteran supporter from another party quickly shut down their fantasies. Did you guys live under a rock? That's the Hestia Familia. We couldn't get our hands on toys like that even if we sold our own gods. Only the Hestia Familia has that kind of absurd ordnance. The veteran stayed informed. He knew just how dangerous the so-called monster rookie was. That rookie. Yeah, if it's him, this actually makes total sense. As soon as they heard Hestia Familia, any ideas of stealing or getting the tank disappeared. Everyone knew August was ruthless in the dungeon. Even when the labyrinth seemed to target him with impossible odds, he always came out unharmed after defeating countless monsters. A normal adventurer would run from even a small part of that horde. No one wanted to risk their life fighting someone like him. The adventurers collectively decided to mind their own business and continued their trek upward. They passed by the tank in complete silence. August ignored the adventurers as they left. As long as they weren't with the Evolus or trying to stop him, he had no problem with regular dungeon explorers. He kept driving the tank deeper into the dungeon, crushing anything that got in the way. They began cruising through the sprawling network of the 14th floor. Why are there so few hellhounds down here? Lily muttered, peering through the periscope. There's barely a fraction of what we saw on the 13th floor. Looks like it. The drone feeds are coming up mostly blank, August replied, checking the external monitors. It's getting harder to push forward efficiently. The monsters down here seem to be actively avoiding us. He had mapped out roughly 80% of the immediate cavern network using his deployable sensors, yet the hellhound population was suspiciously sparse. Meanwhile, inside a hidden, unmapped cavern deep within the middle floors. A woo-woo. A guttural howl carried through the massive chamber. This wasn't a human encampment. It was a staging ground for the 14th floor's denizens. Along with the axe-wielding Almirage, a huge pack of hellhounds was gathered inside. After being defeated by August and Lily's tank, they had retreated here to regroup. But it wasn't just hellhounds. Monsters from the 13th, 14th, and 15th floors had all gathered here. Even the bad bats, flying predators that attacked when adventurers were vulnerable, hung from the stalactites. This was why the middle floors were so dangerous for unprepared level 2s. The teamwork between different monster types was deadly, axe-wielding rabbits, flying bats, and magic-using hellhounds. Thousands of monsters crammed into the secret chamber. Once they poured out of this room, any adventurer caught in their path would be instantly pulverized. Why did they gather here? They wanted revenge. After being defeated by the steel giant, they were planning a counterattack. The magic-using hellhounds led the group as pack leaders. They had forced the Almirage and Bad Bats to join them. The tank had easily resisted their magic and defeated them. If they didn't fight back, they couldn't call themselves true predators of the labyrinth. The monsters communicated with snarls and chitters. Unlike the intelligent Xenos, their group was based on raw strength. They planned their ambush and attack with natural precision. But while the monsters made their plans dash, sonar ping received, August announced. He stared at the tactical display panel inside the cabin. His deployed acoustic sensors were feeding data into the tank's computer. The system filtered out the ambient cavern noise, isolating a massive cluster of non-human biosignatures gathered in a single, tight location. The volume was staggering. Way too large to be an adventurer party. Seeing the data, August reached a logical conclusion. The monsters were holed up in a secret room the guild hadn't mapped yet. Make no mistake, modern tech missed nothing. Lord August, what's wrong? Lily asked, noticing the red warning lights flashing on his monitor. A massive cluster of monsters is massing nearby, August explained, turning the screen toward her. We haven't seen a damn thing in the main tunnels, but my acoustic sensors just picked up a massive concentration of hostile signatures nearby. The monitor blipped aggressively in red, indicating a severe threat level. Are they waiting for us to expose a vulnerability? Lily gasped. Ryu Lion warned us about this. Since we're considered anomalies, the dungeon's malicious will is actively trying to kill us. The moment we show a sign of weakness, it will unleash this horde to tear us to pieces. Lily was sure the labyrinth was waiting for them to let their guard down. Waiting for us to slip up, huh? August rubbed his chin, a small smile on his face. Do you think the dungeon realizes this tank runs on fuel? If it thinks we're running on empty, it'll assume I have to step outside to refuel. That would turn us into a sitting duck. August knew the labyrinth was trying to outsmart him. The sonar showed many targets gathering together. They were definitely waiting in ambush. Lily, is it possible there's an undiscovered room here? Something missing from the guild's maps. August pulled up the digital map provided by Ina Tool and Misha Flott. It's highly likely, Lily nodded, analyzing the topography. Based on the intel Miss Ina and Miss Misha gave us, there are numerous uncharted vertical shafts in this sector. Adventurers sometimes use them to bypass floors or accidentally drop straight down to the 17th floor. There are definitely hidden routes we don't know about. Lily's deductive reasoning was sharp. The monsters were absolutely watching them from a concealed vantage point. Lord August, should we pack up the tank? Lily asked. While the tank was incredible, fighting a coordinated ambush in an enclosed space was risky. August gave a gentle chuckle. If the dungeon wants to see us weak, let's give it something to watch. Pack it up. Hell no. His armor could shrug off anything short of a high-yield anti-tank missile, or a concentrated level 5 magic barrage. Mere flesh and claws crashing against composite armor would only result in a bloody smear on his windshield. You stay on the gun. I'm stepping out. August decided to set the trap himself. He planned to lure the labyrinth into making a move. August hit a manual override, triggering a localized system fault. The tank stopped suddenly, releasing thick clouds of white steam and black smoke from the exhaust. It looked completely broken. August popped the commander's hatch and climbed onto the hull, hauling a heavy jerrycan from his spatial void. He acted frantic, pretending he desperately needed to manually refuel the stalled engine. In reality, the fuel tank was still 90% full. He was only pretending. But this trick didn't just fool naive gods. It worked perfectly on the dungeon too. The moment he cracked open the jerrycan, a violent tremor shook the cavern. It wasn't just the rumble of a charging horde, the actual bedrock of the labyrinth was trembling. The ceiling above them cracked as the dungeon created new monsters right overhead. Just as Lily predicted, if you show weakness, the labyrinth attacks right away. From the distant tunnels, a thundering roar erupted. The cacophony of thousands of stomping feet and guttural snarls boomed down the corridor as the massive horde charged out of their secret room, trying to blitz August before he could react. But down in the cavern, Lily, safely strapped into the gunner's seat, and August, standing on the hull, both flashed identical, predatory smirks. August instantly tossed the jerrycan back into the void, dove through the hatch, and slammed it shut, locking it tight. Tunnel at our 11 o'clock. Load canister. August barked, rapidly slamming a fresh fragmentation shell into the breach. Lily yelled, whipping the turret around to face the encroaching horde. The monsters dropping from the ceiling clawed at the tank's hull, but they couldn't even scratch the armor or open the hatch. Instead of attacking August, they were left helpless against the steel. Lily squeezed the firing trigger. Boom! The specialized canister shell blasted into the dark tunnel. Before the front of the horde reached the light, screams rang across the cavern. The explosion sent thousands of metal fragments flying down the corridor. The shrapnel tore through the front lines. The lucky ones turned into magic stones right away. The others were left injured and writhing on the cavern floor. The destruction terrified the surviving monsters. Their group was being defeated before they even saw the enemy. But there were too many monsters. The tunnel was so crowded that they couldn't escape. They had no choice but to keep charging forward. Watching the monsters rush toward them, August just grinned. Full speed ahead. Let's show these bastards what high-speed armored warfare looks like. The engine roared, the tracks dug into the stone, and the tank moved forward. The heavy plow and bulldozing tracks destroyed everything in their path. The monsters had only one option, to stand and face the charging steel tank. August grabbed the comms, uttering his final verdict for the Horde. Who the hell left these speed bumps here? Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 72, bonus 2156 words. Thank you all so much for the incredible support this week. Yes, speed bumps. And who, exactly, had been throwing themselves against the front hull of August's tank like speed bumps? The Hellhounds. Forgive us, Mr. Tank. We gave it our all, but we couldn't halt your advance. As the Hellhounds rushed the front lines, their last thought was simple: they hadn't managed to impress the steel giant. They were mercilessly flattened. The tank didn't stop. Even though it was colliding with dozens of dense, heavy monsters, its momentum didn't hitch for a second. Because of the labyrinth's fundamental mechanic, when a monster died, its body exploded into ash, leaving only a magic stone behind. Each time the tank ran over a monster, the body disappeared right away. With nothing in its way, the tank kept moving, crushing Hellhounds one after another. The result was a one-sided massacre. August didn't want the tank to handle everything, so he opened the hatch. Shotgun barrels bristled from the top of the hull. August aimed toward the cavern ceiling and pulled the triggers. A blast of buckshot tore through the bad bats hanging from the ceiling. The bats fell, turning to ash before they landed, and left a shower of magic stones behind. The monster coalition stood absolutely zero chance against mechanized warfare. The havoc was so intense that the nearby adventurers stopped in their tracks. Whether they were descending to the middle floors or heading back to the surface, the adventurers froze in terror. Watching the monster army get pulped into ash, they stayed far back, listening to the agonizing shrieks traveling down the tunnels. Adventurers knew their limits. If a level 4 or level 5 ran into an army of this scale, they could probably fight their way out. But for a level 2 or level 3, facing a coordinated horde of thousands meant a guaranteed, gruesome death. No mid-tier party could survive that meat grinder intact. Right now, all they could do was listen. The dying monsters screamed much louder and longer than what adventurers usually heard during normal hunts. Is that rookie planning to exterminate every single monster on this floor? He is ruthless. The adventurers stayed back. Hearing the steady blasts and the monsters' cries, they could tell a massacre was happening. The noise alone made their skin crawl. The slaughter dragged on. Eventually, a few lucky monsters managed to slip past the tank's kill zone, desperately fleeing down the tunnels. Straight toward the spectating adventurers. The two groups collided. Don't let them escape. If these middle-floor monsters leak into the upper levels, it's going to be a massacre. The level 2 adventurers watching quickly jumped into action. They weren't saints, but letting middle-floor horrors slip into the rookie zones was a severe violation of guild law. If a horde reached the upper floors and caused a mass casualty event, the guild would track down the adventurers who let them pass and punish them severely. It did feel a little like stealing kills to finish off the fleeing, wounded monsters. But according to the guild's ironclad rule, whoever secures the kill claims the magic stone. And given the large number of fleeing hellhounds, this was a massive, unexpected payday. Push them back. For mid-tier familiars, this was easy money. The adventurers rushed in, glad to clean up after August. Even the high-tier parties passing by, including squads with level 4, joined in and easily took down the fleeing monsters. But despite the adventurers picking off the stragglers, the vast majority of the monster army died beneath August's treads. The cavern eventually fell dead silent. The only sound left was the soft ringing of thousands of magic stones settling onto the bedrock. But the non-stop attack wore down the tank. The tank's armor handled the magical flames and hits without trouble, but the constant heat badly damaged its treads and sensors. August and Lilaruka Arde were forced to disembark, storing the battered tank back into the spatial void. It was time to ship it back to Earth for repairs. Losing a tank to wipe out more than 1,000 middle-floor monsters seemed like a great deal to August. Stepping onto the ash-covered floor, they began the tedious task of harvesting the loot. August looked around the cavern. The floor was covered in magic stones and patches of acidic blood. He also saw that the dungeon had stopped spawning monsters. It was clear that his act with the jerrycan had tricked the labyrinth. The dungeon had assumed he was vulnerable. But there was no vulnerability. August's feint lured the entire monster coalition out of hiding, allowing him to wipe them out in a single, concentrated strike. The sentient labyrinth had witnessed the entire slaughter. It realized his weapons didn't consume his physical stamina. Pretending to refuel a stalling machine was just a sick joke. The monsters had rushed forward only to die instantly under his artillery. After learning its lesson, the dungeon stayed quiet. The walls didn't move at all. August decided to push his luck. I'm completely out of ammo. My weapons are useless. I have no firepower left. What should I do? August spoke in a flat, sarcastic voice as he looked up at the ceiling and walls. Zero response. The labyrinth wasn't taking the bait again. Lily just stared at him as she vacuumed up the magic stones. Traveling with August had been surprisingly easy. This dungeon trip felt more like a big harvesting job than a dangerous adventure. His modern weapons were as powerful as the famous Kratzo magic swords, maybe even stronger. Damn it, give me a break. Spawn some more monsters. August yelled, kicking the charred cavern wall. Can't you drop a few more hordes? I came all the way down here. Don't make this a wasted trip. August shouted his complaints at the ceiling. He was really frustrated. This trip had brought in thousands fewer magic stones than his last two. The level 2 stones were bigger and worth more, but he still needed a huge pile to meet his trade deals with the Earth military. Even with all his shouting, the dungeon ignored him. It acted as if his complaints didn't matter. Spawn more. So you can slaughter them again. Are you insane? If I keep feeding you, I won't have any monsters left for this floor. Lord August, you don't need to yell at the walls, Lily pointed out the obvious. The environment is completely destroyed. Unlike the big open spaces on the 11th and 12th floors, this small cavern was destroyed. Tank shells left craters in the walls, heavy buckshot tore them up, and napalm burned them black. The whole place looked like a war zone. August realized why the dungeon had stopped spawning. The labyrinth was always fixing the damage from adventurer fights. But until an area was fully repaired, the dungeon almost never spawned new monsters nearby. It focused on healing itself before making more monsters. Until the floor is fully restored, nothing is going to spawn here. And even if it does, it'll spawn far away from this blast zone, Lily explained. For now, the hunting ground was closed. All they could do was gather the loot. While Lily collected the stones, a few adventurers quietly entered the cavern and stared at the destruction. It was easy to imagine the massacre that had happened here. The floor was a sea of magic stones. It was a tempting sight. But when they looked at the monster rookie standing in the center of the crater, they felt a shiver run down their spines. Even the experienced level 4 felt uneasy. If they had faced such a huge horde, they would have had to retreat. But this guy had defeated them all. A high-tier, all-female adventurer party stepped into the cavern, observing the aftermath from a distance. Once the dust settled, the squad's leader approached. That's Shakti Varma, the captain of the Ganesha Familia. Someone in the crowd recognized the woman instantly. A level 5. Alias, Ankusha. What is the city's peacekeeping force doing all the way down here? Hearing the whispers, August turned his attention to the mature, commanding woman approaching him. She was beautiful and carried herself with strength and discipline. The other adventurers moved aside to let her pass. I'm August of the Hestia Familia, August introduced himself, giving her a quick visual assessment. Shakti Varma, Ganesha Familia. Shakti analyzed the young man standing before her. He looked a bit younger than her, but his demeanor was unflappable. With her experience, Shakti noticed August was breathing calmly. He didn't look tired, even after such a big fight. The huge pile of magic stones his supporter was collecting showed he had just beaten an army of over 1,000 monsters by himself. She had never seen a human do something this wild before. Except for Otter from the Freya Familia, this rookie really deserved the title of the strongest rookie. Seeing him in person was a stark realization. An impressive display, Shakti praised him. She didn't mind that he used unusual weapons. In the dungeon, anything that helped you survive deserved respect. More importantly, August had pulled this off with his own skills. She respected that kind of ability. Honestly, if our familia had been able to communicate with you when you first arrived, we would have recruited you, Shakti admitted. If August had joined the Ganesha familia, he would have quickly risen to their top ranks. It was too bad that the language barrier kept them from recognizing such talent. But mischances happened all the time in Rio. Shakti didn't let it bother her. Thanks for the compliment, August said with a smile. He could see she showed a little regret, but she accepted it, and didn't hold a grudge. If you don't mind me asking, Captain Shakti, what brings you down here? August noted she was fully geared for a deep strata expedition. The Ganesha familia usually managed crowds on the upper floors or kept order in the city above. It was rare to see the captain herself working in the middle floors. Because of you, actually. A massive flood of middle-floor monsters was attempting to breach the upper levels. To prevent a mass casualty event among the rookies, I personally led a suppression squad to drive them back down and eradicate the overflow. We just finished securing the perimeter, Shakti explained. The reason for all this was August. A coalition of monsters from multiple floors had massed together specifically to hunt the Hestia Familia's rookie. After seeing August's firepower up close, Shakti understood why the dungeon was after him. If she were the labyrinth, she'd do the same. He was like a one-man extinction event. No wonder the dungeon wanted him gone. August rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. He hadn't expected his little skirmish to trigger a multi-floor security breach. But I'm innocent here. August protested. How was I supposed to know the dungeon would rally an entire army just to jump me? August was honestly confused. Why did the dungeon hate him so much? He was just a traveler from another world, and had Northwest history with this place. He never planned to wipe out so many monsters when he got his fauna. But in just a few days, the labyrinth kept sending wave after wave of monsters after him. It felt personal. What did he do to deserve this much hate? The labyrinth noticed you because of the spectacle you caused during your initial fauna contract. Lord Ganesha theorized that when Lady Hestia granted your blessing, her unsealed divine aura blanketed the sky above Rio. Because you are her contracted child, the labyrinth's malignant will locked onto your specific mana signature. As long as your presence remains in the dungeon, the labyrinth will aggressively target you. Shakti relayed her patron god's deduction, explaining the harsh reality to the confused rookie. Ganesha had known from the start. The dungeon never sent thousands of monsters after new adventurers. Any normal rookie would have died right away. But August didn't just survive, he defeated every group sent after him. These attacks proved Ganesha's theory. The dungeon's hatred wasn't random. It began the moment he caused that bright, divine light during his awakening. Wait, seriously? That's why? Lily, who was still vacuuming up magic stones, froze in shock. She had thought August was just unlucky. But that wasn't it. The dungeon was out to get him because Lady Hestia had shown off too much during his contract ritual. Lily slowly raised a trembling hand. Is it too late for me to quit the Hestia Familia? Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Bonus 2286 words. Thank you all so much for the incredible support this week. Outside the grand entrance of the Tower of Babel in Rio. Those jerks. Hestia stomped her feet, fuming with rage. She couldn't believe her divine peers had branded her precious familia child with a terrible moniker. Today was the Donatus, the divine council where the gods officially gave new aliases to adventurers who leveled up. Hestia hadn't planned on going, but she wanted August to get an impressive title. So she forced herself to attend and ended up in a loud, heated argument. Unfortunately, August was currently the hottest commodity in Rio. The other gods were jealous. Hestia had a child who could jump between universes, and they would have taken him if they could. Out of spite, some of the gods tried to give August the most embarrassing alias they could think of. After hours of heated arguments, honestly, walking away with a minor title is a massive victory, Hephaestus sighed, walking beside the furious goddess. The debate over August's alias almost turned into a fight. The gods shouted until their faces turned red. Hestia was so angry that she yelled at her peers to defend August's honor. The first ember that was the best we could negotiate, Hephaestus added. To be fair, Hestia, your suggestions were unhinged, Mayak chimed in, shaking his head. He still couldn't fathom the terrifying titles Hestia had proposed. The last savior of humanity. The destroyer of worlds. Born to be king. Mayak genuinely wanted to crack Hestia's skull open and study her brain. How could she even suggest those names with a straight face? The last savior of humanity. The weight of that title screamed, Messiah. Even the gods hesitated to throw around a title that arrogant. The destroyer of worlds. It sounded powerful, sure, but surrounded by rival gods. It sounded like the ultimate supervillain title, practically begging for a holy crusade to be launched against him. And born to be king. If they actually slapped this title on a level 2 rookie, every major familia in Rio would target him immediately just on principle. Faced with Hestia's grandiose, impossibly arrogant suggestions, the rest of the pantheon violently vetoed them. They united to assign him something far more grounded. The title might have sounded a little plain and old-fashioned, but compared with other options like the Juggernaut or the Warmonger, it was pretty elegant and subtle. This is my child's very first alias. He deserves a title that commands respect. Hestia crossed her arms, tilting her nose high into the air. Her child was exceptional. He deserved a title that reflected his majesty. Right, whatever you say, Hephaestus and Mayak said together, not really listening to her anymore. But as the group of gods walked away from Babel. Hey, did you hear about Ishtar, the ruler of the pleasure quarter? Turns out, that's her actual backstory. Yeah, I can't believe she died a pathetic death in the myths. Stripped completely naked, impaled on meat hooks, and she only managed to escape by sacrificing her own husband to the underworld. A group of adventurers was casually chatting and laughing by the roadside. They were loudly gossiping about Ishtar. The gods, blessed with exceptional hearing, froze in their tracks. Why is there sudden gossip about Ishtar? Stripped naked and impaled by her own sister, Ereshkigal. Who the hell is spreading that mythological lore down here? Hephaestus, Mayak, and Takamikazuchi exchanged baffled looks. They stopped walking and leaned in, fully invested. Divine drama. Hell yeah, we're listening. That's weird. Why is Ishtar suddenly the talk of the town? Hestia scratched her head, genuinely confused. She had just spent hours locked in a screaming match at the Donatus. How did Ishtar's dirty laundry hit the streets while she was gone? From what Hestia recalled, the goddess of the pleasure quarter was essentially one of her enemies, a major antagonist in the original plotline. A quiet voice called out from behind. Oh, Soma. Wait, you're outside. Hestia and the other gods turned around, surprised to see the reclusive god of wine standing in the plaza. The guy usually spent his entire existence locked in his brewery, ignoring his familia. About Lily, thank you for taking her in. Soma slowly pushed his messy bangs out of his eyes. His expression was as stoic as ever, but as he locked eyes with Hestia, he offered a solemn bow. Soma recognized that his own negligence had driven his familia down a dark, twisted path. Lily had relied on her willpower to break free from the nightmare he inadvertently created. Because of that, Soma knew he had no right to ask her to return. But he was deeply grateful that Hestia had given the child a safe haven. As long as you understand your mistakes, we're good, Hestia waved it off casually. The trial she had set for Lily was designed to prove the girl's determination to climb out of the abyss. The fact that Soma came to thank her proved he finally felt a shred of guilt for what he had put Lily through. By the way, Hestia, did you hear the rumors they were just discussing? Soma asked, shifting the topic. He realized Hestia had been locked in the Donatus, and was completely out of the loop regarding the street-level gossip. Yeah, the gossip about Ishtar, right? Hestia nodded. It was just another deity's drama. She was more than happy to eat the popcorn. That gossip originated from your child, August. Soma dropped the bomb. Hephaestus, Mayak, and Takamikazuchi stared at Hestia in shock. Wait, what? How did August trigger this? My familia members were loitering near the dungeon entrance this morning. They saw August and Lily getting heavily propositioned by the combat prostitutes of the Ishtar familia before they headed into the labyrinth. Soma explained his intel network. The Soma familia might be useless in the dungeon, but they were a syndicate of hustlers and street rats. They spent their days loitering in Babel Square, soaking up every scrap of intelligence. They always had the first scoop on citywide drama. Since the incident involved the Hestia familia, Soma felt obligated to deliver the warning personally. Those Amazon girls, Hestia groaned, rubbing her temples. She knew exactly how Amazonesses operated. The moment they spotted a powerful male, they swarmed him like sharks, desperately trying to drag him to bed. Because of their aggressive approach, August loudly recounted the myth of Ishtar's humiliating death in the underworld. And he explicitly stated that the Ishtar familia wouldn't dare cause trouble for him, Soma added. Soma was curious where August found the confidence to publicly humiliate Ishtar and declare himself untouchable. Ishtar was notoriously vain and petty. She maintained a facade of glamorous power to rule the pleasure quarter. Having her most humiliating defeat broadcast to the entire city was a massive insult. The normal response would be an immediate order to assassinate. Oh, thanks for the heads up, Soma, Hestia nodded. Knowing the anime lore, Hestia understood exactly where August's confidence came from. If there was one entity in Orario that consumed Ishtar's absolute focus, it was Freya. Wow, Hestia. You aren't panicking? Takamikazuchi asked, raising an eyebrow. He expected her to freak out. Given Ishtar's vindictive nature, shouldn't she be worried? Why should I be? Hestia shrugged. Ishtar's primary target is, and always will be, Freya. I only have a small familia. If Ishtar wastes her combat forces trying to kill August, which would result in heavy casualties on her, and she won't have the manpower left to fight Freya. It's a massive loss for her. Plus, August has a natural resistance to divine charm. Unless Ishtar breaks the rules and uses her full divine power, August could easily defeat her, Hestia said confidently. She wasn't afraid of Ishtar picking a fight. Even without considering August's strength, Ishtar's focus on Freya was her biggest weakness. She wouldn't waste her forces on a small grudge. And if she did, August would defeat them easily. Look at you using your brain, Hephaestus chuckled, really impressed. Hestia's analysis was spot on. She had perfectly calculated Ishtar's political constraints. Moreover, August's reputation was well known. Every god and adventurer knew that if you cornered him, he wouldn't just win, he would destroy everything nearby. No one wanted to risk total defeat, just to satisfy a goddess's ego. Most adventurers would rather fight otter than face August. It's true. Given Ishtar's obsessive hatred for Freya, she won't risk antagonizing a volatile wild card like your child unless it's necessary, Mayak agreed. A goddess of beauty versus a goddess of beauty. A virgin goddess like Hestia wasn't even on the radar. Ishtar wasn't going to burn her forces fighting a heavily armed rookie. August has zero filter. I need to go home and lecture him, Hestia grumbled, crossing her arms. She loved him, but casually roasting a major goddess in public was asking for trouble. Ishtar might be distracted now, but if the Freya Familia was ever gone, Ishtar would definitely go after August for the insult. Hestia needed to talk to him before he caused even bigger problems. While the gods laughed it off, the target of the gossip was currently losing her mind. Ishtar sat on her lavish throne in the pleasure quarters tower, furious. She wore very little, but her anger ruined any sense of charm. She violently hurled her golden smoking pipe across the room. That arrogant little brat. Ishtar's face showed pure anger. Her worst humiliation was now being talked about like common gossip. Sure, she loved the titles August had used to describe her, Goddess of Venus, Darling of Heaven, Goddess of Beauty. Those monikers alone made her preen with arrogance. But having her most agonizing defeat dragged into the spotlight. Absolutely unforgivable. He had crossed a massive line. Stripped naked. Impaled on meat hooks. Sacrificing her own husband to escape the underworld. August hadn't lied. Those events actually happened in the ancient era, when her sister Ereshkigal humiliated her. But that didn't mean she wanted the entire mortal realm gossiping about it. At this rate, the bards would be singing mocking ballads about her by sunset. He needs to be punished. I'll make him suffer. Ishtar screamed. But despite her furious declarations, she quickly arrived at the exact same conclusion August and Hestia had predicted. If I deploy my Amazons to capture him, he might actually wipe them out. Ishtar rubbed her temples, a headache forming. Her fighters had told her about August's confidence. If she sent her best warriors to stop him, and he really was that strong, her whole plan to defeat Freya would fall apart. Lady Ishtar. If we manage to ambush him inside the dungeon. Phryne Jamil, the towering captain of the Ishtar Familia, offered her strategy. She wanted to crush the arrogant Mun and drag him back to her bed. Conquering a Mun with that much-rumored power would be the ultimate high. But the moment Phryne suggested an ambush, Ishtar's eyes turned ice-cold. Petty insults could be ignored, but her grand strategy to destroy Freya was absolute. She wasn't going to let an idiot captain ruin years of meticulous planning over a bruised ego. Are you planning to lead my girls to their deaths? Ishtar snapped. That boy is ruthless. He slaughters entire legions of monsters by trapping them in kill zones. Are you hoping to add my girls to his pile of corpses? Ishtar glared at her captain. Phryne was her best fighter, but if she put the plan at risk, Ishtar would take away her power and lock her up without hesitation. The surrounding executives of the Ishtar Familia flinched in surprise. They fully expected Ishtar to approve the hit squad. They didn't realize she was this wary of a rookie. Do not underestimate that boy. He operates in this city with absolute autonomy. He possesses terrifying intellect and firepower. If you attempt to capture him, he will not hesitate to slaughter every single one of you. Ishtar leaned back into her throne, her gaze sweeping over her executives. I spent years building this familia. I spent years crafting my master plan. If any of you ruin my assets, I will make you beg for death. Ishtar didn't look at Phryne, but the threat was aimed squarely at her. If the captain marched out and got the Amazons killed, she would suffer a fate worse than hell. However, Ishtar's tone suddenly shifted, a sultry smirk creeping onto her lips. If any of you can seduce him and drag him into your bed, that is a different story entirely. She wasn't going to suppress her Amazon's natural instincts. If her girls could mentally break the monster rookie using their bodies and charm, it would bring immense glory to the Ishtar Familia. A Mun that powerful was the ultimate prize for an Amazon. Overwhelming strength, interdimensional autonomy, and absolute ruthlessness. Sleeping with a predator like that was an Amazon's dream. Bearing his child would guarantee a prodigy. As expected of Lady Ishtar. Oh, my blood is pumping. The executive's eyes lit up with ravenous lust. Since Ishtar wasn't forbidding the hunt, it was open season. Ishtar leaned her chin on her hand, fully embracing the honey trap strategy. That's right, my lovely girls. Hunt down that infuriating brat. Make him submit to your charm. Let's see how long his confidence lasts when he's begging on his knees. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 74, bonus 2011 words. Thank you all so much for the incredible support this week. Having cleared the blast zone, August and Liliruka Arde exited the dungeon and made their way straight to the guild headquarters. Inatul spotted the duo as they walked through the front doors and greeted them warmly. She already knew the rumors. Word about August wrecking the Ishtar Familia's reputation hit the guild right away. Fame made gossip travel fast. Hello, Miss Ina, August nodded. Is Miss Misha around? August looked around the front desks and saw that Ina was the only advisor he recognized who was still working. The evening shift was still going. Ah, Misha, Ina sighed. She collapsed. Working too much continuous overtime finally caught up with her. She's resting at home today. Collapsed. August raised an eyebrow. That's rare. He never thought the usually lazy Misha Flot would end up working so hard that she needed to rest in bed. As the two chatted, Lily observed Inatul carefully. Seeing the half-elf's professional attitude put her mind at ease. Lily wasn't worried about Ina liking August. Elves and even half-elves had very strict, almost instinctive standards for choosing partners. It wasn't just about liking someone a lot, there had to be an instant connection. If that spark wasn't there from the start, an elf wouldn't try for a romance. Ina always acted professional and kept things businesslike. She never crossed any lines, so Lily felt totally at ease. Lord August, I'll head over to the exchange counter and convert the loot into Valis, Lily announced. As the Familia's designated quartermaster and treasurer, Lily hauled her heavy backpack toward the exchange desk. But compared to their last two trips, the pile of magic stones she put on the counter was clearly smaller. The guild appraisers didn't judge her. If anything, they looked impressed. These are high-purity middle-floor magic stones. I didn't expect a haul like this. The appraisers stared at the pile, speechless. The quality and size of these stones were much better than anything from the upper floors. Have they already started pushing into the middle floors? To harvest this many high-grade stones, how many monsters did they slaughter down there? Lord August, have you already reached the middle floors? Ina asked, overhearing the appraiser's shock. She couldn't believe he was already conquering the deeper strata. He was advancing at a shocking speed. According to the guild, this was only his third trip. The way he easily made it to the middle floors showed that, for the captain of the Hestia Familia, the dungeon was more like a walk in the park than a challenge. Most level 2s couldn't do this. August already had the strength of a solid level 3. The realization left Ina utterly stunned. How could anyone grow this quickly? Lily finished the transaction and jogged back, holding a heavy pouch of currency. All done, Lord August, Lily handed him the Valis. This money was for their Familia's expenses and supplies. But as August often said, Aurario's currency was useless back on Earth. They only needed it while living in this world. Lord August, the exchange rate was massive this time. It broke the 10 million Valis mark, Lily whispered the staggering total. 10 million. From that pile. August was slightly surprised. That's a low estimate, Lily corrected him. When exchanging for Valis, the purity and size of the magic stone dictate the price. These stones belong to middle floor gatekeepers. If we start hunting high-tier level 2 minotaurs, their stones are even larger. And floor boss stones. A single one of those can easily fetch hundreds of millions of valis. Lily understood his surprise. They had defeated an unusually large number of monsters. A normal adventurer, or even a top team at their level, couldn't do that. Even if they tried, it would take a long, hard effort. August wiped out whole groups of monsters in seconds. No regular adventurer could even imagine being that efficient. Speaking of which, we need to update our maps, Lily remembered, turning to Ina since Misha wasn't available. Could you compile the terrain data for the middle floors for us? Lily requested the complete set of maps for the deeper strata. The middle floors. Ina nodded. Understood. However, some of those maps are classified guild documents. I'll need to arrange official copies. They should be ready by tomorrow. Thank you very much. Lily actually liked the half-elf. As long as Ina was helpful and didn't give the Hestia Familia any attitude, Lily had no reason to complain. Lord August, if you're planning to hunt the floor boss, Ina added, assuming his rapid descent meant he was targeting the Goliath, you'll have to wait about 10 days. The previous Goliath was slain a few days ago, and its respawn timer hasn't reset yet. The floor boss. I'm in no hurry, August replied. He wasn't planning to go after the Goliath yet. Fighting such a huge enemy needed a different strategy than fighting groups of monsters. He would have to get special, powerful weapons ready for that battle. For now, I'm just focusing on leveling up, August said. He wasn't worried about the respawn timer. Even if the boss appeared, another big familia would probably go after it. If he wanted to fight it, he'd have to handle the politics first. August verbally relayed some specific middle floor combat data to Ina, which she dutifully recorded into the guild archives. This fulfilled their basic obligation to the guild's exploration mandates. Once the paperwork was done, August and Lily got ready to go. We'll be heading out then, August said, leading Lily towards the exit. Please stay safe out there, Mr. August, Ina bowed politely, seeing them off. August and Lily exited the guild and headed back toward the ruined church in the West District. The sun was setting, coloring the sky over Rio with bright shades of orange and purple. The gods were wrapping up their day and heading out. As August crossed a busy plaza near the West District, It's August. It's Hestia's child. Oh wow, seeing him up close, he looks very attractive. A group of goddesses noticed August. Their eyes lit up, almost shining with excitement, as if they had found something valuable. They had been hanging around the plaza on purpose, waiting for him to come back from the dungeon. Hestia had spent all of Donatus bragging about how amazing and full of potential her child was. So these goddesses wanted to recruit him for their own familias, or at least get him involved in some kind of dramatic romance. But it wasn't just the goddesses. Several male gods walking by stopped to look at him. Some watched him with thoughtful looks, while others were openly creepy, trying to decide if he was worth their attention. Lily, August muttered, feeling the pressure of their stares. He knew how to deal with these gods. Reasoning with them was pointless. The men were wild, the women were unpredictable. This crowd was much harder to deal with than Hestia. Right behind you, Lily said. She knew getting mobbed by bored gods would be a disaster. She wasn't stupid enough to stand there. August grabbed her hand, and the two bolted, instantly ducking into a narrow, crowded alleyway in the old district. Thanks to their adventurer abilities, it was easy for them to outrun a group of non-combat gods. Why is he running so fast? I thought I could at least get a conversation out of him. Ugh, same here. The goddesses complained as August and Lily disappeared into the maze of backstreets. They tried to follow, but August easily lost them. Who's the real local here? The male gods, however, analyzed the retreat differently. As expected of Hestia's child. That burst of speed broke the standard level 2 threshold. He's fast and he maintained that pace while carrying someone. You don't casually cross dimensions without having great skills. I really want to steal that child for my familia. The male gods were clearly jealous. Some really wanted him for his fighting skills, while others just wanted to use his ability to travel between worlds. But in reality, most of the male gods were just talking big. Their attention quickly shifted to a specific god standing nearby. A god with a laurel wreath and an arrogant smile. Everyone knew Apollo had a strange, possessive obsession with Hestia. If he tried to take Hestia's favorite familia member, it would cause a huge scene. The gods waited with bated breath, eager to see how Apollo would react to the ultimate prize. But what actually happened let them down. Disgusting. While the other gods were excited about August, Apollo watched him leave with a look of total disgust. He didn't show any of his usual possessive or eager behavior. Instead, he just looked openly disgusted. The spectating gods froze. Wait, what? This isn't how Apollo usually acts. Ah, Apollo. You don't like him? Someone finally asked. Apollo scoffed, glaring at the alleyway. I prefer adorable men. But that? He's way too old. Apollo made his dislike obvious. August was almost in his late 20s. By Apollo's strange standards, he was already past his prime. Even if August looked good thanks to the fauna, he didn't have the innocent look Apollo wanted. Why was Apollo so thoroughly repulsed? Look at the Apollo familia. Every single child in his faction had been violently stolen or coerced into joining him. But he had raised every single one of them from adolescence into adulthood. Even the older veterans in his familia had been groomed by him since they were young, beautiful boys. August was already an adult when he came to Rio. His youth was gone, and that untouched innocence wasn't something Apollo could claim. Because of that, Apollo saw no value in him. Damn, he actually hates him. That's rare. I totally thought Apollo would go crazy for him. I guess we really can't predict Apollo's sick tastes. The other male gods quickly lost interest. They had wanted to start a big war game between Apollo and Hestia just for fun, but Apollo didn't even care about August. By morning, everyone in the city would probably hear about how disgusted Apollo was. Of course, August was oblivious to all of this. If he actually knew that Apollo found him repulsive, he would be thrilled. August and Lily made their way through the winding alleys and soon got back onto the main road heading to the West District. Those gods, they're totally crazy, Lily muttered, still trying to understand how desperate the crowd was. Trying to ambush a new adventurer in the middle of the day, right in a public plaza, was just wild. You get used to it, August shrugged. Gods are just like that. August still thought about gods the way Earth's myths described them. They were chaotic and impulsive, not following normal rules. Most of them enjoyed causing trouble. Trying to reason with them was pointless. They've lived for billions of years. They've literally done everything. Never underestimate how much trouble a god can cause when they're bored. They were experts at creating chaos. Even if they died, they would just come back in heaven and start causing problems again. All right, let's head inside. Hestia's probably been waiting for us at the base for hours. Just as August predicted. When they pushed open the doors to the ruined church, they found Hestia sitting on the front steps, swaying back and forth, looking completely bored out of her mind. Lady Hestia. Lily called out, waving to her. You're back. Are you hurt? Hestia didn't even acknowledge Lily. She ran past the supporter, launched herself at August, and began frantically patting him down, checking every inch of his body for injuries. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, bonus 2346 words 5 chapters in one day, especially with some of them reaching a ridiculous 2,500 words. I apologize if the quality was lacking in places, but these chapters took a lot of time and effort to complete. I've already taken steps to improve the quality starting with chapter 77. For now, enjoy. Hestia gave Lilaruka Arde a knowing smile after her slightly jealous remark. Gods always made their favoritism so easy to spot. They went back to their base, cleaned up, and then headed to August's home. After settling in, they told Hestia everything about their latest dungeon adventure. You're saying the reason the labyrinth targeted you is because of the fauna contract the other day? Hestia couldn't believe her ears when August shared his findings. This was too much. Hestia never imagined the dungeon would go after August for something like that. Just thinking about it made her jump up and down in frustration. That damn dungeon. How dare it mess with me like this? She fumed. Countless children form contracts every single day, yet it specifically targets my familia. Unbelievable. Unfortunately, the other gods made sure no one broke the rules of the mortal world. If not for that, she would have charged into the labyrinth and caused chaos. Seeing her child targeted like this was just infuriating. Still, she was truly surprised that the dungeon had remembered August's aura so well. She had done her best to hide most of his energy during the contract, but the dungeon still found him. That meant the labyrinth must have been secretly watching her familia from somewhere. Humph, just wait. I'm going to bring out some serious firepower and make you regret it, Hestia scoffed. Targeting her familia was a clear sign of disrespect. If the dungeon wouldn't show her respect, then as a goddess, she would have to give it a taste of divine punishment. Hestia was just venting. She was annoyed, but she knew August could handle himself, especially with a whole modern nation from his world backing him. With that kind of power, even the one-eyed black dragon might not stand a chance. Oh, right. About Ishtar, how on earth did you have the guts to say all that? Remembering another detail, Hestia suddenly lunged at August, playfully tugging on his ear. She was honestly upset. How could this idiot just waltz in and provoke a goddess of beauty, especially one as petty as Ishtar? Goddesses like her would chew a man up and spit out his bones. I just did it to stop the Ishtar familia from trying to mess with me, August explained with a helpless sigh, pretending the ear tug actually hurt. I'm not sure what kind of women Ishtar's combat prostitutes are, but they're Amazons. Those warriors are incredibly fanatical. I couldn't just ignore that. August made it clear that he wasn't worried about the Ishtar familia as a group, but about the Amazons themselves. To bet as strongmen, they are more than willing to offer themselves up. But their approach is wild. If things go wrong. He laid out a very brazen theory that to conquer a specific man, the Amazons would absolutely resort to foul play right out of the gate. Both Hestia and Lilaruka Arde paused at August's blunt assessment. They closed their eyes, thought about it for a second, and realized he wasn't entirely wrong. Because that was exactly how Amazons operated. The rumors were true. Amazons would use any trick to get the men they wanted. Hestia had seen it herself over the years. In the past, Amazons were aggressive when looking for mates. No one was more ruthless at stealing another woman's man. Hestia had seen many sad cases where wives could only watch as their husbands were taken. This was exactly how Amazons behaved. By publicly insulting the Ishtar familia, I set a boundary. No matter how sneaky those combat prostitutes are, they probably won't go as far as slipping me a love potion after that. Honestly, August was a little cautious around the Amazons. No matter how strong his weapons were, he doubted he could resist a drugged aphrodisiac. He wasn't a god or anything special, just a regular human. He couldn't change who he was. With the way Amazons operated, it would be nearly impossible to defend against every trick. They might even try to drug him during a fight in the dungeon. If that happened, things could get out of hand fast. August had his pride. He wasn't going to start living like those wild goddesses of beauty, or get involved in anything indecent. To prevent things from crossing the line, all I had to do was verbally trash Ishtar, the goddess of the pleasure quarter. Even with their wild mindsets, the Amazons wouldn't go completely crazy and cross the point of no return. August's worries made sense. He didn't care if the Amazons got mad or hated him. But when it came to his own freedom, he wanted to take action before anything happened. Given how those girls operate, that's exactly what would happen, Hestia agreed. Amazons are practically cursed generation after generation. Their thirst for strong men is carved right into their bones. If things really got out of hand, I honestly wouldn't know how to stop them. Hestia really didn't have a way to stop them. The Amazons existed because of some other god's strange sense of humor. She couldn't just wipe out the whole Amazon race for trying to find partners. It wasn't a crime. With August's plan, Ishtar's group probably wouldn't bother him again. I suppose you're right. Once Ishtar deals with Freya, she might turn her sights on us next, Hestia voiced her lingering worry. Now that things had changed, Ishtar was still focused on Freya. When two goddesses of beauty fought, it always turned into a big war. That was bound to happen. But after it was over, the Hestia Familia might be next. She won't. Hermes will take care of it, August said confidently, sensing her concerns. Knowing Hermes, he probably already knows Ishtar is working with the dark factions. In the story, she's clearly the villain. August figured Hermes already knew about Ishtar's secrets. Since she was the villain, it was only a matter of time before a hero showed up to stop her. Once Freya noticed Bel Cranel, the story of the hero defeating the villain would be set in motion. A script where the hero defeats the villain. Classic Hermes, Hestia murmured, immediately understanding August's logic. He had hit the nail right on the head. For Hermes, raising a destined hero was the most important thing. He would even risk his own reputation to make it happen. Creating a scene where a hero could defeat evil was exactly the kind of drama Hermes loved. But Lord August, are you certain the goddess Ishtar won't come after us? Lilaruka Arde asked, still feeling a bit anxious. She feared that a goddess like Ishtar wouldn't just quietly play along with August's assumptions. Everyone had their own schemes, it just depended on whose script played out first. Hestia, however, visibly relaxed. She won't. If August is right, Ishtar's main objective is destroying the Freya Familia. Given her personality, she won't allow anyone to interfere with her master plan. Hestia felt sure things would go as they expected. Ishtar was much more focused on her big plan than on the small trouble from the Hestia Familia. August thought the same way. As long as their goals didn't clash, neither side would break the peace. If that's the case, then it's fine, Lily said, letting the subject go. With that, the day's chaos finally came to an end. All right, since we're finally back home, let's go out for dinner, August declared, waving a hand to announce his evening plans. Hestia and Lily cheered together. It was another night worth celebrating. Why weren't they celebrating in Rio? Simple, they didn't have any money. Every vallis they earned was already set aside for the Mayak Familia, and for buying magic stone products from different shops. To eat at a fancy Rio tavern like the hostess of fertility, a familia needed extra money. Without it, there was no point in pretending they could afford it. Their only choice was to eat in August's world. Plus, living costs were much lower here than in Rio. A simple meal wouldn't empty their wallets. The trio walked toward the front door. But just as they stepped out, Lily spoke up. Shouldn't we invite Yui and Ui to join us? She suggested bringing the two sisters along for the celebration. After all, they were part of the same team. Oh, right. Hestia and August quickly agreed. They were a team now, so it made sense to share a meal together. If they were eating out, they might as well make it a full party. As expected of you, Lily. You've really grown, Hestia said, feeling proud that Lilaruka Arde was looking out for the familia. This was a great change. You two totally forgot about them, didn't you? Lily said with a sigh. August had been thinking about other things, and Hestia just wanted to eat. Lily was the only one who remembered the other two. August scratched the back of his head sheepishly and summoned the dimensional portal. This time, he opened the gateway specifically to invite Yui and Yui Hirasawa over for dinner. But when he arrived, the sisters' parents weren't there. Yui explained that their parents had come home on emergency leave, but their father had to leave right away for work overseas. Since Yui was so dependable, their mother felt fine leaving them some money before flying out with their father that night. Because of this, bringing them to August's world was easy. Wearing fresh, youthful outfits, Yui and Yui Hirasawa stepped into August's apartment for the first time. "So this is Mr. August's home," they murmured, noticing that he lived alone. Aside from greeting Hestia and Lilaruka Arde, they quickly spotted the framed photographs of his late parents and bowed their heads politely to pay their respects. Visiting a man's apartment for the first time made them feel a little shy, even with a goddess there. "Yep, this is it," Auguste replied. He didn't feel awkward at all and casually showed them around. "All right, let's head out. Tonight, we're celebrating our familia's grand reunion." Auguste waved his hand energetically. Yui and Yui were still taking everything in, but the idea of a free familia dinner quickly cheered them up. They headed downstairs and Auguste pulled his car around. "Wow, the streets are so busy." Yui pressed her face to the window, her eyes shining as she watched the crowds outside. It was their first time in the United States. The busy streets, crowds of people, and parents with strollers made the city feel alive and full of energy. The girls felt nervous and excited as they looked around. "There's food everywhere. I've never seen so many restaurants in one place." "This street is packed," Lily said, amazed as she looked around outside August's apartment. She quickly noticed all the shops, especially the places to eat. "That's McDonald's. Oh wow, and KFC too. I can't believe Mr. August has them in his world as well," Yui and Yui chattered excitedly, pointing at the familiar storefronts through the car window. The fast food joints immediately grabbed their attention. For teenage girls, those places were the best hangouts. But there was no way they'd eat there tonight. Celebrating a big reunion with fast food would just make Auguste look cheap. "If we're going out, we're doing it right," Auguste said. He pulled up to a grand, brightly lit hotel restaurant in the heart of the city. Yui's natural sense for saving money kicked in. She thought eating somewhere this fancy was a bit much. Her parents had taken her to nice places before, but a hotel like this was really expensive. "Don't worry. I've got more than enough cash to cover a place like this," Auguste assured her with absolute confidence. Honestly, paying for dinner here was easy. Even before he got his cheat abilities, he had enough savings for a fancy meal. It just depended on whether he wanted to treat himself, and tonight he did. A former patient of his had recommended the spot, assuring him that the food was genuinely excellent. A luxury establishment that could stay in business naturally had top-tier culinary standards. They could eat hot pot any day of the week, but for their first official familia outing, he wasn't going to penny pinch. But the moment the group stepped into the restaurant, a man dining with his family noticed Auguste and Hestia. His face lit up with excitement when he saw Auguste and Hestia. People say the world feels smaller once you gain real power, and Auguste never thought he'd meet a former patient here. It was a real surprise. The man didn't address Hestia by her divine title, though he was clearly aware of who she was. Instead, he simply offered a respectful bow. To this man, Auguste was practically the savior who gave him a second lease on life. "Ha ha ha, I took your recommendation and brought the family here for a reunion," Auguste chuckled, feeling a little self-conscious about taking his advice. "Ah, I see. Then please, have a wonderful meal." Mr. Noticing Auguste was with his group, the man politely excused himself. He knew that bothering them would ruin his good standing. Besides, if he annoyed Auguste and Hestia, who were now back by the country, his old friends might drag him in for questioning before the night ended. Auguste smiled and waved him off. It's all good. Have a good night. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. A massive celebrity stalker scene 2557 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. New week, let's push. I'm so stuffed. Yui Hirasawa said as she walked out of the hotel restaurant, patting her stomach. After they settled in, she tried every non-spicy dish on the table and ate until her belly was perfectly round. Sis, is it really okay to eat that much? While Yui happily ate as much as she wanted, Yui Hirasawa walked beside her looking a little worried. She wondered how her sister could eat so much right after arriving in a new world. Was it really safe? It's totally fine, Yui. We can just take some digestion pills when we get back. Yui gave a confident thumbs up, showing she had everything under control. If she ate too much, she could just take some medicine at home. They had brought plenty of medical supplies with them. I hope so, Yui replied anxiously. This was the Hestia Familia's first real get-together in this world, and Yui liked how everyone got along. Seeing everyone being so friendly made her relax. She had worried her sister might cause a scene and spoil the mood. But just as they reached the hotel entrance, they ran into the man who had greeted August earlier. The man approached, bringing along what appeared to be his family. An adult woman and 2 children walked right beside him. Thank you so much for saving him. The woman, fully aware this was the man who cured her husband, bowed intensely with overwhelming emotion, pulling her children down to bow with her. She knew August hadn't charged them a single dime for the treatment. Thank you, sir, the 2 children chimed in, looking a bit nervous and unsure of what to do. But their mother had told them this was the doctor who healed their father. Even at their age, they knew they had to be grateful. Thank you, the woman said again, full of gratitude. She wasn't naive like her kids. Her husband's legs had been severed, an injury that should have been permanent, yet a miracle had happened right in front of her. She knew better than anyone how lucky they were that August had helped her husband. I just hope your family lives a happy life, August replied with a warm smile. Thank you. The men started to say more, but suddenly the mood changed. A line of black cars pulled up right in front of the hotel entrance. What's going on? Yui, and Lilaruka Arde all tried to get a better look. Things were starting to feel strange, almost like the beginning of a story. Everyone stared at the cars. They are here for you, August noted, observing the distinct lineup of cars. He knew they weren't here for him. They were here for Hestia. Hearing August's callous remark, the goddess shot him a fierce glare. Still, Hestia turned to face the newcomers. You go deal with them. Hestia knew these people never learned. It hadn't been long since they were kicked out, and now they were back again. She couldn't even enjoy a meal without them showing up like sharks after blood. Hearing Hestia's command, the grateful man standing in front of them immediately lit up. Not a problem. He understood better than anyone what it meant to be grateful. He would do anything for August and his group. After all, his legs had been healed, giving him a second chance at life. Helping August now felt like a dream come true. He grinned from ear to ear. Honey, watch the kids. The man tore off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. The exact moment the leaders of the convoy stepped out of their cars, the veteran charged right at them and threw a punch. The cars had just arrived and opened their doors for the VIPs. But before anyone could step out, a man rushed over and started throwing punches. Suddenly, everything turned to chaos. The man's wife didn't really understand why her husband listened to this cute, beautiful, and strangely divine-looking girl. But she saw he didn't hesitate to start fighting. Since the girl was with the doctor who saved them, the wife figured she must be important. She didn't need to ask any more questions. Kick their asses, honey. Instead of holding him back, the wife stood on the sidelines and cheered him on. The two kids beside her were stunned. Seeing their dad suddenly get into a fight scared them so much they almost cried, but hearing their mom cheer him on left them confused. Still, they got over it quickly. Go, Dad, go. The kids weren't stupid. If Mom supported the fight and they didn't join in, they would definitely be grounded later. The whole mood changed in a flash. August and Lilaruka Arde were used to surviving in the harsh dungeon, but Yui, who grew up in peaceful times, could only stare at the fight in shock. That's so violent. Yui thought the scene in front of her was way too brutal. Lady Hestia, is this really okay? It was her first time seeing a real fistfight up close. Was this really going to be all right? Beside her, Lilaruka Arde could easily tell the Mun was at a slight disadvantage. After all, he was fighting multiple people at once. Looks like he is going to lose, Lily commented. But the moment those words left her mouth, several unmarked vans rapidly swarmed the area. Groups of men wearing green military uniforms and wielding batons piled out of the vehicles, instantly surrounding the entire brawl. The chaotic scene split into two opposing sides. The veteran who had been throwing punches abruptly stopped when he saw the men from the vans. He knew his backup had arrived. We are from the EU consulate. We are from the Greek consulate. Several men in tailored suits shouted, clutching their bruised faces. They were all speaking fluent English. Clearly, they never expected to get jumped by a random civilian the second they stepped out of their cars. It was completely humiliating. Yet the veteran, now covered in blood, didn't flinch for a second. He just glared viciously at the diplomats. The bodyguards nearby were just there for a paycheck. They could tell from the man's fighting style that he used professional military CQC, so he was obviously a retired soldier. Now that real military personnel had shown up, the bodyguards had no intention of getting involved. They let their bosses take the heat. A commanding officer stepped out from the military group. He gestured for his subordinates to step in and pull the bloodied veteran back. You consulate guys beat up one of my men, and you still have the nerve to yell, he barked. I've been too lenient with you. We've warned you countless times not to disturb these people unless necessary. Yet you still dare to start trouble. The commanding officer from the vans had strict orders. Technically, they weren't there to act as personal bodyguards for August and Hestia. Their job was to keep order and prevent any damage. Sometimes, if the diplomats hung around without causing trouble, the military ignored them. Even if they waited near August's apartment, as long as August didn't ask them to leave, the soldiers wouldn't step in. But this time, they had crossed the line and attacked one of their own veterans. That was a clear insult. Save your excuses for the interrogation room, the officer ordered. He knew they had to clear the scene. They would properly deal with these diplomats once they were back at base. The people from the different consulates decided to stay quiet. They had thought that by coming together from several countries, the local military wouldn't stop them. They wanted to meet the famous goddess of the hearth, Hestia, one of the 12 Olympians from Greek mythology. If they got lucky and somehow convinced the goddess to visit their countries, it would be the ultimate jackpot. But reality hit them hard. They were jumped by a wild civilian as soon as they parked, and now the military was hauling them away. It was a huge loss, but a smart person knows when to give up. The soldiers had guns, so the diplomats didn't dare act tough. They followed orders without protest. Gasping heavily for air, the bloodied veteran was escorted back to the group. Good work, Hestia said, looking at the Mun. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. A wave of gentle, warm energy drifted into his body, and he immediately felt his wounds closing up and healing perfectly. Serving you is the least I can do, he replied. Compared to August's clinical healing methods, Hestia's magic was gentle and instantaneous. The Mun expressed his gratitude. His wife watched in shock as he healed so quickly. Just moments before, his face was covered in blood, and it hurt her to see him like that. But seeing him recover instantly made her understand. No wonder his legs had grown back. These people were anything but ordinary. They were lucky to have met them. "Sir, how would you like us to proceed?" the commanding officer asked, addressing August with utmost respect. He deeply admired what August had done. No soldier in their right mind would ever offend a healer capable of restoring severed limbs. More importantly, August provided the treatment free of charge. A man with that kind of generosity commanded absolute respect. "Handle it by your own protocol," August replied, having no intention of interfering. Since these people came looking for Hestia, they should be dealt with in accordance with this country's laws. "Understood." The officer saluted. But shortly after, a coded transmission buzzed through his radio. He glanced at the veteran and his family. "You all need to come with us as well." The men nodded in understanding. The family quickly climbed into one of the vans and departed with the soldiers. The chaotic scene flared up quickly, but it vanished just as fast. The whole scene left Yui and Ui, who watched from the sidelines, completely stunned. They had never seen anything like this before. Foreign diplomats, military action, it all felt too surreal to be real. "Is this really going to be okay?" Yui asked, still concerned. How did a simple dinner turn into this? Seeing that the two sisters were overwhelmed, August decided to explain things in a way they could understand. "Actually, you can just think of Hestia as a famous pop idol. Those first guys who pulled up. Think of them as obsessed stalker fans trying to rush the stage for a handshake. That man who started fighting was basically a bodyguard. And the military guys who showed up later. Just think of them as event security keeping the crowd under control." August explained everything using simple, modern examples. Once they heard it explained that way, Yui and Ui understood right away. Words like diplomats and military sounded scary, but thinking of it as a celebrity scandal made sense to them. They had read about things like this in gossip magazines, but never thought they'd see it happen in real life. Lady Hestia is actually a celebrity. That's so amazing. Yui and Ui stared in amazement. This was the first time they had ever seen a real-life celebrity stalker incident. "Honestly, if Hestia ever visited your world, it would probably look just like this," August said. He didn't need to explain further. Crowds of fans would definitely follow her. As one of the main gods of Greek mythology, Hestia could easily attract huge groups of believers. Even people who weren't true fanatics would be drawn in by her status as an Olympian god. Thinking about something like this happening in their own world made Yui and Ui shiver. If people here were already going crazy over Hestia, their world would probably be the same. "That's the power of my fame." Hestia planted her hands on her hips and proudly tilted her head back. That's right, this was the true prestige of the goddess Hestia. Just a fraction of her name was enough to captivate the world. Clap, clap, clap. Yui and Ui eagerly clapped their hands, perfectly playing into Hestia's ego. As expected of Lady Hestia. Lady Hestia is the absolute best. The two sisters relentlessly piled on the praise. Lilaruka Arde ran her hand through her hair, thinking hard. But why do they keep coming after you? She really didn't get it. Why were they so obsessed with finding Hestia? This world only had myths and legends, not real gods, but that didn't explain why they were so fixated. Didn't these countries have their own gods? Oh, yeah. Why is that? Yui was just as confused. She wasn't dumb, she could tell August and Hestia had been through this many times before. Even after being turned away and taught a lesson again and again, these people kept coming back. To get more military power, Hestia said with a scoff. It's just like in the old Greek myths. Every nation picks a god to follow, then they fight wars in the name of their beliefs. They had talked about this before, but seeing it happen made it obvious. These countries would do anything to get more power and advantages for themselves. War, huh? Yui and Ui muttered. They never considered that these people were driven by something so dark. That's why I much prefer living quietly with all of you, Hestia said. She had no interest in starting a new age of myths. All she wanted was to live with her familia. That feeling of belonging was the best thing in the world. As a goddess, she had no desire to get involved in human wars. If they want to fight, they should go after someone like Ares, a god who loves war. That guy lives for the old days of huge battles. Hestia really thought these countries were asking the wrong person. She was the goddess of the hearth, meant to protect homes and families. If they wanted power and war, they should look for gods like Ares, not her. As a familia, we don't need to get mixed up in any of that, Hestia said. Our only job is to live well. She wasn't just saying it, she truly meant it. August, Lilaruka Arde, Yui, and Ui all completely agreed with Hestia's logic. There was no reason to get tangled up in that political nightmare. Seeing that it was still early, August realized Yui and Ui had plenty of free time during their vacation. Based on their world's timeline, their school entrance exams wouldn't wrap up until at least late February. Do you guys want to go somewhere else? Since we're already out, we might as well hit up a few more spots to have some fun, August suggested, officially inviting the group out for the night. The first person to jump at the offer was Yui. New weekly event, bulk upload of 7 chapters if we hit 1200 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Bonus 1909 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. New week, let's push. While August enjoyed the comforts of his own world, night quietly settled over the dungeon city of Orario. Inside the Artemis Familia compound, the mood was tense. Rithusa, the Familia captain, slid a thick report across the wooden table. Sitting across from her was a skeletal figure in black robes. Fells. So you are officially rejecting the quest? Fells asked, his hollow voice echoing softly. Fells, this isn't my call to make, Rithusa sighed, rubbing her temples. If Lady Artemis gave the order, I would march straight to hell for her. But she locked herself in her room. This mission is a death trap. Rithusa looked exhausted. They weren't holding back out of fear. The reason was August. August had strongly criticized Artemis for even thinking about the mission. He said sending her children into obvious danger was arrogant, and that she had no right to risk their lives. After August confronted her, Hestia, Mayak, and Hephaestus also gave her a lecture. Now the goddess was officially grounded. August's combat analysis says we'd need several level 5 vanguards and a team of dozens of elites to take down that monster, Rithusa explained. That's a full-scale deployment for an A-rank familia. We just don't have that kind of strength. Going back would be suicide. The title Divine Assassin wasn't given lightly. A monster that could destroy the land and hunt gods would be at least level 5 in strength. Sending a weaker familia against it was almost a joke. Multiple level 5. Fells muttered. That complicates things. Divine assassins were like floor bosses that appeared on the surface. They were much stronger than adventurers of the same level. Without a strong finishing move, these monsters could take out weaker fighters almost right away. Fells sat in silence, calculating their options. The guild needed someone to look into and deal with this threat. But sending a top-level team was very expensive. It wasn't easy to ask the best adventurers to risk their lives without pay. Understood. Once he made up his mind, Fells stood up and quietly left the compound, disappearing into the shadows before anyone noticed. Rithusa paused at the empty doorway and let out a heavy sigh. She walked slowly down the hall and stopped outside Artemis's bedroom. Lady Artemis. I officially rejected the quest. Rithusa called out through the heavy wood. A muffled, pathetic grunt came from inside. Artemis was tangled in her bedsheets, clutching a pillow tightly. She looked both angry and dejected. When she heard the pouty reply, Rithusa just shook her head. Is she still mad? Lant, a half-elf member of the familia, peeked around the corner. She looked at the closed door with concern. She's not mad, Rithusa replied, leaning against the wall. She just got lectured by Lady Hestia, Lady Hephaestus, and Lord Mayak for hours. Also, the Elsos ruins were once a sacred place. The great spirits and ancient heroes fought there. I understand why she's upset about leaving it behind. Losing a sacred site stung. Getting lectured by your divine best friends stung worse. Ah, yeah, that makes sense, Lant said, scratching her cheek awkwardly. She hadn't expected their patron goddess to get scolded so much. But we can't just leave the Elsos ruins like that, can we? That is the guild's problem now, Rithusa stated firmly. Whatever monster was hiding in those woods was far too strong for them. Rithusa refused to let her familia be destroyed just out of duty. Meanwhile, far below the surface, Fels made his way through the hidden, winding tunnels beneath Babel, and stepped onto the grand altar. Auranas opened his ancient eyes, his divine aura pulsing faintly through the dark chamber. The situation. The quest was rejected, Fels said as he stepped up to the dais. Rithusa's report says the problem in the Elsos ruins is a sealed divine assassin. Based on the combat estimates, we'd need an A-rank familia, or at least 5 level 5 vanguards to defeat it. Fels handed over the official report. It included August's harsh tactical analysis, and Rithusa's estimates of possible casualties. Auranas scanned the parchment. Neither Freya nor Loki will send that kind of force for a problem on the surface, Auranas said. And since the target is a divine assassin, sending Loki could cause a whole new disaster. Fels nodded. Taking down a disaster-level monster wasn't a normal job. If they shared this with the major familias, it would just start a bidding war. No one wanted to risk their best level 5 fighters on such a dangerous mission. Auranas set the parchment down. What if we hand the subjugation over to the boy from the other world? Auranas suggested out of nowhere. The silence in the altar broke, like someone had dropped a large stone into calm water. You want August to handle it? By bringing in his world's military. Fels stared at the ancient god in disbelief. Auranas, do you have any idea what happens if you open that door? With that kind of modern firepower, even Otter would be blown to pieces before he could swing his sword. It would be impossible to control. Fels thought Auranas had lost his mind. August came from a modern superpower. Their weapons could easily beat Orario's strongest champions. Fels wasn't underestimating Earth's civilization, he was afraid of it. If they got a foothold, they could take over the whole labyrinth city very quickly. You're looking at this the wrong way, Auranas replied calmly. The boy has a good heart. He has no ambition to conquer this world. He sees himself as just a traveler passing through. Auranas pulled a new dossier from his robes. If my information is right, Hestia has already brought in 2 new recruits from the multiverse. This file came directly from Royman Mardiel, the guild head. Auranas didn't doubt August's abilities at all. The boy wasn't just traveling between 2 worlds, he could reach many more. But what mattered most were the choices he made. August didn't side with Loki. He didn't bow to Freya. He ignored the warlike gods completely. He chose Hestia, the virgin goddess of the hearth. That one choice showed the boy wanted a home, not an empire. Fels took the new dossier and skimmed through it. It was a detailed psychological profile written by Royman. He actually ran a full assessment. Fels was surprised. Royman was a greedy, corrupt pig of an elf, but his administrative instincts were good. According to the profile, August projected an aura of normalcy, but his manners and vocabulary were strikingly polished. He was undeniably educated yet possessed the grit to ruthlessly insult anyone who crossed him. Aggressive intent, moderate. Intellectual capacity, high. Moral alignment, lawful good. The report was very positive. Fels hadn't expected the guild head to rate an outsider so highly. Hephaestus says the boy plans to use his new healing magic to help amputees in his own world, free of charge, Auranas added. That alone earned him a lot of goodwill among the gods of justice. But the boy already warned Artemis about the danger, Fels pointed out. Why would he volunteer for a suicide mission? Give him time to prepare. Tell him he's allowed to bring his world's military across the border for the strike, Auranas ordered. But the strike force can only stay for 2 days. 2 days? Fels blinked. That's a really tight window. It has to be, Auranas said with a dry chuckle. If we give them any longer, the gods on the surface will figure out what's happening. They'll start trying to kidnap his soldiers to strengthen their own familias. He wasn't joking. The gods of Rio were real menaces. If they saw well-trained soldiers with modern weapons, human trafficking would commence immediately. Understood. I'll make the arrangements tomorrow. Fels accepted the reasoning. Now that the plan was set, he just had to carry it out. Back on Earth, August had no idea that the secret rulers of Rio were planning to throw a boss raid his way. He was too caught up in the bright lights and excitement of the city at night. Woo-woo. A group of bumper cars crashed into each other all over the arena, sparks flying. Hestia, Lilaruka Arde, Yui Hirasawa, and Yui Hirasawa shouted with excitement, pressing their pedals hard and chasing each other around. Take that. Hestia cheered, spinning her steering wheel wildly. The girls were having the time of their lives. After hitting the theme park rides and the water park, their adrenaline was maxed out. For Lily, all of this was amazing. Seeing modern entertainment and everyday comforts for the first time changed how she saw everything. She realized how lucky people in August's world were. They could enjoy life instead of struggling to survive every day. Naturally, the group attracted a lot of attention. Hestia was stunning, with a beauty that stood out. Lily, Yui, and Yui all had bright chestnut hair that made them easy to spot. Together they looked like pop idols. The local guys hanging out by the bumper cars shot August dirty looks. What the hell did this guy do in his past life to score a harem like this? When Yui and Yui started shouting in Japanese, people realized they were beautiful tourists from another country. Lily looked like a cute middle schooler, even though she was actually 15. August was surrounded by girls who looked like celebrities. If glares could kill, he'd be in real danger. But August didn't care. He paid no attention to the angry stares. He didn't bring his friends to show off. He just wanted to enjoy the bumper cars and relax, and he wasn't going to let strangers ruin his night. For the first time in a while, August gave a real, easy smile. When the girls saw August let go of his usual serious adventurer attitude, they relaxed too. August is so handsome when he smiles, Yui blurted out, her total lack of a verbal filter acting up again. If it were me, I'd definitely marry him. Hestia, Lily, and Yui all screamed in unison, aggressively shutting her down. You are way too young to be talking about marriage. Yui scolded her older sister. But wait. Yui tilted her head, her eyes unfocused as she tried to figure it out. If we match up with Mr. August's timeline. I'm actually 33 years old. I'm an old woman. It sounded like 3 separate souls shattering simultaneously. Yui and Lily froze. Yui's comment completely crushed their self-esteem. Because of the differences in timelines, everyone except the immortal goddess was actually older than August. Even Lily, who looked like a kid, was in the same age group. If they didn't win him over soon, they might miss their chance. Finding a good, dependable guy like August would be almost impossible. Not happening. August is mine. Hestia screeched, her hair standing on end. Her anti-NTR radar was screaming at maximum volume. Her own subordinates were openly plotting a mutiny. New weekly event, bulk upload of 7 chapters if we hit 1200 Power Stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, You make a profit, I make a killing. 2259 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Noon the next day. After lunch, August, Hestia, and Lilaruka Arde finally made it back to the labyrinth city of Orario. After partying like maniacs all night on Earth, they needed some serious rest. Yui, and Lily were still full of excitement, but Hestia had been acting like a territorial cat ever since they returned. She would actually hiss at anyone who got too close, and even clung to August like a giant baby when they slept. August honestly wondered if the goddess had lost her mind. But when he learned that Yui wanted to marry him, he just laughed. Guess he still had his charm. Once they were back at the base, August got back to his usual routine. He spent his mornings treating patients in his own world, then crossed over in the afternoon to pick up medical supplies from the Mayak Familia's pharmacy. These potions were essential. After paying for the goods, August and Lily headed straight for the Hephaestus Familia. Oh my, isn't this the Hestia Familia's little prodigy? As soon as they walked in, a goddess with long, wavy orange hair, and an elegant dress called out from her seat. She looked at August and Lily, immediately recognizing the rookie Hestia was always talking about. He's definitely good-looking. Too bad he isn't my type, she thought. Good afternoon. August gave a polite bow. He had no idea who this goddess was. This is Demeter, Hestia introduced, popping up with a snack in hand since she practically lived here. Patron goddess of the Demeter Familia. Her faction supplies most of the city's food and produce. They weren't close friends, but they got along well enough to talk. I have to hand it to you, Hestia, Demeter sighed. Snagging a kid this good. For the first time, Demeter felt genuinely jealous. A prodigy had come to her, attracted only by Hestia's reputation. That showed Hestia had real charm, enough to draw talent from another world. Any goddess would be envious. This is my familia. Hestia puffed out her chest. He's the absolute best. She was glowing with pride. Gods were always eager to show off their prized children. Hestia had no intention of hiding August's talents. She also wasn't worried about other factions coming after him. If they didn't have the strength or money to compete, she would just laugh them off. All right. Put a cork in it. We've heard enough about your kid, Hephaestus grumbled, waving Hestia off. She had heard this exact speech 100 times. She turned to August. I heard you were looking for some unique seeds. Demeter had some free time, so I called her over. Hephaestus knew August was interested in Orario's local plants. Since he wanted samples, it was easy enough to ask Demeter to join them. As the city's agricultural powerhouse, Demeter was happy to sit down for a business talk. Thank you. August was surprised. He had only mentioned it briefly to Hestia, but she still managed to get Hephaestus to set up a direct meeting. Since the goddess of forging was usually very busy, this was a huge favor. So you want some of our specialized seeds? Demeter scrutinized him. She knew he was persistent. Her subordinate Lunwar Faust had already told her about the rookie's interest in their special crops. At first, Demeter planned to say no because some of those seeds were very unstable. But Hephaestus had spoken up for him, suggesting that August could offer something very valuable in return. Aside from his combat skills, the kid had miracle-level healing magic. In a world where adventurers often lost limbs, having a top medic available was priceless. That was the real reason Demeter came. Yes, Miss Demeter. I was hoping to purchase a batch, August stated. Demeter shook her head. I'm not selling. The fruits grown from those specific seeds are already pre-ordered by other familias. Demeter laid out her concerns. She had a strict quota to meet. Her familia's primary mission was feeding the citizens of Ora Rio and maintaining the city's agricultural balance. You probably want to take them back to your world to study, right? Demeter crossed her arms. Honestly, giving you a fully grown fruit won't help much. It will only show you what the final product looks like. But if you don't mind, I can give you one prime fruit along with a batch of rejects for testing. She was happy to give away the defective batches. They weren't worth much to her, but if August's world could figure out how to improve them, the rewards could be huge. August agreed instantly. He didn't need perfect, high-quality seeds right away. One mature fruit and a bunch of rejects would be plenty. He could take the seeds and give them to agricultural scientists back home. He wasn't a botanist, but the bioengineering labs on Earth would know exactly what to do. So, what's the price tag? Hestia suddenly cut in. She was the goddess of this familia, and she sure as hell wasn't letting an outsider fleece her kid. 5 healing sessions, Demeter stated smoothly. Hestia shot it down instantly. This isn't August's world. Back home, he treats the poor out of the goodness of his heart. But down here, healing fire burns through a massive amount of mana. 5 sessions are absurd. Regenerating a single arm costs tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of Valis in equivalent resources. And you want 5? Not a chance. Hestia quickly calculated. Trading 5 miracle-level heals for a bag of bad seeds was basically a ripoff. 1 session. Hestia held up a single finger. Demeter hesitated. How did Hestia know the going rates so quickly? 1 session. That wasn't much at all. 4 sessions, Demeter countered, slashing her price. 1, Hestia insisted. She refused to give in. Demeter clenched her jaw. She hadn't dealt with someone this stubborn in ages. 1 heal from August was valuable, but it wasn't enough to protect a whole familia. 3, Demeter demanded. I won't go any lower. These are premium seeds we're talking about. If she dropped the price any further, she was practically giving them away. 3 sessions. Hestia grabbed Demeter's hand, flashing a sharp grin. But a handful of seeds doesn't cover the full cost. To balance the scales, you need to match my offer. Hestia's eyes glinted. For every healing session we provide, your entire familia must cast their maximum output magic into August's storage. 5 times each. 5 maximum output spells. Demeter froze. What did that mean? Why did she want her kids casting spells for him? Even Hephaestus, who had been quietly listening, choked on her drink. For every heal, the entire Demeter familia had to dump 5 full power spells into August's portal. Hey, Hestia. Are you insane? Hephaestus snapped. Demeter has over 1,000 members. You want 5 volleys from all of them? Are you trying to blow Ora Rio off the map? Hephaestus finally understood Hestia's plan. Since August couldn't get enough magic swords for his need for firepower, Hestia was just getting the magic from other familias. He wouldn't have to cast spells himself if he could store thousands from others. 5 full-power attacks. Most of Demeter's kids were farmers, but they still knew offensive spells. Their captain was even a level 4 adventurer. Putting all that magic in one place was like having a bomb ready to go off. Mind your own business. Hestia shot back before turning to her target. Do we have a deal or not? Hestia knew she had the advantage. Miracle healers were the rarest people around. Demeter didn't fully understand Hestia's endgame. But she wasn't being asked to hand over millions of Valis or rare magic swords, she was just being asked to burn some of her familia's mana. It was an incredibly low price for premium medical insurance. Accept, Demeter nodded. As long as it doesn't harm my kids, I'll take that deal. She wasn't losing anything here. Hestia clapped her hands together. But just to make sure you don't back out, I want you to go home, assemble your kids, and get those spells ready today. 5 volleys. Hestia wanted to make sure the deal was set right away. Once the magic was stored, Demeter couldn't change her mind. Fine by me. Demeter shrugged, seeing right through Hestia's paranoia. She still didn't know what Hestia wanted with so many stored spells. Maybe it was for some strange experiment, but it didn't matter. She got her healer, and was happy. I'll be waiting for you back at our compound, then, Demeter said, heading for the door. She wanted this finalized just as badly as Hestia did. As they parted, the exact same thought crossed both goddesses' minds: I came out on top. Humming a cheerful tune, Demeter practically skipped out of the workshop, heading straight back to her turf. Hephaestus, however, stared at Hestia as if she had grown a second head. Are you actively trying to get murdered? Hephaestus asked blankly. Demanding an entire familia's magic output. You are insanely greedy. Hephaestus realized how much Demeter had lost in the deal. 5 full attacks from over 1,000 people. If August used all that magic at once, it would cover the sky. It was like a wall of magic raining down. He wouldn't even need guns anymore. He could drown an entire battlefield in pure magical artillery. He was a walking nuclear warhead. Mind your business, Hestia retorted proudly. If it gives my boy the ultimate magical arsenal, who cares about a little collateral damage? As expected of Lady Hestia. Lily cheered, clapping her hands. Stockpiling heavy artillery already. Brilliant. Lily understood the plan right away. With thousands of stored spells, August could destroy anything on the lower floors. Even a floor boss wouldn't last against that kind of attack. The thought made her excited. Obviously, Hestia smirked. When push came to shove, she knew how to play the game. The labyrinth had made August a big target. If Hestia didn't give him enough magic to protect himself, she wouldn't be doing her job as a goddess. She needed to gather as much magical power as she could. Hey, Hephaestus. Hestia slowly turned toward her friend, rubbing her hands together like a crooked dealer. If I can squeeze Demeter, maybe I can squeeze the blacksmiths too. But Hephaestus wasn't an easy mark. She was a master of commerce. Her brain immediately switched to maximizing profit. She wasn't about to sell her kids short. 5 healing sessions for 1 volley from my familia, Hephaestus countered smoothly. Her blacksmiths had very strong and unique magic. Some could even make anti-magic barriers. Their spells were top level. She wanted to turn the tables and get 5 heals from Hestia for just 1 attack. Hestia immediately shut it down. 1 heal for 5 volleys. That's the rate. Then pass, Hephaestus deadpanned. If she wasn't making a massive profit, she wasn't interested. If Hephaestus let Hestia trade 1 heal for 5 strong attacks from her top smiths, August would have too much power. If she couldn't get a good deal, she wouldn't join in. We're supposed to be best friends. Hestia whined, stomping her foot. It's a fair deal. She was angry. The Hephaestus Familia was a big group with powerful spells. If August could use their magic, he would be unstoppable. It's not fair. I'm getting robbed, Hephaestus bluntly pointed out. She knew a bad investment when she saw one. Damn it, Hephaestus. Can you really guarantee your kids won't get maimed in the dungeon? Hestia pressed hard, switching to scare tactics. A lost eye. A severed arm. A crushed leg. As long as they're still breathing, August can pull them back from the brink. Are you really going to pass up that kind of insurance? Hestia threw out her best pitch. She needed to make the bait irresistible. Not listening, not listening. Hephaestus slapped her hands over her ears. She was scared she might give in. The offer was almost too good. Being able to heal a lost limb, or save a smith, who was barely alive, was a huge deal. The temptation was wearing her down. She was close to agreeing. Just then, the heavy workshop doors swung open. "Boss, Lady Artemis is here," Tsubaki Kalbrand announced, leading the blue-haired goddess of the moon into the room. But the moment Tsubaki pushed the doors open, she froze. Her stoic, scary boss, Hephaestus, was desperately covering her ears, while Hestia leaned in aggressively, whispering breathless, tempting demands in an attempt to force Hephaestus into submitting to her terms. Artemis, stepping in right behind her, was equally stunned. To her eyes, it looked exactly like Hestia was pinning Hephaestus down, and aggressively bullying her into submission. Especially when she caught disjointed words like "do it," and "I won't," echoing across the forge. "Is this a confession?" Artemis stared in blank horror. She had always thought Hestia's tastes were normal. "Am I hallucinating? Is Hestia dominating Hephaestus right now?" Artemis murmured, her eyes wide. "That has to be it. I'm definitely having a nightmare." New weekly event, bulk upload of 7 chapters if we hit 1200 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, bonus 2080 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Artemis quickly realized she'd gotten it wrong. There was no secret plot after all. Instead, she saw that Hestia had totally tricked Demeter. An entire familia's worth of magic. Artemis stared at her divine friend. "You've got a lot of nerve." She never thought Hestia would try something like this. If August's spatial backpack really could hold live spells, letting them all loose at once would be as powerful as a huge subjugation raid. "Humph, I call it being smart," Hestia boasted. She walked over to August and hopped onto his back. "Let's go. Time to gather our magic." She pointed at the Demeter Familia's compound, determined to pack every spell into August's inventory. August shifted his grip on the goddess and started walking with Lilyruka Arde down the street. Artemis and Hephaestus watched the Hestia Familia head out, then followed after them. They knew Demeter would be furious once she realized what happened, so they wanted to be there to keep her in check. The group made their way to the Wheat Pavilion on North Main Street, the Demeter Familia's main base. Unlike Hephaestus's secret workshop or Tsubaki's forge, this place was always busy with people. When they arrived, Demeter had already assembled her children. "Hestia, you made it." Demeter had gathered every magic-casting member of her familia. Persephone, the captain of the Demeter Familia and manager of the Wheat Pavilion, stood beside her goddess. She greeted the visiting gods with deep respect. "Lady Hestia, Lady Hephaestus, Lady Artemis." Having 3 major gods visit their turf demanded absolute courtesy. Even so, Persephone kept sneaking curious looks at the man carrying Hestia. She'd heard wild stories about the so-called monster rookie, and wanted to see him up close. She had to admit, he was pretty handsome and stood out in the crowd. "Persephone." "It's been a while," Hephaestus and Artemis nodded. "Yo," Hestia said. She looked over Demeter's children. Unlike August, who had a modern vibe, these adventurers seemed grounded and connected to nature. They were fighters, but you could tell they cared about the earth. After saying hello, everyone went to the pavilion's back courtyard. Dozens of Demeter Familia members were waiting there. Some looked experienced, others seemed new, but with Demeter in charge, all of them could use magic. "Demeter, is this everyone?" Hestia asked, counting the heads. It looked a little light. Out of a massive 1,000-member familia, there were only about 70 or 80 people here. "Aside from a few out on errands, every spellcaster I have is right here," Demeter replied. "Spill it. What exactly are we testing?" Hestia had told her kids to use as much magic as they could. It was a strange request, so Demeter guessed it must be some kind of magic tool test. Hestia hopped off August's back. "Since we have a deal." "August, you're up." August nodded and stepped forward. Your goddess already briefed you. 5 full-power spell volleys. August addressed the crowd, meeting Persephone's gaze. Start casting. I want you to fire everything directly at me. Don't hesitate. The Demeter Familia members froze. What the hell? They thought this was a magic experiment. Why were they suddenly told to attack an ally? Was this guy crazy? They all looked toward their patron goddess for confirmation. They hadn't signed up for friendly fire. Demeter stepped in. Hestia, I thought you were testing an item. Why is he telling my kids to attack him? This was nothing like what she expected. Everything had changed so quickly. Then, it hit her. She stared at August, piecing the puzzle together. Why you're trying to hoard their spells? Demeter quickly caught on. Hestia wanted her children to use all their magic so August could store it up. The only way to do that was to put it into a spatial inventory. Demeter instantly realized she'd been hustled. Hestia, no way. You can't just harvest our magic like this. Demeter tried to back out. That kid was already a walking apocalypse. If he stockpiled a literal army's worth of magic, who the hell could stop him? A deal is a deal, Hestia smirked, flashing a shameless grin. I said no. Demeter reached out, ready to strangle the smug little goddess. Hestia had completely played her. Artemis and Hephaestus both sighed. They had seen this coming. No sensible god would just give away so much power to a rival. They stepped up and held Demeter back. Demeter glared at them. They didn't come to watch, they came to act as Hestia's bodyguards. Save it, Demeter. You already gave your word. Just see it through, Hephaestus warned. The ink was dry on this deal. She had to pay up. Lily, hand me the whip, Hestia demanded, holding her hand out. Yes, ma'am. Lily pulled a heavy monster-taming bullwhip from her pack, and handed it over. Hestia cracked the leather against the cobblestones. The sound resounded like a gunshot. Listen up. Get to work. Anyone who holds back gets the whip. Hestia barked, glaring at the crowd with fiery eyes. Your goddess signed the contract. If any of you try to slack off, I'm taking it out on your hides. The Demeter Familia, intimidated by the fierce little goddess, realized this was serious. Hestia cracked the whip again, making it clear she meant business. Since their patron had agreed, the adventurers had no choice but to go along. The chanting started. Dozens of magic circles lit up the courtyard. Pouring their maximum mana into the spells, they launched a massive, coordinated magical bombardment straight at August. Fire, ice, water, wind, and lightning all flew through the air in a wild storm of magic. This much power could easily wipe out a level 3. No one sane would try to take it head-on. August just raised his hands. The space in front of him twisted sharply. The void pulled in all the incoming magic, wave after wave, and stored it in his spatial backpack. August felt the shifting energy lock into his grid. He could redeploy every single one of these spells like remote artillery strikes. Turn up the heat. Hestia screamed, completely hyped as she watched August absorb the barrage. This was exactly what Hestia wanted. Her familia didn't have to depend only on weapons and explosives now. They had a huge supply of magic ready to use. The new tactics they could try were exciting. Hestia cracked the whip harder. What's wrong with you? Did you skip breakfast? Give me everything you've got. Demeter watched Hestia whip her precious children into exhaustion. It broke her heart. Her kids weren't used to this kind of sweatshop labor. But underneath her sympathy, Demeter was shocked by how much magic August could handle. How big is that kid's inventory? She uttered. He just swallowed an entire barrage without breaking a sweat. For the first time, she was truly curious about a mortal's power. Most spells came from level 1 casters, but there were also many level 2 and level 3, plus Persephone and her vice-captain, who were both level 4. Storing all that magic needed a huge spatial void. Good thing I said no, Hephaestus breathed a sigh of relief. Turning down Hestia's offer was the smartest thing Hephaestus ever did. If she had to watch her own blacksmiths get drained by Hestia, she would have been furious. Gods cared deeply for their children, and seeing them used like magic batteries was harsh. Wait, what? You said no. Demeter snapped her head toward Hephaestus. She glared at the forging goddess. Are you kidding me? You're just going to rub salt in the wound. No way, Hephaestus. You have to do this too. Demeter demanded, her pettiness flaring up. If my kids are suffering, your kids are suffering. We go down together. If her familia was being milked dry, she was dragging Hephaestus down with her. Misery demanded company. Hephaestus looked at Demeter as if she were insane. Did she seriously expect her to voluntarily self-destruct? No, Hephaestus rejected her instantly. But Demeter suddenly became sharp and started connecting the dots. Rumor had it that August went to Hephaestus first, and she was the one who sent him to Hestia. Can you really refuse? Demeter challenged. You know a lot of his secrets, don't you? You were the first goddess he made contact with. Demeter leaned in. You'll help him. You're his original sponsor. You understand him better than any of us. Putting familia politics aside, Demeter could see that August had no hard feelings toward Hephaestus. That alone showed she was important to him. I don't, Hephaestus immediately denied it. But deep down, she knew the truth. She did care about the boy. In fact, she liked August a lot. Because of a single sentence he had spoken to her on the day they met. Hephaestus has a unique kind of beauty. She never forgot those words. It was the first time in her long life that someone outside her close friends had truly called her beautiful. She knew she didn't fit the usual standards, with her eye patch and scars. But August looked at her and called her uniquely beautiful. No one had ever shown her that kind of honest appreciation before. She is lying. Totally lying. Demeter and Artemis noticed the change right away. Even though Hephaestus denied it, her eyes shifted nervously, and she glanced quickly at August. It was the same look a schoolgirl gives her crush. Artemis, the virgin goddess with an unerring instinct for romance, understood the situation instantly. You like August, Artemis whispered. The affection Hephaestus radiated was unmistakable. Demeter's eyes went wide with surprise. Her urge to drag Hephaestus down disappeared, replaced by excitement for gossip. She never thought the serious goddess of the forge would fall for a mortal. I don't, Hephaestus tried to deny it again. But without realizing it, she gave a small, almost hidden nod. Meeting someone who wasn't afraid of her scars, and praised her openly touched her deeply. Are you serious? Demeter and Artemis stared at the flustered goddess. They couldn't believe the iron-willed, emotionally guarded goddess of forging had actually fallen for the kid. Gods falling for mortals wasn't unusual in Rio. But this was Hephaestus. What exactly is the appeal? Demeter and Artemis finally took a hard, critical look at August. Sure, he was good-looking and had a tough, serious vibe. But he was older than most men the goddesses liked. Most gods preferred young teenagers. So how did Hephaestus end up liking a grown man close to 30? Even Artemis, who usually avoided romance but enjoyed gossip, thought Hephaestus's taste was strange. August didn't seem like the type to attract goddesses. Yeah, honestly, I don't see the charm, Artemis agreed. Did a guy like August really have the charisma to woo a goddess? To be honest, she thought he was arrogant. He was bossy, got involved in things that weren't his business, and talked down to gods. Even worse, he took advantage of Hestia's love for his own gain. He was practically a walking red flag. Artemis couldn't help but scoff to herself. Compared to the usual pure-hearted heroes in Rio, August seemed like a real jerk. Plus, he was older and more cynical, not exactly a Prince Charming. Hephaestus heard Demeter and Artemis criticize August. She knew he wasn't the usual type of naive, lovable hero. Even Artemis, the virgin goddess, found him unappealing. But Hephaestus didn't care. She remembered that day clearly. He spoke to her in a relaxed, almost joking way, but he was completely honest when he said she wasn't ugly. He saw beauty where others only saw a curse. For centuries, she'd heard other gods whisper about her with pity. She'd seen her own familia children flinch when they first saw her real face. No one had ever complimented her looks. A goddess's feelings were always strong and intense. For someone as guarded as Hephaestus, even a small spark could turn into a powerful emotion. Different, Hephaestus said quietly but with certainty. New weekly event, bulk upload of 7 chapters if we hit 1200 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 80, Deal struck 2090 for words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Hestia was busy directing the magic collection when she suddenly felt someone eyeing her precious treasure. Anti-NTR radar, engaged. She snapped her head toward Artemis, Demeter, and Hephaestus, then immediately sprinted over to the trio. What are you guys talking about? Hestia poked her head directly into their circle. The 3 goddesses flinched, startled by her sudden appearance. It nearly gave them a heart attack. Hestia, why did you suddenly run back over here? Hephaestus asked, feeling a wave of guilt. It felt like her secret crush had just been exposed, and she tried not to look at August. I felt someone eyeing my August, so I came back to put a stop to it, Hestia said, watching Hephaestus closely. She noticed the guilty look right away, and guessed the Forge goddess's secret. Surprisingly, Hestia relaxed. If it had been Demeter or Artemis, Hestia would have been much more worried. But with Hephaestus, she could let it slide. Hephaestus was the first goddess August had met, so a small crush didn't bother her. She was just surprised August had caught her interest so quickly, especially since they'd only known each other for a couple of weeks, and hadn't spent much time together. Well, if it were Demeter or Artemis, I'd be worried. But since it's Hephaestus, I can relax. That phrasing carried a clear double meaning. What do you mean Hephaestus gets a pass but we don't? Artemis glared at her divine friend. Did Hestia really think that poorly of them? Demeter understood where Hestia was coming from. Hestia was very possessive, especially around other gods. She watched over August closely, afraid someone might try to take him away. If she could, she'd probably keep him away from every other god. Even so, Demeter still felt a little hurt. You two can't be trusted, Hestia said with a grin, not hesitating to call out her friends. If Artemis really liked him, she wouldn't care about my feelings. Demeter's no different. Right, Demeter and Artemis said, forcing awkward smiles. They could tell Hestia meant every word. That's more like it. Seeing zero romantic interest from the 2 goddesses, Hestia nodded in satisfaction. To Hestia, a good child was one who didn't catch the eye of other goddesses. It was selfish, but that's how all the goddesses thought. Finding someone special and keeping them all to yourself was the highest form of divine love. Still, Demeter, your kids are really impressive. I can't believe they have such rare magic, Hestia said, pointing to a group of unique elemental energy August had just absorbed. It was plant growth magic. If August collected enough of those spells, he could use them in some very creative ways. Damn right they are. They're my kids, after all, Demeter boasted, swelling with pride. Watching your familia show off their skills was always the best bragging material for a god. Very nice, Hestia nodded before snapping her gaze back to the Forge goddess. So, Hephaestus. When do I get yours? Hestia was drooling over the magic utilized by the Hephaestus familia. Specifically, their countermagic and defensive enchantments. Those were premium assets. No, Hephaestus refused flat out. Having a crush was one thing, but giving up her own children was something Hephaestus would never do. She wasn't an evil god who treated adventurers like toys or played with their feelings for fun. Hephaestus cared deeply for her children, and would never take advantage of them. "Come on, why are you being so stubborn?" Hestia complained. Was it really so hard to ask for a small favor? She wasn't asking for something for nothing. August was offering powerful limb regeneration. Swapping a few spells for miracle healing was a great deal. "Just talk it over with your kids." "I'm not making you do anything," Hestia insisted. She knew she couldn't force a deal. A fair trade was the best way. For an adventurer, using up some mana and resting for a few days in exchange for guaranteed healing was a huge benefit. Hephaestus thought about the offer. Trading mana for emergency healing slots wasn't a bad idea. Any adventurer could get seriously hurt in the dungeon. Knowing her familia could always get limb regeneration would really lift their spirits. No one wanted to leave a teammate behind. "We'll talk it over," Hephaestus finally agreed, relaxing a little. She needed to discuss it with her top members first. "That's better," Hestia sighed in relief. As long as the door was open, they could work out the details later. Meanwhile, August monitored his void grid. Huge amounts of magical energy were piling up in his spatial backpack. He didn't need to say a word. With just a thought, he could launch any of these spells as precise, long-range attacks. Hoarding magic was insanely efficient. He now had lightning, wind, water, and even attack plant growth spells ready to go. He could use them all instantly if needed. "Maximized security," August muttered. Having so much power stored up made him feel much more secure. His constant worry about not having enough firepower was finally going away. "How does it look, Lord August?" Lily asked. She stared at the empty air, unable to see the void, but she could tell August was sorting his inventory grid. August gave a thumbs up. He had successfully drained every ounce of magic from the Demeter familia. The harvest was complete. "Much appreciated." August turned to Persephone, acknowledging her cooperation. Securing a massive payload of spells including several level 4 strikes was a huge win. "Think nothing of it. We consider this an official alliance between our familias," Persephone replied smoothly. "Access to your healing magic is an absolute blessing for us." Persephone realized her goddess had been outmaneuvered, which was frustrating. But being annoyed wouldn't heal a lost leg. Stories about August's amazing healing magic were spreading all over the city. As long as a victim wasn't dead, he could rebuild their body. He could sever necrotic tissue and regrow fresh, healthy limbs. Trading mana for 3 guaranteed treatment slots was the ultimate insurance policy. To her, this deal was a bargain. Magic was everywhere, but true miracles were rare. Getting a medical lifeline from the only person in Ora Rio who could heal like that was worth a bit of tiredness. August was a little surprised that Persephone didn't seem upset about Hestia's pushy approach. She clearly saw how important it was to have a medical safety net for her team. Hestia broke away from the goddess group and trotted over to him. "How did it go?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "We're locked and loaded," August confirmed. He now held hundreds of offensive spells in reserve. "Excellent." Hestia cheered, then turned to Demeter and Persephone. "If you ever need to cash in those medical slots, just swing by our compound." She didn't care if their church basement was old and shabby. As long as her familia was with her, it felt like home. "Let's move out." Hestia grabbed August and Lily, leading them out of the courtyard. Demeter watched them go and finally let out a breath. She had been worried Hestia would ask for more magic. Artemis and Hephaestus followed the Hestia familia out of the pavilion. "How is everyone?" Demeter asked, looking at her captain. "We're fine. Just mana exhausted," Persephone replied, scanning her squad. Dozens of adventurers sat slumped against the walls, breathing hard. But no one complained. They all knew what was at stake. 3 chances for miracle healing from someone as rare as August were priceless. That kind of safety brought everyone closer together. If this is too much for you all, Demeter said with a frown, seeing how tired her children were. She almost regretted the deal. Don't worry, Lady Demeter, one of the adventurers panted, forcing a grin. We all know about the rookie's healing magic. Trading a little sweat for that kind of insurance is a no-brainer. As long as we're breathing, he can fix us. I'll take a little mana drain today for a guaranteed bailout tomorrow. Shut up, idiot. Let's hope we never actually have to use those slots, another chimed in. Laughter spread through the tired group. Even though they appreciated the safety net, no one wanted to see their friends get hurt in the dungeon. Seeing her children support each other, Demeter smiled. Maybe Hestia's pushy deal wasn't so bad after all. Let's pray we never need to cash it in, Demeter said softly. Lady Demeter. Lord Dionysus is here, a low-ranking member suddenly yelled, rushing into the courtyard. More guests. Demeter raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, out on the street, August, Hestia, and Lily had barely left the pavilion when they ran into a man with wavy blonde hair dressed in an immaculate formal suit. He was standing right outside the Demeter Familia compound. One glance was all it took. August instantly stepped in front of Hestia and Lily, shielding them. His eyes narrowed, radiating pure hostility. He wasn't focused on the god. He was staring dead at the elf standing next to him. She wore spotless white and looked like a gentle, elegant maiden. But August knew the truth. She was a real level 7 powerhouse, with fighting skills that could match Otter, the strongest adventurer in Rio. August moved to defend without even thinking. Artemis and Hephaestus, who had just come outside, noticed his sudden change. They were surprised by how aggressive he became. The blonde god and his elven bodyguard were equally surprised. They were just standing there, yet the rumored rookie had instantly flagged them as lethal threats. The white elf immediately reached for her weapon. Her combat instinct screamed at her. She felt it if she didn't prep for an immediate counterattack, a bloodbath would erupt. The man standing across from her already had his invisible sights locked dead onto her patron god's skull. The tension spiked from 0 to 100 in a fraction of a second. Oh, Dionysus. Long time no see. Hestia peeked out from behind August, flashing a bright, totally fake smile. She wasn't an idiot. The air was practically vibrating with killing intent. She needed to defuse this immediately. She knew getting tangled up with a shady guy like Dionysus right now was a terrible idea. Hello, Hestia, Dionysus replied, his smile just as fake. Their greeting was awkward and tense. Well, if you'll excuse us, we have somewhere to be. Hestia said brightly, acting like nothing was wrong. She quickly pushed August down the street to end the standoff. Even as they walked away, August kept his eyes on Dionysus and the white elf. His guard remained locked at maximum. Artemis and Hephaestus watched the scene. August's strong reaction showed that something was off about that pair, but they stayed quiet and kept moving. Dionysus and the white elf watched Hestia's group vanish around the corner. Was that just instinct? Dionysus muttered. He could almost feel the invisible threat aimed at him. August's killing intent had targeted him without a second thought. Do you really think that human was about to pull the trigger on me? Dionysus asked, glancing at the elf beside him. Philvis Chalia, the captain of the Dionysus Familia, didn't drop her guard for a second. She answered with certainty. She didn't doubt for a moment that August was fully prepared to execute her god right there in the street. He's dangerous. If he had attacked, we wouldn't have stood a chance, Philvis said coldly, trusting her instincts. In that moment, if the rookie had acted, both of them would be dead. Total party wipe. He would have finished them before she could even start a spell. What a scary kid, Dionysus said with a nervous laugh. He trusted Phylvis's judgment. Anyone who could take out a level 7 before she could react was a real threat. Still, adventurers can be a little too jumpy, Dionysus said, trying to shrug it off. He guessed the outsider just sensed they were hiding something and reacted strongly. Regardless. That's all he is. With a dismissive wave, Dionysus turned and strolled into the Demeter Familia's compound. New weekly event, bulk upload of 7 chapters if we hit 1200 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 81, Ghostly Commission 2011 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Leaving the Demeter Familia's compound, the group headed toward the next intersection. What was that about back there? Artemis and Hephaestus, who had been quiet until now, both noticed how August suddenly changed. For a moment at the gates, they really thought he might start a fight with the Dionysus Familia. The tension was so strong it felt like weapons could be drawn at any second. Yeah, August, what happened? Hestia asked. She saw it too. August had stepped in front of her and Lily without thinking, putting himself between them and the newcomers. It was a natural reflex. Hestia knew the real story about Dionysus. He wasn't a kind god, he was an evil god in every sense. Knowing what he was really like, she would never trust him. But that alone wouldn't make August react so strongly. Showing his anger openly wasn't like him. I just felt an intense wave of malice, August explained, clenching his fist. Truth be told, when August first saw Dionysus, he could have just acted like nothing was wrong. But as soon as he looked at the elf next to him, Phylvis Chalia, he felt it. Someone was watching him from the shadows. He wasn't mistaken. It was a visceral, overwhelming hostility. Something was watching me through her, August muttered, uneasy. It felt like the dungeon itself. Not quite. Who the hell was watching him? The labyrinth. A corrupted spirit. Are you serious? Hestia gasped. She hadn't expected someone to be stalking her child right out in the open. Who is it? Hestia didn't doubt August for a second. Even if he were lying, Artemis and Hephaestus would have seen right through him. But the two goddesses had also sensed the same targeted malice radiating from the elf. It was malice, so strong it felt like it was trying to reach August's very soul. Intense malice, you say? It seems Dionysus is hiding some very dark secrets, Artemis scoffed. If someone could make August feel the labyrinth's killing intent, it meant the mastermind was watching him closely. The Dionysus Familia was compromised and a serious threat. As a goddess of justice, Artemis's instincts flared. She might have known Dionysus personally, but she wouldn't show a sliver of mercy to a familia harboring that kind of targeted evil. So August stepped in front of Hestia because he instinctively thought they were going to attack. Fascinating. It reeks of a conspiracy, Hephaestus murmured, her interest piqued. She was sure Dionysus was planning something massive. The audacity of it was almost exciting. The gods always enjoyed some drama. If you run into them in the dungeon again, don't hold back. Kill them. Hestia didn't mince words. She had no problem with getting rid of Phylvis Chalia. The elf was a corrupted anomaly, a monster in human skin. Taking her out fell perfectly within Aurario's standard operating procedure, exterminate monsters. Understood, August replied without hesitation. If he crossed paths with Phylvis Chalia in the dungeon, he would strike first. He wouldn't just fight her, he would obliterate her before she even had a chance to breathe. At first, he planned to stay out of things and keep a low profile. But after feeling that intense hostility himself, everything changed. He didn't care who was behind it. Stopping them was the only way to stay safe. I will start gathering intel, Lily declared. She needed to build a comprehensive information network. Knowing the general plot wasn't enough. They needed real-time surveillance on Dionysus's every move. Artemis and Hephaestus exchanged a look. They could tell Hestia was dead serious. The Hestia Familia was ready for war. They would do whatever it took to end the threat, even if that meant killing Dionysus, or being exiled from Orerio for good. For someone known as the goddess of the hearth, she could be surprisingly ruthless. But really, being kicked out of Orerio wouldn't be a punishment for Hestia. It would mean complete freedom. Hephaestus knew August's portal didn't just go to Earth, it was a door to many worlds. If they were exiled, they could just leave for another dimension and never look back. It was a tough situation. With everyone lost in thought, the group eventually went their separate ways. Artemis headed back to her compound. Hephaestus returned to her forge, planning to discuss August's miraculous healing capabilities with her executives to see if they could strike a trade deal. Hestia, August, and Lily headed back to the ruined church. For now, they decided to set aside the issue with Dionysus. Hestia wasn't afraid of him at all. If it ever came to a fight between gods, she was sure she could win. There was no need to panic, just plan and act when the moment came. However, as they approached the church, they spotted a skeletal figure draped in black robes waiting quietly by the entrance. August, Hestia, and Lily stopped right away. Seeing a creepy figure waiting outside your home almost always meant trouble. Not human, are you? The aura is all wrong, Hestia noted. You must be that ghost the guild is always whispering about. She knew right away who it was, Fels, the sage of Arenas. She hadn't expected him to show up at her door. Greetings, goddess Hestia. Fels bowed low, intentionally lowering his posture to show respect. He saw August and Lily standing on either side of the goddess. They looked alert, ready for a fight if needed. August, captain of the Hestia Familia, and Lilaruca Arde, Fels acknowledged them smoothly, avoiding any cryptic nonsense. I am here regarding your interference with the Artemis Familia's expedition to the Elsos ruins. He got straight to the point, making it clear he had just come from Rithus's debrief. Are you here to pick a fight? Hestia challenged, though she knew that was highly unlikely. She had kept Artemis from walking into a massacre. If Arenas was sending his lapdog to reprimand her for saving a goddess's life, he was making a big mistake. I'm not here to fight, Fels said, raising his skeletal hands to show he meant no harm. Picking a fight with the monster rookie was practically suicide. I am here to deliver a direct edict from Lord Arenas, he explained, establishing his official capacity. Step inside, then, Hestia gestured toward the door. If he was carrying an edict from the head of the guild, she could hear him out. August and Lily looked at the undead mage with open curiosity. Meeting a talking skeleton wasn't something you saw every day. He was much more powerful than a normal dungeon undead. Fels followed them into the ruined church, and the group took their seats. All right, spill it. What does Arenas want? Hestia demanded. She knew Fels was relatively trustworthy. But what kind of crazy stunt was that ancient fossil trying to pull? It concerns the Elsos ruins, Fels answered directly. Since the expedition has been classified as a maximum threat mission, the Artemis Familia has officially stood down. Given the current political climate in Orerio, mobilizing either the Loki or Freya Familias is impossible. Therefore, Lord Arenas wishes to officially contract August, captain of the Hestia Familia, to handle the subjugation. Fels produced a parchment sealed with divine script and slid it across the table. Hestia broke the seal and scanned the contents. Are you out of your damn minds? Hestia gaped at the parchment, utterly stunned. Had Arenas been kicked in the head by a minotaur? What kind of insane authorization was this? What's wrong, Lady Hestia? Lily asked, alarmed. She had never seen her goddess look so bewildered. That old fossil, he wants August to summon his world's military to this dimension. He wants them to execute Antares in the Elsos ruins. And during the entire operation, no god in Rio is allowed to interfere. Hestia read the final clause aloud. August and Lily were equally blindsided. What the hell was Aurena's playing at? August had kept Earth's military away from Rio for a reason. Even putting aside his own goals, this world was full of evil gods. Both sides kept their distance. It wasn't that his country was afraid of Rio. Rio just didn't have much to offer. Magic was interesting, but Earth's modern industry was far ahead of this medieval world. Even more important, most of the gods in this city were unpredictable. They were impulsive and arrogant, acting like wild barbarians. August didn't want to risk his soldiers dealing with these out-of-control gods. But now, Aurena's was promising not to interfere at all. It was a huge sign of trust. Are you absolutely certain you are authorizing this? August asked, narrowing his eyes. Did Aurena's really understand he was letting a modern army into his own territory? Wasn't he worried they might destroy the whole Elsa's ruins? Positive. During the operational window, no god will be permitted to interfere, Fell swore solemnly. Understood. I accept the mission. August didn't hesitate. Honestly, the offer was very tempting. New aerial combat drones and modern weapons had just been made back home. He wanted a dedicated strike force to test them in a live-fire scenario. He wasn't just thinking of himself. If this mission could give them useful data, and make his country's military stronger, he was all in. That's my boy. Hestia's eyes sparkled. She loved his confidence. Showing off the Hestia Familia's power to the whole world. That was a dream come true. The Hestia Familia accepts the edict. Hestia slapped the parchment on the table. However, I'm adding a clause. Her voice became firm. If any soldier from August's world is badly hurt, I can use my divine power to keep them alive until August can heal them. No one dies. She wasn't just showing off. This was a strict rule to make sure Earth's soldiers survived. Fells asked, slightly confused. That skirted the boundaries of the non-interference pact. Because I don't trust the other gods, Hestia said. If they can't interfere while the soldiers are alive, someone might try something if they die here. I'm not leaving any loopholes. Fells caught the implication. She was locking out any rogue gods from capitalizing on a fallen soldier. It was a brilliant, ironclad safeguard. Understood. On behalf of Lord Aurenas, I accept the clause, Fells said. As long as August did the healing and Hestia just kept them alive, it didn't break the rules. Keep them breathing, let August heal them, simple as that. When you are ready to mobilize, we can provide flying wyverns for transport to the Elsa's ruins. Lord Ganesha has already agreed to supply them, Fells offered. August ran the tactical variables through his head. The target was a level 5 Antares. He might have the technological high ground, but underestimating a monster of that caliber was a fatal mistake. I need time to prepare, August stated. Launching an expedition to the edge of the world required heavy logistical planning. Take the time you need, Fells nodded. Coordinating an interdimensional military deployment wasn't a minor task. You have complete freedom to run the operation, Fells said clearly. Aurenas was giving him a blank check. As long as August didn't destroy the world, Aurenas would ignore any damage needed to defeat the beast. He's feeling generous, isn't he? Hestia smirked. That level of clearance was unheard of. But this got her excited. It was the perfect chance to show off just how powerful August's world really was. She couldn't wait to impress the rest of Rio. Every world had its problems, but Earth's military strength was something she was eager to reveal. This is going to be the Hestia Familia's. No, Earth's grand debut. Bulk upload of 7 chapters, if we hit 1200 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon. com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Bonus 2061 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Fells came and went like a ghost. After the late-night meeting, August and the girls returned straight to the modern world and went to bed. The next morning arrived inside the familiar military compound. The command center was completely silent. All the top officers sat around the heavy conference table, not saying a word. Say something. Why is everyone so quiet? Hestia looked around the room, baffled. She had just delivered Arenas' divine quest, officially inviting the military to cross the portal and hunt down a cataclysm-level monster. But after hearing the details, all the experienced officers went silent. August sat calmly in his chair. He knew exactly what was racing through their heads. At the head of the table sat Major General Thomas. Unlike Hestia, who was blind to the nuances of modern military politics, the general knew exactly what his subordinates were thinking. Deploying to an alternate dimension. Engaging in active, unrestricted combat against fantasy monsters. This was the first mission of its kind, the first time humans would deploy to another world. The honor and recognition that came with it were huge. August had already provided them with drone footage of the dungeon monsters. The military's analysts had run the data, simulating the beast's aggressive behavior and structural weaknesses. Now they were finally being unchained. Realizing what a rare chance this was, it almost seemed too good to be true. But the best part was that a goddess was promising to keep them safe, and August's strong healing magic would be there to help. As long as a soldier wasn't wiped out instantly, they couldn't die. It was almost like having an immortality cheat code. So the benefits were clear. But what was the catch? Commander James was the first to shoot out of his chair. General Thomas, I volunteer my division for this operation. I will personally assume full responsibility for any and all consequences. James stood up straight, eager to lead the first group. He couldn't hide the excited, almost fierce grin on his face. This was it. Finally, the chance to show what modern military power could do in another world. The second James spoke, the other commanders erupted. Assume full responsibility. Who the hell do you think you are? Even Major General Thomas's face showed his irritation. If Hestia hadn't been there, a fight might have broken out in the briefing room. The others were angry that James tried to take the first move for himself. This requires authorization from High Command, Thomas said, feigning a heavy sigh. He picked up the secure red phone. Get me HQ. The request was relayed instantly. Within 3 minutes, High Command was in an absolute uproar. A moment later, the official orders came down the wire. Hearing the excitement in the Supreme Commander's voice, Major General Thomas's face became serious and determined. He hung up the phone. Goddess Hestia. We formally accept this commission. Thomas said this firmly, trying not to let a satisfied smile show. He couldn't celebrate yet. Accepting the mission meant they still had to choose who would lead. If he didn't get a spot on the team, he would be very upset. We will provide our own weapons, munitions, and rations. We will not require local logistical support, Thomas added. August raised his hand. August, you have the floor, Thomas said respectfully. Regarding the operational theater, August began, the target zone is the Elsa's ruins. In that world, monster hordes frequently target human settlements. Since we will be conducting active combat operations, collateral damage to the local civilian population is a major concern. I want us to establish a humanitarian supply line to provide food and aid to any displaced refugees caught in the crossfire. August laid out his expectations clearly. Not a problem. Thomas instantly understood the assignment. This mission wasn't just about fighting monsters. It was also about helping people and earning their trust. Supporting the local civilians in the Elsa's ruins aligned with their military's values. Even more important, August said us. He was connecting his own reputation to the military's. The sense of duty and honor in the room grew stronger. We will set up refugee camps and help the nearby villages recover from disaster. After the enemies are dealt with, we'll help rebuild to make sure things stay stable, Thomas promised. Giving food and workers was a small price for earning goodwill in another world. Recognizing that an army marches on its stomach, the previously silent Secretary of Transportation stood up. General, I have already drafted the preliminary supply estimates. The Secretary handed over a hastily scribbled requisition form. The document demanded a staggering amount of resources and the designation of transport units. Thomas looked at the requisition numbers and refused to sign it. This clever old man was trying to use up the entire province's grain reserve. Anyone could see what the Secretary of Transportation was up to. To manage such a big supply chain, he would have to go to the front lines himself. He was using paperwork to make sure he got a spot in the first group. It was a clever trick. The other commanders glared at him in annoyance. Seeing the tension boiling over, August knew it was time to leave. Hestia was great at sensing the mood. She could tell a fight was about to break out. We will leave the tactical planning to the professionals, August said, pulling Hestia up from her chair and escorting her out of the conference room. The literal second the heavy doors clicked shut behind August, the briefing room exploded. Are you out of your damn mind, James? I'm frontline infantry. I lead the vanguard, not you desk jockeys. Like hell you are. The commanders started arguing fiercely. Why should someone from logistics or a rearguard soldier get to go before the main combat leaders? General Thomas slammed his fist on the table. He let out a deep sigh. Honestly, he wanted to go too. But as the base commander, if he left, who would run things at home? Screw that. He would find someone else to watch over the base. HQ is still finalizing the deployment roster, Thomas announced, forcing the officers back into their seats. The Navy is out. The target zone is a deep land forest and ancient ruins. That leaves the Air Force and the Army. The Air Force's deployment numbers are up to high command. But the Army is taking a massive cut of this operation. Thomas turned to the Secretary of Transportation. Rewrite this requisition form. Keep it realistic. Factor in refugee management and civilian displacement. We need holding areas and reconstruction supplies. Get it right. Understood, the Secretary knew he had pushed his luck. Reconnaissance is our first priority, Thomas continued, adjusting the operational layout. The Army will deploy first to secure a perimeter and clear an improvised runway for the Air Force. We have to account for airborne hostiles. Then came the elephant in the room. As for who stays behind to guard the base, nobody breathed. They couldn't send the whole military. Someone had to stay and manage things at home. Every commander, even James, sat stiffly. Who wanted to stay behind and do paperwork while everyone else fought dragons? Thomas had already decided he would find someone else to take his desk job, so he could go to the front lines. 12 hours. We finalize the roster before High Command hands down the official orders. Yes, sir. The commanders gave sharp salutes but glared at each other with fierce determination. No one was going to give up their spot easily. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the situation was even more violent. Go to hell. Why should my division stay behind? I'm not sitting this out. I belong on the front lines. You're a fossil. Retire and leave the real fighting to the young blood. Army generals were screaming at each other, arguing over the limited spots available for deployment. Then, a Navy admiral slammed his hands on the table. The Navy hasn't even spoken yet, so shut your mouths. If anyone is deploying, it's the Marines. We specialize in expeditionary jungle warfare and amphibious assaults. We can handle the Elso's ruins. The Army generals scoffed. Go drive your boats. Yeah, take your boats and stay in the ocean. What the hell do you want with a forest? The Navy admirals didn't argue back. Instead, they started fighting. Only the Air Force generals sat back calmly, sipping coffee. They already knew their roster was locked in. It was just a matter of deciding which pilots got to go. At the head of the table, the Supreme Commander ignored the brawl completely. Ensure logistics are airtight. According to August, the Elso's ruins are surrounded by civilian villages vulnerable to monster attacks. Establish forward operating bases and refugee processing centers. We need recon units to sweep the perimeter and prevent civilian casualties. Let the soldiers fight over the glory. This was their first interdimensional diplomatic and military operation, and the Supreme Commander was guaranteeing the execution was flawless. Back to August. He and Hestia had just left the base. As expected of my familia, Hestia said, on the verge of tears. She hadn't expected August to be so thorough. She assumed he would just send the army in to glass the forest and leave. Instead, he explicitly ordered his world's military to provide disaster relief and protect the local civilians. That kind of compassion made almost every nation in the Danmachi world look worse by comparison. Even Ares, who led huge armies, seemed like a barbarous joke compared to the disciplined and caring force of this modern superpower. If she ever needed help from a nation, she would choose August's world every time. Their concept of disaster relief was light years ahead of anything on her side of the portal. She could already picture this modern, disciplined army beating Ares's old-style legions. The reactions of the war-loving gods would be unforgettable. It's just basic education, August explained. He grew up in a peaceful era. He wasn't some naive saint, but during a mission, if innocent people needed help, he wasn't going to turn a blind eye. There are many ways to lose your humanity, but saving lives is always a choice. He liked facing strong opponents and winning with skill, but he would never hurt the helpless. He was just a regular guy with a modern sense of right and wrong. I love this side of you. Hestia swooned. This was what made August different. He had great power, but he never used it to hurt the weak. Instead, he always tried to help them. To a goddess, that mix of self-control and kindness was very appealing. Gods who had seen the worst of humanity truly valued mortals who kept to their morals. Hestia decided right then and there. She needed to make a bold confession. But before she could say anything, I love you too, Hestia. August suddenly spoke. He leaned down and pressed a soft, fleeting kiss against her left cheek. Hestia's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. She hadn't expected him to counterattack. He actually kissed her. A sweeping, passionate romance with her very own familia child. This was everything she had ever dreamed of. Oh, but wait, I'm a virgin goddess. Actually, no. She had been a virgin goddess in heaven, but down here, those strict rules didn't really apply. It didn't matter. She managed to talk herself out of her vows in less than a second. Hestia squeaked, playing the part of a bashful maiden. Suddenly, a small blur shot out from the house. Lily moved with frightening speed, wedging herself between August and the goddess and violently shoving them apart. Lily couldn't believe this billion-year-old goddess was acting like a blushing schoolgirl to secure the bag. Radiating pure, murderous resentment, Lily glared daggers at her patron goddess. Damn old hag. Bulk upload of 7 chapters, if we hit 1200 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 83, Solo Reconnaissance, the Xenos. 2420 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The dungeon. August left his supporter behind, changed his gear, and went into the next part of the dungeon alone. He wasn't planning a big monster hunt today. His goal was to scout out possible routes. He trusted his vehicle's scanners to search for hidden floors, as his heavy off-road truck sped toward the middle floors. Walking wasn't an option for him, he preferred to drive. The truck, covered in thick military armor to withstand monster attacks, crashed through wide intersections and tight stone hallways. Any monsters in its way became nothing more than speed bumps. Operating the onboard tactical terminal, August monitored the radar sweeps as he drove. Once I hit the 8th floor, the monster density spikes. But the moment the truck rolls through, they scatter. They know they can't crack the armor, and the dungeon isn't throwing them into a pointless meat grinder. August checked the telemetry data for the upper floors and realized what was happening. Except for the monsters he ran over, the rest were shifting their aggression toward other adventurers instead of attacking him. The dungeon's will was subtle, but it was clearly in control. Hitting the 8th floor, the site of his very first dungeon dive, August parked the truck and began investigating the adjacent caverns. A quick scan showed something was off. The architecture didn't match the usual style. This wasn't carved out by the dungeon, August muttered, checking his terminal. This was excavated by humans. August stepped out of the armored cab and walked into a part of the floor with no monsters. This was a sublevel of the 8th floor. The Adventurers Guild had mapped it, but the damage here didn't look like the usual results of adventurer fights. Someone tried to glass this place with fire magic, August observed, running a gloved hand over the scorched stone. The dungeon usually kept a self-repairing ecosystem wherever monsters appeared. But this area felt lifeless. It wasn't a monster nest. His visor detected strong traces of leftover magical fire burned into the walls. This has to be a test site used by the Evolus. He analyzed the blast patterns. They were actively trying to collapse the entire floor. Getting this information was the main reason for his detour. Still, the politics of the dark factions weren't his concern. After recording the data, August got back in his truck and headed for the 10th floor. The moment his tires hit the fog zone, the resident orcs and imps caught his scent and launched a frenzied ambush. Visibility is still terrible down here. August kept driving without slowing down. He snapped his fingers and a dozen automated turrets appeared, quickly taking out everything hiding in the mist. Unlike his previous runs, August didn't stash the dropped magic stones into his inventory. Instead, he swept them up and dumped the massive pile straight onto the truck's passenger seat. Come to think of it, I've never run into the Xenos. He glanced at the glowing loot. I wonder if this pile of rocks is enough to bait them out. With the bait ready, August hit the gas and drove toward the 11th floor. The 11th floor felt strangely calm compared to his last visit. The monsters didn't attack unless an adventurer got too close. The truck's threatening presence kept them away. The monsters saw him as too dangerous and stayed back. So this is how the 11th floor reacts. The smell of death from his last battle seemed stuck to the truck. That, along with the energy from the pile of magic stones, made him a perfect threat. The dungeon's monsters saw him as a top predator and kept their distance. After logging the behavioral data for the 11th floor, August pressed deeper. The 12th floor was the last stop before the middle floors. It was a huge cavern. Because of its layout, August focused on exploring. If the Evolus were active here, there had to be secrets hidden on this floor. He parked the truck and carefully searched the area. He was determined to find what he was looking for. His digital maps showed that this level had uncharted sublevels, with signs of old, man-made digging. His sweep produced results. August found several caverns marked by man-made damage. The destruction was so bad that the dungeon's repair systems had stopped trying, leaving the stone broken for good. According to the lore, Aurinas projects his divine aura over the first 12 floors to suppress the dungeon's pain receptors, August recalled. If the ancient god wasn't acting as a buffer, this level of structural damage would have instantly triggered the spawn of a juggernaut. Who's there? August quickly turned toward the shadows, his combat instincts kicking in. Someone was watching him. From the intense feeling behind the gaze, he knew it wasn't human, it was a monster. Down here on the 12th floor, he didn't need to hold back. He could resort to heavy armor-piercing rounds. A massive 125mm smoothbore tank cannon appeared from the void, locking dead onto the source of the gaze. A rumbling growl resounded from the dark corner. An infant dragon came out of the shadows, staring hard at August with its reptile eyes. The creature looked angry, but its body language was defensive. It was clearly wary of the huge cannon pointed at its head. An infant dragon. August raised an eyebrow. What the hell is one of you doing hiding in a sublevel? He looked the creature over. His instincts told him something was off. This beast was much stronger than the ones he had fought a few days ago. The energy coming from its scales was far above normal. This one was at least level 3. More importantly, the beast was thinking. It was judging the danger of his heavy weapons, and knew they were deadly. It wasn't attacking without a plan. August muttered. The creature was being careful. Instead of acting on instinct, it stood its ground and weighed its chances against the tank cannon. It was clearly intelligent. The moment the word Xenos left August's lips, the infant dragon flinched. It clearly hadn't expected a surface-dwelling human to recognize its true nature. The dragon let out a hot breath of air and raised its proud head, locking eyes with the human. It watched him closely. At first, it had planned to rob him, but now it realized he was heavily armed. Why try to rob him? August's passenger seat was full of magic stones. He had run over hundreds of monsters on his way down. To a Xenos, that glowing pile of loot was an irresistible, all-you-can-eat buffet. It planned to mug the lone human and score a free meal. But seeing the cannon pointed at its face made it clear this human was very dangerous, though still less cruel than the poachers who hunted its kind. Aren't you Xenos supposed to be holed up on the 20th floor? August asked. What are you doing all the way up here? Judging by its strong presence, this beast wasn't newly born. It had survived in the dungeon for a long time. With the strength of a level 3 adventurer, it was an elite among intelligent monsters. In response to August's question, the infant dragon let out a quiet rumble and glanced toward the shadows at its flank. A silverback ape stepped into the light. Unlike the huge brutes August had fought before, this one was about the size of a human. The fear in its eyes showed it was another intelligent Xenos. A silverback ape. August noted. Unlike the dragon's calculating stare, the silverback ape looked at August with terror. It wasn't curious. It was traumatized. Deep in its memories were flashes of total destruction from the artillery attack August had used on its kind days ago. The ape shook with fear, seeing August as a grim reaper. It whimpered and chattered at the infant dragon, trying to show how scared it was of the men in front of them. The infant dragon blinked, taken aback by the ape's frantic warnings. It hadn't known this human was so terrifying. The silverback was a new Xenos, just spawned on the 12th floor. After a fight with some adventurers, it ran into the sublevels to hide. The dragon had come up here to rescue its new companion. But the ape's fear was intense. Its terror of August seemed to be part of its very being. The trauma and death from August's last attack had made the dungeon create this ape with extra awareness. Thanks to the localized translation module Hestia had embedded in his mind, August could parse the emotional intent and crude linguistic energy emitting from the Xenos. He understood exactly what the ape was saying. So it's a fresh spawn, August chuckled, piecing it together. Did my artillery barrage traumatize the dungeon so badly it gave the respawns PTSD? Even after cycling back through the dungeon, the fear is still hardwired into its memory. August laughed. Running into this strange meeting in an empty sublevel was the last thing he expected today. If I recall correctly, a pack of infant dragons orchestrated that massive ambush against me, August said, looking at the cowering ape. Logically, after watching me slaughter your front lines with tank shells, basic survival instincts should have kicked in. You probably tried to desert the horde right before I blew you apart. That intense desire to flee must have carried over when the dungeon recycled your soul, allowing you to respawn as a Xenos. August quickly figured out where the ape came from. The trauma of modern battle had basically forced the monster to become sentient. The silverback whimpered, scratching its head. As August explained his theory, the ape's scattered nightmares started to make sense. It matched what the human said. It remembered being pulled into a huge horde, forced to charge, and then being destroyed by loud, explosive weapons when it tried to escape. The infant dragon's eyes suddenly widened in realization. You're August from the Hestia Familia. Over the past few days, Fels the Xenos' secret sponsor had circulated an urgent warning among the intelligent monsters. An anomaly of a human was sweeping the upper floors. If they saw him, they were ordered to retreat immediately. No hesitation. The Mun wielded incomprehensible, devastating weapons and slaughtered monsters with extreme prejudice. Engaging him was strictly forbidden. The dragon cursed its luck. It had just come up here to rescue a lost sibling, and it walked right into the literal apex predator Fels had warned them about. You know who I am? August asked, his translation blessing picking up the dragon's panicked revelation. Let me guess. Fels gave you the heads up. August guessed the skeletal sage had shared his profile with the Xenos. It made sense. August handled dungeon runs like a machine. Any monster he targeted became a magic stone. Fels was probably afraid August might accidentally kill one of his precious talking monsters. The warning was fair, but August had no interest in hunting sentient creatures for fun. You know Fels? The infant dragon recoiled. It hadn't expected a surface-dwelling adventurer to be on a first-name basis with their shadowy benefactor. You could say that. Thanks to him, I just got saddled with a very tedious quest, August replied casually. August had a practical view of the Xenos. If a monster was smart enough to fear death and run from a fight, he wouldn't chase it just to increase his kill count. Unless they threatened the surface or he had orders from the guild, he left them alone. Monsters that broke free from the dungeon's control and valued their lives were basically intelligent beings. Killing them felt more like murder than hunting. August looked the two monsters up and down. Still, lounging around the upper floors is a bad move for you guys. If you hang around here too long, you're going to run into one of those poaching familias. It is fine. I have already secured my brethren, the infant dragon replied defensively. I just need to lay low for a bit, and we can slip back down to the deeper floors. The dragon was 4 meters long. Moving through the narrow upper corridors without being seen was tough for a creature its size, but it had its own secret paths. It understood what August meant by poaching familias. Those groups hunted Xenos for profit. Unlike August, who was scary but kind, the poachers were truly evil. They didn't care if a monster could talk or beg. They captured them and took them out of the dungeon to sell. The dragon had heard enough horror stories from survivors to know the risks. Since you're already here, August cracked his knuckles. How about you act as my sparring partner for a bit? He wanted to test his close combat skills against a smart, elite monster. August put the big truck back into his spatial inventory. Then he picked up the heavy sack of magic stones from the passenger seat and tossed it at the silverback ape's feet. Consider this your compensation for the spar. The sack was overflowing. It had more than enough energy for the silverback to level up. It wasn't enough for the dragon to reach a new level, but as payment for a spar, it was very generous. Are you serious? The infant dragon stared at the sack of loot in disbelief. It hesitated for a moment, weighing the risk, before giving a slow nod. The silverback ape, however, frantically tugged at the dragon's scales. Is he going to use those exploding weapons? The ape chattered nervously. It hadn't forgotten the earth-shattering artillery that had wiped out its previous life. Those weapons could vaporize them in a heartbeat. Calm down, the infant dragon rumbled, cutting off the ape's panic. If this human wanted us dead, he would have blown our heads off the second we made eye contact. The dragon was smart. It had the clever mind of an elite predator. It knew that someone like August could destroy them easily if he wanted to. There was no reason for him to set a trap. Bulk upload of 7 chapters, if we hit 1200 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 84, bonus 2051 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. You're up. August met the silverback ape's gaze. You're a Xenos, so you must have some special traits. As a silverback, you've got the punching power of a giant ape. Mind if we put that to the test? He sensed that the silverback's strength was near the top of level 1, almost reaching S rank. Even with the infant dragon nearby, August felt sure he could take them both on. The silverback hesitated at the challenge. For a moment, fear flashed in its eyes, but as it looked at the human who had once been its enemy, its natural urge to fight took over. Bring it on. The silverback put down its sack of magic stones and stepped forward. For the first time, it overcame its fear and let its fighting instincts take control. That's more like it. August felt good about the ape's fighting ability. Instead of grabbing a weapon or taking a deadly stance, he lowered himself, ready for a grappling match. The silverback let out a ferocious roar and charged. They clashed head-on. What insane strength! Are you the monster, or am I? The silverback exclaimed in shock. The silverback ape's arms were strong enough to crush boulders, much stronger than the orcs found on the upper floors. But right now, a human was completely overpowering it. My strength, August muttered. This was the first time he fought a monster up close without using his guns or special skills. He never thought his plain, unboosted strength could beat a top-level 1 monster so easily that even the monster noticed. Is my strength really that high? August asked, looking at his hands. Are you kidding me? The silverback was dumbfounded. You're out-muscling a monster, and you didn't even know. August tightened his grip and shoved forward. The massive ape was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the stone floor. Your raw strength is definitely higher than mine, the silverback groaned, picking itself up. The silverback could tell August's strength was on a whole different level. The scariest thing was that the human hadn't used any skills or magic, just pure muscle, and the ape lost. The silverback had to admit defeat. This was the same terrifying person it remembered. Defeated already. The infant dragon moved forward. This was its first time interacting with a human like this. It didn't know August's exact level, but overpowering a silverback in pure grappling meant the human specialized heavily in physical strength. My strength is that high, August murmured, still processing the revelation. He understood his own situation. He always thought his basic stats were just a bit better than a well-trained soldier. He believed he was winning only because of his firepower and tactics. He never knew his real physical strength was this high. It was the first time a dungeon monster had ever praised him for being strong. If he failed to show you our strength, then it's on me to show you what a Xenos is truly capable of. The infant dragon advanced forward, feeling real pressure from August. Is he actually a level 5 adventurer pretending to be weaker? If that's true, this could be a trap. But Fells had told them August was new to the Hestia Familia. Come, August challenged, settling back into a stance. The infant dragon scrambled forward, its reptilian speed blindingly fast. Because it was an evolving Xenos, its aura and combat pressure were nearly identical to Ruthusa, the captain of the Artemis Familia. The dragon reared up, slamming its heavy front claws down on August. August didn't dodge. He raised his hands and caught the massive claws dead on. With strength like this, are you sure you aren't a level 3 adventurer in disguise? The dragon grunted, straining against his grip. It was a straight contest of stamina and strength. The dragon had the powerful dragon trait, but it was evenly matched with a human. As a fast-evolving monster, it was strong, but without its bigger size, it knew it would lose. The silverback was right. This human's physical power defied logic. "I'm level 2, Auguste answered smoothly. He understood how his abilities worked. He had system-based powers, but his actual stats were hidden from his status board. He only knew when he leveled up because the system told him. He'd been taking out monsters with one punch on the upper floors, but thought it was just because they were weak. Now he saw that even without his special buffs, his punches hit like heavy artillery. I didn't realize I was this strong to begin with." Auguste's thoughts raced. If his physical stats didn't show up on his fauna, it meant his base strength worked on a system unique to him. He finally got it. On Earth, his strength was normal for an elite soldier. But after coming to this world, his body must have gotten some kind of hidden, dimensional modifier. It was a massive, undocumented buff. If an ordinary person from Earth got such a big boost just by coming here, what would happen if someone like Superman showed up in Rio? The stat boosts would be unbelievable. Was this the fundamental difference between modern humans and the heroes of this fantasy realm? The thought alone made Auguste feel fired up. "Keep coming," Auguste grinned, his eyes beaming with excitement. The infant dragon saw that Auguste was really testing himself. It had never met a human who didn't know their own strength. Still, the dragon wanted to see just how far Auguste could go. No skills. Just pure physical combat. The infant dragon spun, whipping its heavy tail directly at Auguste's ribs. Instead of dodging, Auguste focused. As soon as the tail came close, he jumped, reached out, and grabbed it in mid-swing. Using the momentum, Auguste planted his feet, twisted his hips, and threw the huge dragon onto the stone floor with a perfect judo move. But the infant dragon was used to fighting in the dungeon. As soon as it hit the ground, it twisted, took the impact, and quickly got back up. "As expected of you. You caught my tail strike barehanded." The infant dragon exclaimed in awe. Was this guy even human? A regular level 2 adventurer trying to catch a dragon's tail without armor would be cut in half. But Auguste caught it with one hand. Auguste nodded, sure of his theory now. The dimensional modifier was real and it was extremely strong. "Let's switch it up," Auguste said, shifting his stance. He finished with grappling. Now he wanted to see how fast he could strike. The infant dragon realized Auguste was shifting tactics. It grew even more excited. This human was infinitely fascinating. "Bring it." The dragon charged, doubling its previous speed. It planned to use its agile four-legged sprint to close the distance and crush Auguste under its sheer weight. Auguste took a deep breath and watched the dragon's path. Even though the monster was incredibly fast, his sharp vision caught every movement. Too slow. Auguste sidestepped the heavy pounce by a fraction of an inch and thrust his hand forward. His hand struck dead center on the dragon's abdomen. He fired off a quick series of punches, each one precise and powerful. The infant dragon couldn't regain its balance, and took the hits before being knocked backward across the cavern. So strong. The infant dragon gasped, skidding to a halt. For the first time, the monster noticed how many openings its attacks had. Its charge wasn't weak, but its recovery was too slow. Auguste took advantage of that brief moment to land a perfect combo. "You're a very strong human," the infant dragon praised, shaking off the impact. The dragon didn't dislike Auguste. In fact, it respected him. This human was a true warrior, always looking to get stronger. Sparring with him was a real thrill. Auguste sensed that the dragon couldn't take much more. If he kept pushing, the monster's magic stone would destabilize from the physical trauma, and it would explode. Through the spar, he finally understood just how strong he really was. The information was priceless, and he truly appreciated the Xenos for helping him see it. Still, Auguste wondered why that elf never brought this up. During his sparring sessions with Rio Lion, She hadn't said a word about his absurd physical strength. Did she think I was born with this strength? If I'd been this strong on Earth, I would have been a superhuman. He realized that adventurers had a very different sense of what was normal. He couldn't use their ideas to judge his own stats anymore. He needed clear, objective data. Suddenly, an eerily beautiful melody resounded throughout the cavern. August, the infant dragon, and the silverback all picked up the light, rhythmic song coming from the deeper tunnels. Your friend is calling, August smirked, remaining perfectly still. It was time for them to go. The dungeon wasn't safe for monsters with bounties on them. Hearing the siren song, the infant dragon knew their leader had come to fetch them. Let's move. The dragon signaled to the ape. The silverback climbed onto its back, and with a strong jump, the dragon climbed the cavern wall and disappeared into a hidden tunnel near the ceiling. August watched them leave in silence. We got some good information, but it looks like we also picked up some unwanted followers. August slowly turned his head and stared into a dark corner of the cavern. He had felt it during the fight, the clear, hostile gaze of human eyes. Time to clean up. With a snap of his wrist, a heavy motorcycle appeared out of nowhere. August got on, started the engine, and sped off into the darkness to hunt the hunters. Meanwhile, the infant dragon, carrying the silverback, navigated a maze of hidden vertical shafts until it reached a secluded cavern. A siren Xenos with bright wings was waiting for them. She had used her song to guide them back safely. The infant dragon called out. Ray, the siren, smiled as she saw the silverback riding along, realizing they had successfully recruited a new comrade. What took you to so long? Ray asked, tilting her head. We ran into that monster rookie Fells warned us about, the infant dragon admitted openly. We sparred with him. The monster rookie. Ray gasped, her feathers standing up in shock. Fells had clearly warned them to stay far away from that human. He knew who we were, but he wasn't aggressive, the dragon said. If you don't attack him first, he won't use his weapons. His strength is seriously scary. The infant dragon rubbed its bruised belly, showing off the dark handprints August had left behind. Ray was shocked. The famous rookie knew about the Xenos, didn't hate them, and chose not to attack. Did Fells tell him about us? She wondered aloud. Doesn't seem like it. We'll have to ask Fells the next time he visits. But a sudden burst of panic hit Ray. If you hung around him, did anyone follow you back? Are we compromised? She asked urgently. No, the infant dragon shook its heavy head. August will handle them. He's a good guy. The dragon knew exactly what was happening. It had sensed the human stalkers during the spar, and it knew August had noticed them too. The only reason August stayed behind rather than leaving immediately was to exterminate the poachers who were tracking them. To think you'd praise a human this highly, Ray murmured in awe. She knew exactly who the dragon meant. These weren't regular adventurers, they were Evelus, ruthless poachers who hunted Xenos for the black market. For a human to stay behind and take out those poachers so they could escape made Ray think much more highly of the monster rookie. The infant dragon nodded. Let's head home. Bulk upload of 7 chapters, if we hit 1200 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. You celebrated way too early. 1884 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The dungeon was riddled with hidden paths. That monster rookie, he's catching up. 3 rough-looking adventurers sprinted through the tunnels, fear clear on their faces. None had the courage to look back, sure that if they did, they'd be shot. All they could do was keep running. August had blocked their escape to the middle floors. Trapped, they stumbled through hidden tunnels that once belonged to the group called Evelus. Now they couldn't hide their tracks anymore. What the hell does that psycho want? What do you think? He noticed us. He's trying to bury us down here to keep his secrets safe. One of the men realized August was after them because they had seen his fight with the talking monsters, killing them for witnessing that. To them, he seemed utterly insane. The roar of a motorcycle engine resounded through the tunnels. The machine was right behind them. I thought he didn't attack other adventurers. I thought he was just a rookie. The squad leader was terrified. That bastard is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He'll eat us alive. On paper, the leader and August were both level 2. But stats meant nothing here. August took down level 2 monsters like they were nothing. A regular adventurer had no chance against him. They targeted August because rumors spread that shady buyers outside Rio would pay a fortune for him. Driven by greed, they planned to capture and sell him. He was supposed to be just a level 1, but his rapid growth ruined their plan. Just seeing him turned them from hunters into prey. Now, it was every man for himself. The leader slashed open a concealed passageway. The 2 level 1 behind him hurried into the dark tunnel built by Evelus. They ran as fast as they could, hoping to reach the surface. Just make it to the surface. He won't attack us up there. They ran in a panic. Thanks to their knowledge of secret smuggling routes, they avoided most of the maze and arrived faster. After many sharp turns, they finally reached the huge spiral staircase leading to the first floor. We made it. We're here. We actually escaped. They slipped into the crowd of adventurers near the exit. It wasn't strange to see 3 people running out of the dungeon in a panic. The bystanders just laughed, guessing they had been frightened by a monster. The 3 ignored the laughter and kept heading for the Babel Plaza exit. The motorcycle noise faded away. The tension eased and they finally felt safe. What they didn't know was that the moment they stepped off the spiral staircase, a machine attached to the wall above them suddenly moved. A red laser turned on as the automated turret aimed right at the 3. They reached the first floor. The main exit to Babel Plaza was just ahead. They took a deep breath. We survey, the leader opened his mouth to celebrate. Boom. The next second, a sickening mist of blood and brain matter painted his cheek. A headless corpse collapsed onto the stone floor. The leader stopped in shock, staring at his fallen teammate's body. The last lackey screamed, "Boss." He reached out and tried to grab his leader's arm. Something fast tore through the air. The lackey's arm was blown off. No. BRRRRRRRRRRT. Multiple rounds tore through the air. Right in front of the leader's eyes, his final lackey was shredded like a broken ragdoll. In a split second, the body was left unrecognizable. The leader's eyes bulged out of his skull. Disbelief washed over him. His team had been killed at close range, right in the middle of a crowd during the day. The adventurers nearby jumped back in fear. Weapons came out right away as everyone became alert. They followed the path of the attacks back down the stairs. It's him. The monster rookie. Why is he attacking people up here? Everyone looked toward the spiral staircase. One person walked up the steps calmly. The air around him shimmered as his spatial backpack revealed the muzzles of advanced weapons. Many adventurers immediately recognized August. To those stuck grinding the upper floors, his apocalyptic fighting style was impossible to forget. Staring at the butchered remains of his crew, the leader snapped. You bastard! How dare you? He couldn't comprehend it. How could August just casually murder people in the safe zone? But instead of getting angry, the leader gave a twisted, mocking grin. He thought August had just sealed his own fate. August had provoked all the adventurers and openly broken the law. The Ganesha Familia, the city's peacekeepers, would hang him for this. Are you insane? Committing murder right in front of the Ganesha Familia's territory. The sleazy leader sneered, making fun of August's reckless move. This isn't your playground. "You're dead meat." But August didn't flinch. His face showed no panic, no anger, nothing at all. Only cold indifference. He ignored the stares from every adventurer in the plaza, and kept walking forward. He responded bang. A bullet tore through the leader's shoulder. The sleazy leader grabbed his bleeding arm. His mocking grin disappeared, replaced by pure terror. Only one thought ran through his mind. This guy isn't listening. He's a psycho. A total psycho. He had seen crazy Evolus cultists and cruel familia captains, but August was something else. He didn't care about rules, laws, or what people thought. If he wanted you dead, you died. The adventurers around him fell silent in shock. Was the monster rookie really hunting his allies? This would cause chaos. Even so, they kept their weapons up, forming a loose circle to stop August from attacking everyone. August walked forward without any hurry. Then, his cold, blank face changed. He smiled. That smile made everyone uneasy. He looked like someone who was completely in control. "What's wrong? You were so eager to catch me and sell me to those corrupt nobles. Now you're acting like the victim. That's pretty pathetic, isn't it?" August's words hit the crowd hard. They had seen monsters captured and even commoners being sold. But adventurers too? What did that even mean? Any adventurer who survived the dungeon was clever. August made it clear, this group was hunting other adventurers inside the dungeon. They had to worry about more than just monsters. They had to watch out for greedy people willing to sell their own. Right away, the anger toward August disappeared. No one tried to help the wounded leader. If August was even partly right, that men deserved what was coming. "You're lying," the wounded leader shouted, panic in his voice. He realized August had known about their whole operation from the beginning. Getting rid of him was just cleaning up. He had to change the story quickly. But he was up against someone who had spent years winning arguments online. August ignored his desperate denial. He was ready to make a scene. "I wonder what happens to those kidnapped adventurers after they're sent off as toys for those fat and repulsive nobles." August gave a dramatic, sarcastic performance. He put on an exaggerated look of despair. "Oh, do they cry out? 'Captain, save me. Commander, I don't want to die. Please God.'" August looked over the crowd, making sure every adventurer understood the seriousness of his act. "Actually, I'm pretty sure it ends just like this." He snapped his fingers, and a huge 3D display appeared in the air. Even within the dim light near the dungeon entrance, it was easy to see. The footage displayed a gruesome scene. Looking at the awful image, August went on. "After all, those noble pigs love these twisted games, and when they're finished with the trash, they kill the adventurers to cover it up." Everyone in Rio knew just how corrupt the nobles outside the city could get. When the crowd saw the battered adventurer on the screen, a fighter who had probably fought bravely but was now just a broken victim, they were filled with rage. The adventurers nearby gripped their weapons so tightly their knuckles turned white. "I didn't do that," the leader stammered, shocked by August's mind games. He never thought the rookie would take over the story with fake but very convincing images. It struck the adventurers right in their deepest fears. "You didn't?" August said with a smirk. "Then tell everyone how your squad knows about the hidden tunnels that aren't on any map." As August spoke, he waved his hand and changed the hologram. Now the screen showed drone footage following the trio as they escaped through dark, hidden passageways. "Don't tell me you just happened to find them by accident." The crowd understood right away. Those paths were hidden areas, unexplored and secret. Regular, rule-following adventurers had no idea they even existed. Finding an unmapped area was one thing. But making it through a hidden maze from the middle floors to the surface without running into any monsters. That had to be a smuggling route built for that purpose. "That doesn't prove we're smugglers." The leader wasn't stupid. He realized admitting to using secret paths looked bad, but actually confessing to kidnapping adventurers would get him killed by the crowd on the spot. "Then how did you enter the dungeon?" August asked, delivering the final blow. "You didn't use the Babel entrance today. You came all the way up from the middle floors. But honestly, you're much too weak for that." The crowd saw that August was telling the truth. This so-called monster rookie was basically a level 2 powerhouse who could take on whole groups alone. He could judge strength with total accuracy. With your weak stats, you wouldn't last 5 minutes in the middle floors. The only way you work down there is by using those secret tunnels to avoid danger. August's voice was cold and firm. Those tunnels were made to smuggle kidnapped adventurers out of Rio without being noticed. August's reasoning was solid, and it made the crowd angry. Using hidden Evolus tunnels to get around Babel's checkpoints was the only way a smuggling ring could work. It all made sense. A newcomer from outside the city wouldn't know about Evolus or the hidden tunnels. Since August caught them using these paths, it was clear they were guilty. Could they trust the rookie? Definitely. He was strong, and if someone could drive a sane man to kill in broad daylight, those people had to be truly awful. "Spill it. Tell us everything you know. What the hell is your operation? You damn traitor." A few experienced party leaders started shouting, and the rest of the adventurers quickly joined in. Nobody wanted to be linked to someone who betrayed their own people. Smuggling adventurers was a crime that could get you hanged. With August's vivid, modern holographic projection, the crowd was sure he had solid proof. The smuggler had nowhere left to run. Bulk upload of 7 chapters, if we hit 1,200 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 86, bonus 1774 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. No one stepped forward. The adventurers around them were furious, their anger so strong it even scared them. None of them wanted to be sold by smugglers. Even the toughest veterans, especially those loyal to their patron gods, would rather die fighting monsters than be captured, tortured, and turned into a noble's toy. August ignored the crowd's boiling rage. He didn't smile or act cold. Instead, he leaned down and spoke quietly into the bleeding squad leader's ear. "You celebrated way too early." The squad leader's eyes bulged. In that moment, the awful truth hit him. August had let them reach the surface on purpose. The leader thought getting out of the dungeon meant he was safe. He believed he had outsmarted the rookie. He was completely wrong. Every step they took and every panicked breath was part of August's plan. They had always been in his sights. The second squad. Are they exposed to? The leader suddenly remembered the rest of his crew. 5 men had deployed to capture the silverback ape. When the gunfire started, 2 of them had split down a different tunnel. Had August gunned them down before they even turned the corner? Was everything playing out exactly according to this monster's script? He didn't get to finish the thought. Suddenly, sharp pain tore through his stomach. A steel spear went straight through him, pinning him to the stone floor. "You've outlived your usefulness." August's voice was barely audible. "Go to sleep." He executed the smuggler right in front of the crowd. The Ganesha Familia guards at the Babel entrance froze. August had just killed a man in broad daylight, not caring at all about the consequences or the victim's familia. Rapid, heavy footsteps broke the silence. Shakti Verma, captain of the Ganesha Familia, pushed through the crowd. As soon as she heard about an adventurer killing another adventurer, she rushed to the scene. She stared at August, who stood over the corpse. This rookie again? He had just arrived in the city, and already the streets were stained with blood. Shakti pulled her guards aside for a rapid debrief. When she heard the dead men were smugglers targeting August inside the dungeon, her expression darkened. This was a massive headache. August's justification was solid: lethal self-defense against smugglers. With holographic evidence showing the squad using hidden Evolus smuggling routes, his case was impossible to dispute. Capturing adventurers to sell to nobles was an unheard-of, terrible crime in Ora Rio. Usually, the city's worst only targeted commoners from the slums. But going after fauna-blessed adventurers crossed every possible line. Shakti moved forward, her armor rattling. "You shouldn't have killed him." She kept her voice low. August should have knocked out the target and handed him over to the Ganesha Familia for questioning. That was the only way to trace the operation back to its patron god and destroy the faction completely. By killing him, August gave the Shadow Familia an excuse. They could just say the squad acted on their own. By the book. "I shouldn't have," August replied, pulling his spear from the corpse. "But he lost his value." August looked down at the blood pooling on the stone. "When the time comes, just wipe out his entire familia. Slaughter them from top to bottom. Men, women, elders, even the newborns. If they share the crest, exterminate them all." His answer was direct: total, ruthless destruction. "That is way too extreme." Shakti's eyes grew wide in total disbelief. Was this guy even human? The adventurers nearby shifted uneasily. Wiping out an entire familia, even the infants, sounded like something only a dark god would suggest. Go say that to the friends and families of the adventurers they kidnapped and tortured. The blunt response hit Shakti like a physical blow. She went quiet. She knew that telling the victims' families about due process would only lead to drawn weapons and chaos. Even the kindest gods held grudges when their children were killed. "I understand," Shakti conceded. She knew she couldn't win this ideological debate. The adventurers in the crowd imagined their own friends and families. If they found out their loved ones had been captured and tortured by nobles, they would want the same kind of revenge August was talking about. August turned to leave. The crowd quickly stepped aside, making a wide path for him. They watched him go, feeling both amazement and a bit of fear. "Oh, and pass on a message for me." August stopped. He glanced over his left shoulder and raised his hand, not bothering to turn fully around. When the gale clears, the Ace's methods only grow more ruthless. After saying his piece, August walked away. He couldn't have delivered the line any cooler. Shakti blinked, trying to make sense of his words. When the gale clears. The Ace's methods. Wait, is he talking about her? Shakti instantly recognized the reference to Gale Wind, Rio Lion, the infamous elf who wiped out the dark factions years ago. Hearing August mention her legacy felt like a strange tribute, or maybe a warning. The adventurers couldn't look away. The way August left impressed the men, and the women, especially the fierce Amazonian warriors, were almost swooning. "Captain Shakti." "The bodies." A guard interrupted, breaking the spell. Shakti snapped back to reality. She saw the lingering stares from the other familias, and knew she had to restore order right away. Drag the corpse to an interrogation room. Use a status thief. Strip his status concealment and expose his crest. Shakti commanded, her eyes narrowing. Let's see exactly whose banner this scum was flying. "Captain." The guards gasped. Using a status thief on a corpse was considered blatant desecration. No one would dare do that in broad daylight. "You heard August's point," Shakti snapped. "If you want to go explain protocol to the victims' familias, you can take my captain's badge right now." The guard gulped nervously, shaking his head rapidly. "Understood." He sprinted off to secure the specialized potion. "All right, everyone. Clear out." Shakti ordered the crowd. "Head back to your familias. I want every guild and patron god to conduct a total head count of their missing adventurers. Report the numbers immediately." The crowd quickly left. No one wanted to stay at a fresh crime scene. The truth was grim: adventurers thought to be killed by monsters might still be alive, trapped in a noble's torture dungeon. Watching the plaza empty out, Shakti rubbed her temples. Another massive headache. She still wasn't sure which familia was responsible. Whoever it was, they had stirred up real trouble. She planned to get the information, give it to Lord Ganesha, and pass it along to the Hestia familia. Whatever bloodbath followed was August's problem. August didn't bother wandering the city. He went straight back to the base. Lord August. Lily, covered in medical bandages, sat in front of a glowing monitor inside their secure compound. As soon as August left Babel Plaza, he sent a signal. Lily quickly started the tracking software and synced it with the hardware he had given her. "How is it?" August asked, stepping up behind her. Loud and clear, Lily confirmed, adjusting the tracking frequency. She was using advanced military surveillance equipment. August hadn't just gone into the dungeon to hunt. He was also planting microcameras and high-frequency signal relays all over the upper floors. The military designed this gear specifically for exploring the dungeon. By using materials from monsters, they managed to bypass the dungeon's strong magical interference, so remote monitoring worked perfectly. The microcameras were cheap to make, easy to hide, and ran on magic stones. One stone could power a camera for 2 weeks. August had managed to bug the entire upper level. "Lord August, the microchip you planted is transmitting. We have a solid ping originating from Deadless Street." Lily tapped the keyboard and brought up a digital map of Rio. A red dot blinked brightly in the slum area. "That was quick," August said with a smirk as he watched the tracker. Everything had gone according to plan. The squad chasing him wasn't just 3 men, it was 5. August took down the first 2, then aimed carefully and shot the other in the stomach, making sure not to hit anything vital. When the men passed out from the pain, August administered a strong anesthetic and implanted a military-grade microchip just above his ribcage. The smuggler had no clue he was being tracked. August let the men who believed their squad mates were dead run to the surface, unknowingly walking into his trap. That's why August had said, "You've outlived your usefulness." He didn't need the squad leader to say anything. He already had a living homing beacon heading right back to the enemy's base. Because high-level adventurers had such extreme endurance, a small microchip went unnoticed. Their mana flow also helped hide the chip's weak electronic signal. Even a god's intuition wouldn't guess a mortal was carrying a cybernetic tracker. "He's moving fast. He's probably out looking for information about his dead squad mates," August said as he watched the red dot move through the slum alleys. Unfortunately for the smuggler, all he would find were 3 fresh bodies in the Ganesha familia's morgue. "I can't believe the Iklos familia went after you so soon. Their arrogance is astonishing." Lily held onto the edge of the console. After learning all the details about what was really happening, Lily knew exactly who ran things on Deadless Street and handled the illegal trade. It was the Iklos familia. She was furious. August had built his reputation on total destruction, but these dark faction fools still attempted to capture him. Was that brave or just plain stupid? Lily wanted them destroyed. She wanted them exposed and punished without mercy. "I have to admit, their timing caught me off guard," August said as he took off his combat jacket. "I didn't think these Evolus leftovers would target me just because of a small anomaly." He was honestly surprised by how little they cared about their own safety. "Let's not worry about it right now. Just keep an eye on the signal," August said, turning his attention elsewhere. "Deadless Street isn't our main concern. After we finish our main mission, we'll come back and deal with them. Bulk upload of 7 chapters, if we hit 1,200 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 87, The Winds of Rio. 1531 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. As August took time to regroup and rethink his plans, the effects of what he had done spread quickly through Orario. He executed the smugglers who preyed on rookies. Instead of hiding, he acted openly in Babel Plaza during the day. Word spread quickly. Inside the Loki Familia's headquarters. Why does that brat have to be so damn flashy? Loki paced the war room, practically tearing her hair out in frustration. She knew August was a badass, but this level of public swagger was just overkill. She was seething with jealousy over losing the chance to recruit him. The Familia executives sat around the heavy oak table, paying no attention to her outburst. Thoughts? Fin Dame asked, looking at his veterans. He handled it perfectly, Riverial Joe's Alf replied, offering August rare praise. Brains and brawn. I actually respect his style. A public execution while gripping the enemy's fatal weakness. The kid is ruthlessly efficient. Gareth Landrock's expression remained grim. But this smuggling business. That's a nightmare. If what he said is true, how many missing adventurers were actually abducted? This was no small problem. The thought of it filled the city's warriors with fear. Evelus scum. Bet Loga clenched his jaw. The heavy wooden mug in his hand broke apart. If that rookie was telling the truth, our dead comrades were probably screaming our names at the very end. Bet thought about his fallen squad mates. The idea that they might have died as prisoners in a noble's basement instead of as warriors on the battlefield was unbearable. He could accept dying in battle or even being weak, but dying as a helpless slave was something he could never forgive. Finn completely understood the sentiment. No one deserved an end like that. Comb through our casualty records. Every single missing adventurer. We need to ensure our dead are actually resting in peace. You got it. Gareth nodded heavily. As a veteran, protecting the young blood was his duty. If something like this had slipped under his radar, the guilt would crush him. Finn turned to his patron goddess. You're up. Handle the guild. Don't even start. I was already planning on it. Loki stopped pacing. A dangerous energy filled the room. If I find out my kids ended up like that, I will skin those bastards alive. If Loki found out Evelus had harmed her familia, she would destroy everything they had built. At the same time, in the headquarters of Orario's strongest group. Lady Freya. How do we respond? Alan Fromel, known as the Vanna Freya, looked at his goddess. The city was in chaos. He wondered if they should step in. We don't. Freya replied, waving a hand dismissively. Intervening is pointless. August is telling the truth. But as for our familia, those rats would rather assassinate my children than try to capture them. She trusted her top members. A Freya adventurer would never give up easily. They would take the smugglers to hell with them. Understood, Alan nodded. The goddess's word was absolute law. All over the city, familias started big internal checks. They looked closely at every missing in action report. The panic and fear made it almost impossible for the dark factions to hide. No one wanted to be seen. Saying the wrong thing in front of a god could mean death. Deep in the slums, the criminals felt trapped. Useless trash. Dix Perdix kicked the two grunts who had managed to return. He had sent them to get the rest of the squad, but the other three were dead. Even worse, their bodies were now in the Ganesha Familia's morgue. The secret was out. Hey, Iklos. You need to do something about Ganesha and the guild. Dix glared into the corner. He wanted his god to deny the charges and make up a story. Iklos just giggled from the shadows. And say what? That otherworldly freak will still slaughter you. He made it perfectly clear. He doesn't need evidence. He doesn't need a trial. Just a spark of suspicion, and he'll exterminate us. Ikelos was not afraid of death, since he was a god, but he respected August's kind of madness. At first, he thought the kid just liked to fight. Now he saw that August was a true exterminator. Just buy me time to survive this wave. I can handle that rookie myself. Dix snarled. Fighting the entire city was a death sentence. But fighting a one-man familia. Dix thought he still had a fighting chance. Ikelos sighed, annoyed by the extra work, but he knew they were out of options. This outsider was not a normal hero. He made death threats as if it was nothing. Dix looked at the bounty poster, and the heavy iron cage meant for August. Corrupt nobles outside the city saw how valuable a portal user could be. They offered a huge reward for capturing him alive. Dix took the job for the money. A level 1 target in the dungeon sounded like easy money. Now he realized the target viewed them as the prey. There's no turning back, Dix muttered. That kid is going to hunt me down. When the gale clears, the ace's methods only grow more ruthless. He's not just fighting back, he's going all out. Dix saw his own death flag waving high. Running away was pointless. Where could he even hide outside Rio? A lackey piped up nervously. Should we call them in? He meant the remnants of Evolus. The true dark faction fanatics. Dix scoffed. They'll run for the hills. Poking that rookie right now is pure suicide. Even the most ruthless people wanted to survive. Bringing trouble to Evolus just to fight one person was too risky. They would betray Dix and run away before ever facing August. We settle this ourselves, Dix growled, his eyes burning with desperate fury. I'm a first-tier adventurer. I refuse to lose to a one-man faction. Even a monster has limits. Night fell over Rio. The hostess of fertility was crowded and noisy, filled with adventurers trying to relax with drinks, and the company of the waitresses. But tonight, every conversation revolved around August. An adventurer stood on a table, perfectly mimicking August's final pose at Babel Plaza. He looked over his left shoulder and lowered his voice, dropping the quote that had taken the city by storm. When the gale clears, the ace's methods only grow more ruthless. The swagger of the delivery had the crowd hooked. The men thought it was badass, and the women seemed completely charmed. In the kitchen, the waitresses crowded together, glancing toward a specific elf sweeping the floors, Ryu Lion. Anya Fromel sighed, starry-eyed. I think Mr. August is so cool, Naya. She felt how magnetic he was. The quote sounded like a serious promise, or a vow to someone important. Chloe Rollo nodded eagerly. There has to be a deeper meaning behind it. No one knows exactly what it means yet, but just hearing that. August is incredibly charming. Catgirls had good instincts. They could tell when someone was special. August stood up to the city's rules without fear, promising to destroy the guilty. He showed no hesitation or regret. His determination was even stronger than gale winds. Ryu had hunted dark factions at night, but August took action in the open and challenged anyone to stop him. Ryu stopped sweeping. Don't read too much into it, she said flatly. Human words are rarely true. She dismissed him in front of everyone, pretending his bold words were just empty boasting. But deep down, Ryu felt a sudden sense of understanding. It was a feeling of connection she had not experienced in years. He gets me. In her mind, August's determination was even stronger than hers. She had often struggled with guilt, always wondering if her harsh sense of justice was right. August did not worry about debates over right and wrong. He was certain in his actions. Was he a good person? He healed injured veterans for free without hesitation. But he also killed criminals without any regret. He was a clear example of both kindness and destruction. For the first time since she lost her Astrea Familia, Ryu felt she wasn't entirely alone in the dark. She didn't admit it to Anya or Chloe. She quietly put the broom away and stepped out the back door of the tavern. She stood by herself in the quiet alley, looking at the busy streets of Rio under the night sky. The quote stayed with her. When the gale clears, the ace's methods only grow more ruthless. A gentle breeze swept through the city, lifting the hem of her maid's uniform and touching her cheek. The wind. Ryu murmured, a faint, nostalgic smile touching her lips. Is so gentle tonight. Bulk upload of 7 chapters, if we hit 1200 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 25 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 88, Departure, the Elso's Ruins. 1981 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. New week, let's push. I'm back. Hestia opened the door and stepped inside after her evening patrol. The first thing she noticed was Lilyruka Arde in the corner, replacing the bloodied bandages around her arm. Hestia completely ignored her. A little supporter dared to call me an old hag. Fine, she can deal with those bandages on her own. As she walked further in, she suddenly stopped. August was in the middle of the room, casually lifting a huge, heavy barbell. Hestia tilted her head. You just survived a life-or-death trip in the dungeon, and your first thought is to lift weights. There are pretty girls right here. August, what are you doing? Hestia walked over, leaning in close to inspect the ridiculous weight he was lifting. I think I finally figured out why my fauna doesn't display any stats, August said, setting the heavy barbell down with a loud thud. Hestia blinked. What did you find out? August's status board was completely blank regarding traditional parameters, a stark contrast to normal adventurers like Lily. It had been bothering her. I fought a Xenos today, August explained, a spark of excitement in his eyes. We clashed, and it specifically pointed out that my physical strength was completely unnatural for a human. If a Xenos recognized his power, then his base stats had to be real. The numbers were just hidden, or changed by the world system, even from God's view. Unnatural for a human. Hestia's eyes widened. Now that is interesting. If a monster could sense his strength, then the power was real. It might not show up in the divine contract, but it was definitely in his muscles. My working theory is dimensional correction, August continued. Since I crossed over from another universe, the world recognizes my existence and compensates for it, but the traditional fauna system can't accurately quantify the data. And what causes that specific correction? Hestia leaned in, her curiosity at its peak. She really wanted to know how it worked. If humans from his world had something special, she needed to find out why. No idea, August shrugged casually. I'm not a scientist. Hestia froze. She stared at him. You jerk. You totally baited me. She realized he was just teasing her. Annoyed at being tricked, she jumped at him and tackled him to the floor, laughing and shouting. As the mortal and goddess wrestled, Lily finally finished wrapping her arm, and raised her hand to interrupt. Lady Hestia. Regarding the kidnapping attempt earlier, word has already spread to the surface. From the moment Lord August set foot in the dungeon on day 1, the smuggling factions have had their eyes on him. The Eiklos Familia is definitely involved. Hestia snapped her head toward the Paolum. They targeted my child on his very first dive. Her playful mood disappeared, replaced by a sudden burst of divine anger. Do these bottom feeders really think I'm a pushover? I'm going to track Eiklos down, and beat him until his teeth fall out. Hestia growled. Messing with a Xenos was one thing, but trying to smuggle someone from her familia was another. That meant war. She would never let anyone put a price tag on her child and get away with it. They hide deep inside the Deadless Dungeon, Lily pointed out, throwing cold water on the goddess's rage. We can't touch them down there. They control the terrain and use proxies to do their dirty work. Who cares about their little maze? Hestia sneered. We'll just crush them with a war game. If they wanted to hide like rats, she would simply use the guild's absolute rules to smoke them out. With August's overwhelming power, a mid-tier faction like Eiklos, which only had one level for captain, would be easy to defeat. She would challenge them officially. They could either fight and lose, or run away and lose everything. In the main timeline, Dix Perdix was level 5, but we have not reached that point yet, so level 4 seems fair. Go after my family, and you'll regret it. Hestia's eyes burned with malice. We'll handle the rats later, August interrupted, steering the conversation back to the immediate priority. Is everything prepped for the expedition? Oh, right. Hestia snapped out of her rage. Everything is greenlit. The Artemis Familia is ready to escort us to the Elsa's ruins, and Ganesha is loaning us a flying dragon for aerial navigation. All the preparations were finished. Then we wait for midnight. The ruined sector of Aurelia was completely abandoned, providing a massive, open clearing. Artemis waited with her captain, Rithusa, and 5 level 2 members of her familia. The rookies and level 1s stayed behind to guard their base. You made it. Hestia called out, waving as she approached the group. But as she scanned the assembly, her eyes landed on a very unexpected face. Hello there. Hestia's jaw dropped. She glared at the fedora-wearing god. What the hell are you doing here? Ahahaha, a guild request. Hermes scratched the back of his head, looking a bit sheepish. Auranas handed down a direct commission. I couldn't exactly say no. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Asphiel Andromeda, captain of the Hermes Familia. A blue-haired woman stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Asphi stood straight, but her eyes quickly went to August. She knew how dangerous he was. If she let her guard down, everything could go wrong. Hestia clicked her tongue. The ancient god clearly didn't trust her to keep August under control. Sending Hermes and his level 4 captain was both an escort and a backup plan. Hestia looked back at August. It's fine, August waved a hand dismissively. We have the seats. 2 more passengers didn't matter for his transport capacity. I am Ganesha. A booming voice shattered the quiet night. A huge flying dragon came down from the clouds and landed in the middle of the ruins. Ganesha jumped off its back and struck a dramatic pose. Everyone's here. Ganesha said, looking over the group. Hermes showing up didn't surprise him. It was just another layer of testing for the rookie. Hestia, I brought the dragon as requested, Ganesha announced. But one beast cannot possibly carry a team this large. Do you have a secondary transport? Since everyone is here, we're leaving. August stepped forward. He reached into the void of his spatial backpack. The air shimmered, and a huge pitch-black military transport helicopter appeared on the cracked pavement. What in the world is that? Ganesha stared at the steel behemoth. A heavy transport chopper. Made for the sky, August answered. He walked to the cockpit, turned on the systems, and pressed the hydraulics. The big rear cargo ramp slowly lowered with a loud mechanical hiss. August grabbed a duffel bag and tossed it onto the tarmac. Everyone grab a parachute rig and put on a headset, August ordered. Lily, help them gear up. Yes, sir. Lily immediately began distributing the equipment. The rigs are for safety if we lose altitude. The headsets are needed for talking inside, August said, tapping his earpiece. Once the rotors start, it'll be too loud to hear anything. Use the mics to talk. This wasn't a luxury ride. Military helicopters were very loud. Knowing what to do, Hestia buckled herself into the strange harness. When she took the lead, Artemis and Hermes quickly told their children to do the same. Everyone else, get inside and strap into the wall seats, Hestia commanded. Ganesha, lead the dragon up the ramp. Ganesha took the reins and carefully led the huge dragon into the wide cargo bay. Once everyone was secured, August climbed into the pilot's seat and sealed the ramp. Is everyone strapped in? August's voice crackled clearly through their headsets. The girls from Artemis and Hermes Familius looked around the dark, steel interior, their eyes wide with nervous excitement. They had never seen a machine like this, much less flown in one. Takeoff in 3. August flipped the ignition switches. WHUP 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 WHUP. The twin rotors roared to life, whipping the air into a storm. The huge helicopter lifted off and quickly rose into the night sky. Standing in the ruins below, Ganesha shielded his eyes from the intense downdraft. Incredible. Ganesha watched the black machine rise into the sky. How could a world without magic build something like that? Its destructive potential is ridiculous. He waved his hand at the departing aircraft. Safe travels. Inside the cockpit, August returned the salute. He banked the chopper toward their coordinates and flipped on the high-intensity searchlights, cutting a blinding path through the dark clouds. Down in the streets of Ora Rio, late-night adventurers stopped in their tracks. They stared up at the roaring silhouette tearing across the stars, baffled by the alien machine. Cruising altitude. The helicopter was much faster than the flying dragon could ever be. The girls pressed their faces to the strong windows, staring down at the glowing maze of the city. Seeing Ora Rio from above at night was breathtaking. Asphi Andromeda was used to flying thanks to her magical Talaria boots, but sitting comfortably inside a soaring fortress of steel was a whole new experience. Fascinating. A pure steel machine capable of transporting an entire platoon, Hermes murmured, observing the rivets and reinforced bulkheads. The pinnacle of mortal ingenuity. This is undeniably a weapon of war. Moving troops this fast without needing unpredictable monsters changed everything for tactics. Hermes turned his gaze to Hestia, who was busy trying to keep the nervous flying dragon calm in the back of the bay. Hey Hestia, Hermes leaned in, his voice filtering through the headset. Exactly how much hardware did you buy from his world? The question hung in the air. Artemis looked over, waiting for an answer. She knew Hestia had been draining Mayak for healing potions and pressuring Hephaestus for rare metals to pay for her shopping from another world. Not much. Hestia flinched, her hands freezing on the dragon's scales. She was buried in debt. Just a little bit. Hestia lied through her teeth, pinching her fingers together. The truth was, the heavy weapons were still being made. After less than 2 weeks, August was using leftover military gear. The real custom orders weren't ready yet. Just a little bit. Hermes raised an eyebrow. I heard you dropped hundreds of millions of Valis on Mayaka's potions alone. Mayaka's entire familia is working overtime just to meet your quotas. And that was just the medicine. Hephaestus had outright drained her personal reserves of high-grade mithril and adamantine to funnel into Hestia's trade pipeline. There was no way Hestia was only buying a little bit of hardware. She was stockpiling an arsenal. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hestia sweated bullets, violently dodging the question. She couldn't admit that her pending invoices contained enough modern firepower to wipe a medium-sized country off the map. If they knew she had purchased the equivalent of a national defense budget's worth of weapons, they would lose their minds. It's just basic supplies. She stammered. Hermes and Artemis stared at her. They didn't buy a single word. If they believed that terrible lie, they would be idiots. Well, whatever it is, this machine is a lifesaver, Artemis said, deciding to drop the interrogation. Deploying a squad this fast is incredibly efficient. As long as it works. Hestia laughed nervously, desperately praying they wouldn't ask about the artillery. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 89, bonus 1683 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. New week, let's push. They kept flying until the fuel gauge was empty. August found a wide clearing and landed the chopper. "We're taking a break," August announced over the comms. When the rotors stopped, August pulled a fully loaded tanker truck out of his spatial inventory. He grabbed the hose and started refueling the aircraft. Carrying a dozen passengers and a flying dragon used up fuel quickly. The rest of the crew unbuckled and got out. Hestia took the flying dragon's reins and led it around the clearing so it could stretch its wings and not get restless. As August worked, Hermes walked over. "Hey, August. Does this thing actually need to eat?" Hermes stared at the hose pumping liquid fuel into the chopper. "If it didn't need fuel, it would be a perpetual motion machine," August said. Machines needed energy to move. It was basic physics. Fascinating. Hermes stroked his chin. His eyes lit up with interest. He wanted one. The machine was a marvel. He started to speak, but before he could say anything, Asphi al-Andromeda appeared behind him and grabbed his ear. "Do not bankrupt our familia," she hissed. If Hermes bought something like this, their treasury would be gone in a night. He spent money on a whim. "Apologies," Asphi said, bowing to August while keeping her iron grip on Hermes. "Please pretend he never said anything." She was grateful that Auranas had sent her on this mission. If Hermes had been alone, he probably would have traded their whole headquarters just to get a helicopter. "Don't worry about it," August said with a grin. He wouldn't have sold it anyway. He only had one transport chopper. "Lord August, dinner is ready." Lilaruka Arde trotted over, handing him a hot plate of food. The other groups had their own rations. Artemis brought hardtack and dried meat for her team. August, on the other hand, packed plenty. His inventory was full of fresh ingredients from Earth. He wouldn't settle for stale bread when he could have a hot meal. "Must be nice," one of the Artemis girls muttered, chewing on dry rations. "Lord August's spatial storage is a cheat. I would kill for an ability like that." The huntresses looked at his hot meal with envy. Having a pocket dimension made traveling much easier. "Keep dreaming," Rithusa replied, ending her squad's daydreams. "Even if the gods gave us that power, it wouldn't help. August can make it work." As the oldest and most experienced, she saw things clearly. When people first heard about his inventory, the gods thought it was just a fancy backpack. But August turned it into something much more. He could switch weapons and bring out artillery in seconds. Without a huge supply chain and military firepower, the skill was just a fancy bag. Only someone from a world built on heavy industry could turn it into something so powerful. "Fair point." The girls nodded, admitting she was right. Lant, a half-elf from the Artemis familia, rested her chin on her hand and watched August eat. "What is it, Lant?" Rithusa asked, noticing her intense gaze. "I just noticed something about him." Lant said, thinking out loud. "Noticed what?" The other girls leaned in. Even Hermes and Asphi tuned into the conversation. "Think about it," Lant said. "Lady Artemis, Loki, even Freya, none of the big gods paid him any attention. They all treated him like a joke at first. They looked down on him." She tapped her cheek. It was like the whole world wanted to underestimate him. But he never cared. He ignored the gossip and the insults. Lant's eyes lit up. He just kept moving forward. "It's just like the old stories. He's acting just like Argonaut." Hermes froze. A cold sweat broke out across his back. The half-elf was right. August fit the classic hero type, the lone man pushing through a world full of people who couldn't see his worth. "Asphi, I think I'm the villain." Hermes grabbed his hair, his mind racing. "This is wrong. I'm supposed to be the wise guide. How did I end up holding the antagonist script?" Hermes was losing it. Except for Hestia, Hephaestus, Mayak, and Takamikazuchi, every god in Ororio had treated August badly. They thought he was just an ordinary mortal. But now, with his firepower and determination, he was clearly the main character. And Hermes had made himself into an arrogant bystander, a third-rate obstacle. He couldn't accept that. No, no, no. This ruins my master plan. I'm supposed to run the show. I'm the one who moves the pieces. Hermes muttered, pacing back and forth. For the first time in centuries, the god of trickery felt real panic. A mortal had slipped right past his control. Lord Hermes, pull yourself together, Asphi said, grabbing his arm. She stared at her patron as if he had lost his mind. Artemis took in Lance's words. They hit her hard. She really had looked down on him. As a virgin goddess, not liking men was part of who she was. But this felt different. Her dislike for August wasn't just normal bias. It felt like fate. She's right, Artemis whispered to herself. It feels like a myth playing out in real time. The hero facing down the arrogant gods. Was she the villain? The thought made her stomach twist. I didn't write his legend, Hermes grumbled. His pride as a god had blinded him. He saw August as just a mortal with a parlor trick. He thought the boy would reach his limit and disappear. He was dead wrong. August was making his own way in the world, building a legend without asking for a god's permission. I can't take over this story. Hermes sighed, admitting defeat. He had missed his chance. Pride is a deadly poison. He shook his head. But he still had a chance. Zeus had told him about Belcranel. That white-haired boy had the makings of a true hero. Hermes would focus on him instead. Asphi rubbed her temples. Her god was an idiot. Meanwhile, Artemis was having her own quiet crisis. Lant is right. I judged him. She watched August work. He never flirted. He never acted predatory. He treated Hestia with respect. Why did I hate him? Artemis asked herself. Her divine nature had blinded her. She expected the worst just because he was a man. I was arrogant. She lowered her head. August had pointed out her pride back in Ororio, and he was right. Realizing this left her feeling bitter. Hestia tied the flying dragon to a tree, and gave it some hay. She walked back to camp and stopped. Hermes and Artemis stared into space, their faces showing guilt and panic. What is wrong with you two? Hestia asked. Did your brains short-circuit? Nothing, they replied in unison. Hestia rolled her eyes. Whatever. I'm eating. She took a plate from Lily. The Hestia familia never held back when it came to meals. Rethusa watched the lively goddess eat her food. Not worrying about everything really was bliss. Living without overthinking was the real luxury of being a god. Lady Hestia, Rethusa spoke up. Can I ask you a question? Hestia chewed on a thick slice of steak. August considered a special existence in his home. Rethusa asked. She wanted to know if his stoic, rule-abiding nature made him a legend back home. Hestia paused. Her anti-NTR radar stayed quiet. The girl wasn't hitting on him, she was just curious. He's ordinary, Hestia said bluntly. She didn't bother sugarcoating it. Was August a top soldier? Was he a genius scientist? By Earth's standards, August was just an average guy, an ordinary person. If you ever meet more people from his home, you'll understand, Hestia added. Where he comes from, guys like him are a dime a dozen. You've got to be kidding me. Hermes's jaw hit the floor. This ruthless, tactical mastermind who stood up to the gods without hesitation was just an average guy back home. That completely destroyed his whole mythological protagonist idea. Dead serious, Hestia grinned. You'll see for yourself once we reach the Elso's ruins. No need to rush. She knew the gods were in for a shock. They had no idea what modern human civilization was like. Was I wrong again? Hermes mumbled, clutching his head. We have a flight to catch. Hestia ignored his worries and went back to her steak. Any god who skipped a hot meal was a moron. An hour later, the camp was packed up. August got back into the cockpit and looked out the window. The Artemis and Hermes familiars stood around, looking completely stunned. What happened to them? August asked over the comms. They looked like they just had a collective stroke over dinner. Who knows, Lily shrugged as she buckled her seatbelt. She didn't care. After cooking and navigating, she was too tired to worry about a bunch of moody gods. Don't worry about it. I just blew their minds with some facts, Hestia laughed. All right, everyone, back in the chopper. We're leaving. The dazed group walked up the ramp and buckled in. Hestia led the flying dragon back into the cargo bay. The beast was calm and seemed to accept the giant steel bird as its own ride. August hit the ignition. The twin rotors started spinning, kicking up dust as the chopper lifted off the ground. Lord August, we are approaching a high-altitude mountain range. We need to alter our heading, Lily reported, checking the flight map. August grabbed the flight stick and turned the heavy chopper, making a new path through the night sky. New weekly event, bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon, https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.